Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nutwash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
And there's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. Though we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, September 26th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We have a huge Friday of action. September 26th, our very last full regular season MLB card of the year. I would like to tell you it's been a great year, but it hasn't. It's been a good year. 394 and 353. 52.7%, plus 13.11 units. ROI plus 1.76%. Average line minus 108. You know, it's been okay. I want more. I'm happy we're in the black. It's something. 1.76% ROI. It's not good enough. And for today's action, I have made 4 bets. There's a possibility of additions, but I'm just going to focus on the spots where I know a team doesn't care, or, you know, like I'm on the Seattle Mariners. I like the Dodgers care that much, flying up to Seattle after clinching. I mean, seems like a sleepy spot. Should probably bet the under in that one, but I don't know if I'm going to. It's a really low number. And then I'm on the Blue Jays -1, the Guardians -1, and the Astros -1. I expect them to take care of it. The Astros, you know, I mean, it counts for 1 unit here, but it was last night, and I was so adamant that they were going to just smash the Angels. So I did put 2 units on that. But I don't, the market is not, I mean, the market has difficulty, I think, with the market movement with motivation. I mean, the opening line will kind of, you know, indicate whether the books feel like there's a motivated spot, but so I'm not going to put too much emphasis into it, the line movement and things like that. Now, with these spots, and especially for the Blue Jays, the Guardians, and the Astros, literally, I mean, it's got to be the best bet on the board. Has to be. If the Astros don't deliver here, I may question their character, and they'll probably be out of it, right? They have to win tonight. So I might not bet them tomorrow. If they win today, I'm betting them tomorrow. And then the Blue Jays and the Guardians, you know, will be bet tomorrow. And that's the plan right now. But we're going to break down all of these games. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Justin McKelvey, stacks play today, Bush over 1.5 bases, and Kelsey Mitchell over 20.5 points for the Indiana Fever. Great call on Maserati last night. He did come through. Marvin Harrison Jr. did come through for you, man. After that pick, we were a little concerned. But it came forward for you. A lot of you guys who trusted, with all of the negativity going towards Marvin Harrison Jr., you guys did great. Cashed both the live bets, 12 and 5 now live on our live streams. And I had no pre-flop action in that NFL game. But it, you know, I'm very excited about this week. I'm very excited about tonight's action. Also, the kids it's a professional day, but they're going out tonight. So one thing that I'm going to do is, as soon as the show's over and all my action's in, I got to work on records. I got to do the NFL pop-up records and send out all the invites, but I need to catch up on records. I'm a little behind on college football records, and that's a bothersome thing here. Shout out to Justin McKelvey. You were right, and so were you. Just my 2 cents. It was a great live stream last night. Kyle Fields in the house. The nuke worker ready to get to work. He is on the Chicago Cubs run line to get his day started. We will be talking about all of these spots. Wine Time will be joining us here shortly. Let's get this all copied and pasted. Pig milk play today. Beauty call on East Carolina yesterday. Another winner for pig milk. Dean Connors. Pig milk play of the day. Dean Connors, 2 touchdowns. Or over 1.5 touchdowns there. Johnny Redbeard in the house. Thank you for rocking with us. JRB, my guy. And pig milk for Saturday, Tynera and Navajo Sterling parlay at -101 for sweet pig milk. And we have a great show for you guys. So we get started with Wine Time with MLB. And then we get into college football with Wine Time and Dabby Cab. Talk about the 3 Friday games, and then Wine Time has picked some best bet spots here on the card. So we're going to focus on that. And then we have WNBA, Billy Brisbane, Justin McKelvey, WNBA playoffs. And then we close up with the Goracle, and we're going to be talking Canadian football. So I got my BC Lions jersey on. I've not worn it this year. Pulled it out. Dougie Wise says, what a game last night. Seattle should never let them back in, but Seattle still gets us paid. Dougie Wise, you are a monster. Joey DFS in the house. There's Noel 207 ready to get to work. Razor sharp picks off a strong NFL night last night. 4-0 sweep. I'd love to see it. Serious business. Top set. What a great group. Great group. Ronnie Loft and Markel. AJ Stog still ready to get to work. Thank you guys for joining us. We got AM, Jim Dewigger, Troy Torrance. I love it. Talking about the Discord, too many channels. We'll get everything figured out perfectly, but we're excited that the Discord's popping off. Deacon Mike, wind blowing out at Wrigley. Betting total game homers over 2.5. Slotsy says, nice start to the NFL week for our guy, Troy Torrance. Yeah, he crushed it. He's running hot. Mike Rocock ready to get to work. We got Mark Stasowski. We got Hoove in the house. And Justin McKelvey gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Thank you, our friend Chris Mack, getting it. There's Old E, Strategic Investments. A great group. Thank you guys for joining us. We Want Justice TV says, I need to get this money today. Well, we will get it. There is Gorky going to be backstage for college football as well. He's on TCU Heavy. It was a great breakdown. That's on our channel right now. Martez Denny, 9 Legacy. Let's get his action up here as well. Let's get 9 Legacies action. So we're copied and pasted. And then let's get right to work because we've got a lot of work to do here. We get this copied and pasted. Well, let's roll. Let me, just before we get the graphic up for our first game, we don't have Jose. Jose is leaving for a wedding, so we don't have him all show. So I will have to take over the producing. But he has set up all the graphics for me. He's put me in a position to succeed, as he always does. So let me just get the daily baseball ballpark pal up here. Let's get the Swish analytics up here. And let's go to get to work here. Let's get that up here. Beautiful. Oh, shit. Let me turn that off. Okay. Why is that not coming up? Okay, there we go. All right, there. Beautiful. We got that up. We are in business. Let's get Swish up here and attack. And this is going to be attacked a little differently. I'm not against adding, but I really just want to attack the teams that are trying against the teams that aren't trying. Simple. Keep it simple here. Ron Young will be at the game tonight. Wants points. BC Lions team total over 34.5 and plus 125. I have to let you know, Ron, that I plan to bet against that. Now, I've had 2 bad weeks of CFL in a row, so it should instill no fear in anybody on the overs. But I am going to be going against all of the overs. Now, this cost me a lot of money in the Calgary BC game. And should I not be hammering it again? Maybe. But I'm not going to be on the Lions team total under. But I expect to end up on the first half under and the full game under is my expectation. Water Cooler Talk Sports in the house as well says, keep it simple. That is what I'm going to do. Shout out to Nick Frazier. What a great job he did. What a great job he did capping the SEC with us. About Ron Young, I wish I was right beside you at the Lions game tonight. What a nice night for football. I wish we actually had a real roof that would actually, that fake-ass fucking roof. All my life I was excited. All my life I dreamt about Exhibition Stadium, summer nights that my great uncles and grandparents used to go to, watching football outside. I was so excited that the BC place finally going to have a retractable roof. And then when I saw it, I was like, what? This doesn't count as a retractable roof. We're supposed to see the stars. We're supposed to look up at the night sky. Idiots. But I'd still love to be there. Lex Steele in the house. Saul Rubalclava ready to get to work. Great to see you. Deacon Mike ready to go. So let's get to work. And Billy Friedrich says safe travels to and from North Carolina, Jose. I'm bummed that we couldn't link up this time. Next time for sure. We got Chris Warren with Hoover passing touchdowns. Let's get this here copied and pasted. And let's get to work here. So let's introduce our star of Friday shows here. What a week it has been. What a year it has been for our next guest. Leading by example, both as a capper and starting a family. Going to be a father here in not too long from now. And it's really exciting to see him just achieving all these goals and doing what he's doing in capping and outside of capping. So without further ado, let's bring him out here and let's get this cash. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, our guy Wine Time Sports. Let me get this here. Wine Time. Oh, let's get this here. What's good, man? How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you here on a Friday, Jim. Favorite day of the week here, man. Looking forward to capping this card with you. It's bittersweet, though, man. This is the last time we will cap an entire, 14, 15 game card on the screen for quite some time. But we've been doing this for, since April, man. It's been a journey, and it's been a great journey because we've been cashing. So let's keep doing that today. Let's go out this season on a high note, and then we got playoff baseball coming up, and we got some nice college football games that we're going to talk about here shortly as well.
Justin McKelvey says, why Wine Time don't have an intro? You're right. We should get Wine Time an intro. We should get him an intro for sure. I'm sick right now. Like, this is such a battle, man. It's such a fucking battle to not have the weight of the analytics, and all of the information that is required to cap baseball, to focus on football, to focus on more violent sports. I'm looking forward to that. It takes a toll on one,
It's a lot of games to cap.
It is. All right. Let's roll here right now. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We have a huge Friday of action and sports ahead of us. Let's go out there and get that cash, and let me know if I am behind on the graphics. Let's roll on Sky here. Sky saying Florida State -6.5 is a gift. I will copy and paste all of that intro for Wine Time. It'd be pretty easy. I know how I would put it together. I know what I would do for it. And there's Nut Flush Allen in the house. Nut Flush, thank you for that live Yankees look. 3-0 overall in live action last night. All right, let's get to work. We start at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. St. Louis Cardinals 78-81, 34-44 on the road at the Chicago Cubs 89-70, 47-31 at home. We're at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Miles Michaelis going up against Colin Ray, a couple of vets. This is the time of year where I'm not sure if the market is that sharp. And it gets sharper as season goes on, don't get me wrong. But now with the last weekend of the season, I want to just focus on motivation here. And I'm probably going to veer away from too much action. So, looking at this line, it opens up at -170. It starts moving towards the Cards. And then the Cubs have a 19-cent move towards them. Overall, we've had 9 cents of movement. We'll take a look at the cash flow then and compare it to the cash flow and see if it really is that sharp. 61% of the tickets, 60% of the cash on the Cubs. So, yeah, you could say sharp action has come in on the Cubs. Under has 70% of the tickets. Over has 75% of the cash. Let's touch on that total here. From a total standpoint, we have an 8.5. So this has dropped from 9. Now, it was heavily juiced to the under. So it's not that big of a surprise that it dropped. And now it's heavily juiced to the over. I wouldn't even call it a quarter of a run move. Michaelis 8-10, 4.7. Oh, and we didn't talk about the weather. Let's get into the weather here in Chicago. We've already heard from Deacon. He's got the Wrigley flags on all day. That's what he has on his TV all day. The Wrigley flags for Deacon. 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 79. 5.6 miles per hour to right field. Dies down to 4.2. It's always blowing out, whether it be right center or left center, but it's always blowing out. And so let's see what Ballpark Pal has for Wrigley. And we have +1%, +2% homers, +4% doubles and triples, and -3% singles. We got Spooners action here. WT in the house. It is great to see you, my friend. Very, very. And my jealousy of you living in Costa Rica will only increase as it gets colder up here. Let's get this copied and pasted here. And Deacon says 5.6 miles per hour. Those numbers are way off. So Deacon saying that Swish Analytics is way off with their weather report. So if that's the case, Deacon saying that Swish Analytics is way off, where they've been much sharper than the other sites throughout. That's why we use them. Let's go to let's go to AccuWeather, I guess, and see if that is way off here. And AccuWeather, Deacon, yeah, it's 6 kilometers an hour, so it's even less than that right now. I mean, I could switch it too, but they're saying it's about 3.5 miles per hour. But Deacon, you are there, so you know, I'm not going to say you are wrong, but I am going to trust AccuWeather and Swish Analytics at this point. Maybe I shouldn't just trust Deacon. Deacon, what is the weather? Maybe I should say that. What is the weather then? What do you? I mean, what do you do? Are you standing outside right now? Is the wind blowing through your hair violently? Please tell me, Deacon, and I will listen, my friend. Miles Michaelis, 8 and 10, 4.76 ERA, 1.33 WHIP. Last start, 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 Ks, 2 walks, 3-2 extra inning loss at home versus the Brewers. Back-to-back starts against the Brewers. He looked pretty good. They're hitting the Brewers. On the road, he's had 15 starts, and he's allowed 49 earned runs. 49 earned runs and 69 and 2/3. I think he says he's just basing that on the center field flag. I have no hair. Okay, I respect that. You do that, but a lot of hair talk from you, so I love you, Deacon. Thankful to rock with you. Lefties against Michaelis, 269, 798 OPS. Righties, 279, 805 OPS. Colin Ray, 10 and 7, 4.10 ERA, 1.28 WHIP. His last start, 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 11 strikeouts from Colin Ray. I mean, it has to be an outlier performance.
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense. But we know, we have an idea why. It's teams that have left-handed bats, dangerous left-handed bats, beat up on Colin Ray. And that's why he's not generally, you know, a starter throughout an entire season. I mean, he can eat innings. Let's take a look at the left-handed bats here that Colin Ray will be facing for the St. Louis Cardinals. Newt Barr, Burleson, Gorman, and Victor Scott turning lineup over. That's not so bad. Not so bad. So, respect to you, Cheshire Cat. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Cards are hitting 227, 658 versus righties. Cubs just 247, 22. Shout out to Markel in the house. And the bullpens are both pitching well. Am I wrong to not find anything appealing here from a gambling standpoint? Take it away, Wine Time. Are you moving on this one?
I kind of do want to move on this game, Jim. The more I look at this game, the more I want to move on the over here, the over 9 at plus 100 here. Yeah, Colin Ray coming off a really good performance against the Reds, 1-0 victory there. Or I think they might have actually lost 1-0.
They lost, yeah.
They lost 1-0. So he pitched well in that game. You mentioned all the strikeouts. There's no way he does that again on this day. Cardinals coming to town here, Wrigley Field. Little rivalry between both of these teams. You know, it's the end of the season. Cardinals season hopes and dreams are over at this point. I still think they're going to want to go out there and hit Colin Ray a little bit. And I think this Cubs team should be able to absolutely mash on Miles Michaelis here. Colin, the two older pitchers here. I mean, what are these guys? 35 years old each, 35 and 37. I think at this point in the season, we've seen these guys go long-term this season and pitch pretty decently well. I mean, Miles Michaelis, his numbers don't necessarily look good, but he's certainly been serviceable, and he's made us some cash at times this season. As well as the Cardinals. I want to move on this over. I want to trust that both these offenses go out there and hit at Wrigley Field on a Friday day game. Winds looking like 5. Yeah, I'm seeing like 6 miles per hour out right now. I don't see a lot of offensive friendly weather, but at the same time, I just think with both these pitchers on the mound, they're older guys at this point in the season. This game doesn't really mean – I mean, how much does this game mean for the Chicago Cubs, Jimmy, exactly?
The wild card standings right now in the final weekend of the year, they are 2 games up on the Padres. So they win and they clinch the first wild card spot, which is probably something that means a lot to them.
Yeah, and for that reason, I think both teams are going to be able to hit the ball pretty well here. I'm pretty close to moving on this over. I want to see the best number I can get. I want to see if I can find an 8.5 here at a little bit juicy, maybe at minus 120. I don't think I'm going to find it, though. I'm seeing mostly 9s everywhere on the board right now. 9 at plus 100 at 3 different books that I'm looking at right now. Let's go back over this game. I kind of want to see what this does I want to see if it does make another move to the over, and we maybe see this over get to a -105 or -110. If it goes back to an 8.5, I'll just stay away. But if this continues to move towards, if this goes to the over a little bit more, I'll probably move on it. We can skip on it for now, but I do think both these offense can go out there and score runs at Wrigley Field today.
Yeah, I guess there's motivation here for the Cubs that I should probably trust, and their ability to hit Michaelis. It's a Friday night. It'd be nice to clinch the number one wild card spot, celebrate. Let's take a look at Michaelis's last few starts before we decide what to do.
Yeah.
And also, we have our guy, Justin Mcelvy, saying, yes, I should be looking deeper into this, should be looking at Bush and PCA props. We have our guy, Justin Mcelvy, stacks play today. Number one, right here, game one, Bush over 1.5 bases at -115.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
I mean, old Miles is pitching the best he's pitched all season in these last 5 games. I just realized.
Yeah, he sure is. I mean, he's not going deep in the game.
5 innings, maybe 6, but mostly at 5 innings out of the 4 appearances, one of them being 6 innings.
But that back-to-back against the Brewers is impressive. At Seattle, with the way they're hitting, is impressive.
Yeah.
But I get it. And Deacon saying the Cubs get home field for all 3 wildcard games if they finish ahead of San Diego. I get it. Are we leaving money on the table? Not. I mean, Colin Ray. Let's go. Was it? You don't want to back a pitcher after a spectacular performance, and 11 strikeouts is an outlier performance for Colin Ray. He's not a strikeout pitcher. He's got like 120 in about 150 innings. So, but he's pitching well right now. There's no doubt about that. He's not been great in his last 3 home starts. For whatever reason, he looked great against the Reds on the road. I don't know. I mean, certainly there's motivation. Is there enough motivation for you to pull the trigger on the Chicago Cubs?
No, I wouldn't move on the Cubs here. I mean, maybe I guess if you move on a -1 right now, you're probably not paying too much juice, but I don't know. I'm going to stay off the sidewise. If I'm going to move on anything, I just trust that both teams are going to be able to put runs up on the board here with both these pitchers. But at the same time, these guys have been pitching really well these last 5 games, both of them. But maybe we'll see some negative regression here between both these guys.
Let me just take one last look at one more thing before I move on. A lot of talk about what the Cubs have done to Michaelis. Let's just go over this year's game log. Last time he saw the Cubs was back on July 4th, and they destroyed him. It was here at Wrigley Field. He'd had a terrible start before that. And there was no bounce back at all. It's right before the All-Star break. He wasn't pitching very well then. It wasn't that long ago. And then that was his only appearance this year. They tagged him. In that start. What went wrong there? 11-3 loss, 8 earned runs. What the hell went wrong here? Let's just see who got to him. Yeah, they just destroyed him right from the start. Suzuki homered and PCA homered in the first inning against them. Bush homered and Kelly homered and PCA homered again against them. And then Bush homered again against them. It was 7-0, 3 innings in. I think there's the potential for a zag. I'm going to let this one go. I could be leaving money on the table with the motivation, but, the last start of the year, I'm sure he would like nothing more than to pitch well after getting destroyed in his only appearance against the Cubs at Wrigley. I'm gonna roll on here, but I can understand if you're sitting here going, the Cubs have motivation. It's a Friday night. They want to clinch right here. It's close to being enough, but it won't get me there. I'm going to leave a note here though. I'm going to keep an eye on it. We move on at this point for you, Wine Time?
Yeah, we can circle back over this game. I want to see some more movement towards the over here. I want to see it go to a -105 or -110. If it does do that, I'll move on it right away.
Justin McKelvey saying Michael is scared as fuck right now, knowing he's about to get tagged. That was Michaelis versus Colin Ray. I mean, these guys, that was the start. 37-year-old Miles Michaelis shaking in his 6'4", 230-pound boots like a little bitch, right? That's what we expect from this 37-year-old vet.
It's crazy, man.
I don't know about that, but I will cheer you on. I will cheer you on, Justin. Let's roll on. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. The Chicago White Sox 58-101, 25-53 on the road at the Washington Nationals, 65-94, 31-47 at home. Nationals Park in Washington D.C. Yoendris Gomez 3-3. Platinum Paul in the house. What up, Paul? 3-3, 4.92 ERA, 1.39 WHIP, 56 2/3, 53 Ks, 27 walks, and 8 homers. His last start, 7-3 loss at home versus the Padres, 5 1/3, 6 hits, 3 runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, no walks. On the road, he's pitched in 9 games. He started 3, and he's been tagged. They're hitting 283 off him, 14 earned runs in 22 1/3. He has been tagged. And for Gomez, lefties hit him harder than righties. This is not a good lineup for him. We're going to have Bell, the switch, hitting third, but it'll be 5 straight lefties that he will see to open things up. Then we have Cade Cavalli. Cade Cavalli, interesting, a very, very highly thought of pitcher coming up a couple years ago, went through Tommy John. 3-1, 4.23 ERA, 1.43 WHIP. Coming off 5-3 win at the Mets where he didn't allow a run. This start means, I'm not going to say it doesn't mean anything to Yoendris Gomez at all. I don't mean to imply that, but this is an important start for Cade Cavalli. And for Cade, righties have been annihilating him. He's the opposite. He gets lefties out. Righties are hitting 364 with a 938 OPS. So how many righties do we expect to be in the lineup? Midrith, Vargas, Yolks, Caro, Sosa, and Taylor. Not the toughest group. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Shit. Thank you, guys. That's going to be a issue. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Justin. So this isn't the scariest group of righties, but it's hard to get past the 364, 938. What's also hard to get past is that Cavalli has been excellent at home. He's yet to allow a home run at home. We know that he wants to be a huge piece of the starting rotation next year. So this is an important start for Cade Cavalli. And I could easily talk myself into the Washington Nationals here. Occupancy says he wants to bet this game. There's sports scientist Jacob in the house. He's on the Nats. That makes sense. Now, the Nats have a real bullpen issue here. But this is becoming more appealing as we move forward. So 80 Fahrenheit feels like 81, 4.4 miles per hour in, dies down to 2.8 miles per hour. Let's get into the Ballpark Pals expectation here. And it is for Nationals Park plus 12%, very offensive, plus 8% homers, plus 12% doubles and triples, and plus 5% singles. Probably handled better by Cavalli than by Gomez. We have a total at 8.5. It's minus 114 to the over. Opened up minus 120 to the over. So a bit of a surprise that this is moving towards the under. And then let's go to the money line here. I think this will be telling. As much as I said I didn't want movement to play too big of a role, this opened up at minus 125. It's now minus 127. I'm not sure if this makes sense. But the Nats are just 31-47 at home. White Sox 25-53 on the road. Let's get the cash flow up, and hopefully the Nats aren't too public. We have here interleague action, 84% of the tickets and 92% of cash on the Nats. And the books aren't moving the line. That sucks. I would like to join you guys. I can't. Now you could say, well, how many people are betting the White Sox Nationals game? Like, how much money is in this? And that would be fair. That would probably be fair. But 92, 84, and 92? Wine Time Sports, take it away. Nats hosting the White Sox.
Yeah, this will be my first official play I give out, guys. Haven't tweeted anything out yet for this card, but I'm going to move on the under 8.5 at plus 100 right now. I think you said it best. Yeah, I think Cade Cavalli is going to probably go out there and probably have a really good performance. He's coming off a good performance, only went 5 innings, but do expect him to have another good one against a lineup that it's one of the worst in baseball in the Chicago White Sox. I mean, the Washington Nationals, nothing spectacular over there either. I feel like both these teams are just kind of going through the motions at this point in the season. The pitchers, I think, are going to be the ones more motivated out there because they are some young. Cade Cavalli, I mean, 27, but he came in late. I think we talked about this guy earlier on the season, but Gomez, on the other hand, 25 years old. Both these guys want to be pitching the big leagues next year. It's a good way to end your season on a good note, especially going against these two offenses, two of the worst in baseball. I dare that either of these teams put up 4 runs by themselves. I don't think they're going to combine for more than 8 runs. I think this is going to be very low scoring. So my first official play, just played it while you were talking about it. I just have to tweet it out right now. Under 8.5 plus 100. Wish I would have gotten on the 9. There was 9s available at some point this morning at minus 125, but I'll take the 8.5 because I don't see even them getting to 8 runs in this game. I think both pitchers pitch well. We're really going to have to worry about these bullpens from both these ball clubs, especially, I mean, these guys, I can't even imagine how bad these bullpens are at this point in the season. So that's what we're going to have to worry about. But at the same time, these hitters, I don't expect them to score runs in this game. So give me the under 8.5 plus 100 first official play.
I get it. I wish I could be on the Nats and back Cavalli, and the amount of money in this game, it could be an issue. I could be, overvaluing it not moving, but I'm going to have to let this go. There's our guy, Sweaty Butcher. Of course, I was thinking about you when the Cards came back, middled that beautifully. Seahawks money line, Cards plus 10.5. How good did the Cards plus 10.5 and the over 37.5 look there with the Cards driving late? And one more thing, Man Bear Pig, I feel sick for you. Man Bear Pig has Dolphins money line. The Bills are kicking to the Dolphins, and Sealer hits the punter. If that doesn't happen, I mean, it is now. You could say if the Dolphins score, what Josh Allen's not going to answer. That is valid, but still, at that point, I mean, that was a really. I mean, I think he had plus 525, something like that. And then here again, he's got Cardinals money line, and the punter, the kicker doesn't get it into the space, misses it by what, like less than a foot.
It was less than a yard. It was absolutely crazy. I was watching. I was like, did that really just happen here? And they get the ball at their own 40-yard line. You just need a couple plays to get into that field goal range.
These bounces are going to come back for you at some point, Man Bear Pig. So I'm sorry that this.
They for sure will.
It balances. And another thing, what Sweaty Butcher did was professional. Sweaty Butcher, out of my curiosity, how much so you had your Seahawks money line. Did you put then, let's say you did that, if that was a full unit, did you put a full unit on the Cards plus 10.5, or were you slightly under it? Be curious, because it was a professional move, picking it at the 10.5 at that point when you have the money line on the other side. And it's something that I've been talking about. A problem I've been making is that at halftime, around halftime, when I'm right, I sit back and feel good about myself. I don't think, you know what? I think we should middle here now, set us up. You don't need to bet the full unit, but I stop capping. I get fat and happy. I sit back, I pour myself a drink, and I'm like, I was right. I was fucking right. I've got to change that mentality. And you did that spectacularly well, Sweaty Butcher. Full unit on both sides. That was spectacularly well. RPJ 5098 says, how much is a full unit? Again, it's up to you. Everybody's unit size is different. The reason why units were created were so that, somebody with a $50 unit size can put out their records, and someone like TJ, who has a 1.25K unit size, can respect fully and completely what that capper is doing at $50. Remember, we're at different points in our lives. Your unit size has to be indicative of your bankroll, and your bankroll is going to be different at 25, then it's going to be at 30, then it's going to be at 40, and then it's going to be at 50. So, all right, let's roll here and keep rolling. D-Trip says a unit should be 5% of your bankroll. I don't think so, D-Trip. That's too much.
That's way too much. Yeah. I do about a percentage. So
now it depends, D-Trip. Again, if you are low volume, if you are really low volume, I mean, because that 5% would, in my mind, would be your max bet. You make 5 of them a year, kind of a thing. But again, I'm with Sweaty Butcher, 1 to 2%. I think it should be 1%.
Yeah.
But then I'm a higher volume gambler. These are all very important discussions that we will be discussing throughout. Anytime you want to ask a question, if I'm not able to answer it, there's so many cappers in the chat that just believe in our community and want, so if I can't answer it, somebody here in the chat will do it. Now, Nasty Nate says $5 on a bet versus 100 makes me tail differently. There's no doubt about that as well, Nasty Nate. There's no doubt about that as well. And Strategic Investment says he always middles. I need to stop getting fat and happy, feeling fat and happy. It's a mistake I'm making. And it's so crucial. And I know we're not here to wax poetic. We got a lot of work to do, but you got to talk about what you're doing wrong. Don't sit back and feel good about what you're doing right, because there's a lot that we're doing right. But what are we doing wrong? We're trying to evolve it as cappers. So let's bring on our guy. I wasn't sure if he was going to get to join us today. I didn't think he was going to be able to. I know he's been sick. He's been up all hours of the night cutting up our videos. The guy is just working tirelessly, and he's off on a much-needed weekend vacation. But I fear that we've worked him down. We've grinded him down because I think he's feeling like I'm feeling right now. It's fucking horrible. But I love the man. Please welcome the producer of this show and the backbone here at Pub Sports Radio, Mr. Jose Bouquet. Jose, how are you?
Gentlemen, I'm doing all right. I'm looking up my flight right now to let everyone know, if you are on flight 2934, you will be getting sick after riding that flight. You will be having a flu or a cold or whatever I have after that flight. So I apologize in advance.
All right. Okay. Quickly, am I leaving money on the table, not backing the Cubs with motivation to clinch on a Friday night?
That's an excellent question. I personally, what are you going to bet? -1?
Yeah, I would bet the -1, but the Michaelis pitching better last 5 games. I understand that he got absolutely destroyed. And Barry Roselle says wear a mask. That's probably a very thoughtful thing you could do. That you should.
It would be thoughtful. Yes,
you
Barry.
should do that.
Jose, at least carry some hand sanitizer, maybe some like Clorox.
A mask would be a very thoughtful thing for you to do. Thank you, Barry. Thank you. Sports scientist Jacob says leaning Cubs -1 here, and Nutflush On says that he's got a poker chat, religiously going over the hands we lost. We're gonna have a poker chat too in our Discord too, because.
Yeah, and by the way, we were playing blackjack the other day on the Discord. It was pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. So that's also a good time.
I'm a little concerned that Michaelis got absolutely annihilated last time he was at Wrigley Field. He's 37 years old. Is this, he's running out of opportunities like this. I don't mean to romanticize old Stash, but I think that I just do think I'm leaving money on the table. That's what I'm saying.
I would lean Cubs, but I don't like betting -1s.
Why not?
I just don't have a good ROI with them, so.
But now that you don't like doing it, you'll only do it on certain times, like with my first 5 -1/2, because my first 5 -1/2 has a positive ROI for the first year ever, because I've been trying not to bet them. I've been trying so hard not to bet them, so that when I do bet them, it's generally once a week. They're cashing at a much higher rate.
I can tell you, I looked this up the other day, and I've got my bets categorized now, so I can see throughout the year, like, how am I doing on certain bets. And funny enough, I'm 4-2 on run lines this year, up 1.8 units. So if I'm betting them, I guess they're hitting. But yeah, I get if you're betting the Cubs here. I would lean that direction. Kyle Tucker going to be back in the lineup. Do I expect him to do anything? Not really this first game. But maybe I'll give the boys some motivation and some fire here. But yeah, I'd lean that way.
What do you think about Wine Time trying to decide whether he pulls the trigger on the over 9?
It's funny. It's the 9. It feels so different to what the last 3 days have been, because they've all been 7.5s because of the weather. It's interesting seeing on the market here, 71% of the bets and 71% of the bets on the under and 74% of the money on the over. That right there would get me on leaning over originally. But I kind of do like Colin Ray. But the fact that there's all that money on the over makes it feel like the Cubs do indeed get to Michaelis in a way. So a team total over, I wouldn't hate either. But I just didn't have enough confidence to move on anything, And I guess I'm sure I'm not helping you out either.
No, it's fine. No, it's great. It's all helpful. I was very close to moving on Cade Cavalli, and I can't with 92% of the cash on the Nats and the line not moving. I was trying to tell myself that I wouldn't let those things. So I put 4 bets in so I wouldn't be humming on. I just like hemming, and I can't believe I said humming there, but I wouldn't mess it up. Here, I can't do that, man. I just 92% the line's not moving. I mean, something's up. What do you think of this White Sox Nat spot?
Yeah, occupancy asking if I had a free bet. What side would I be on here? I would be on the White Sox, personally. Just Jimmy just mentioning, and you guys know I'm just a market whore. Wherever it goes, I follow. All that money on the Washington Nationals. Line's not moving. It's White Sox or nothing. And I haven't put anything out or bet anything yet. Put anything out, whatever. So I haven't moved anything, and I'd be interested to move on the White Sox here, just because that's insane. Like just 90+% of the money on them, and we haven't moved like a cent almost.
Yeah, it's too bad. How long do we have you for, Jose?
I've got about like an hour. I still have to, unfortunately, take Molly the dog out to my parents' house. So, yeah, let's roll indeed.
Let's roll. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. We have the Minnesota Twins 69-90. And thank you for joining us, Jose, too. Truly. I know you're not feeling well and fighting a good fight to rock with us this morning. I respect it very much. And I expect you to show the dividends, show the rewards. One thing that with Wine Time, when he puts in these 4.5-hour shows, I really care about his ROI, and I see it. It's very strong. Like he gets, but I mean, I don't know if it's still. I mean, the grind is real, and you usually get rewarded for it.
Thinking about having both of your unit sizes, by the way, making me sweat. God, I mean, the Wine Time Friday nights, I can't even imagine what that's like.
Oh God, I'm fuck. If I don't more than imagine, but get there, then I'm a fucking failure.
You should see what it is tomorrow. Is what's mind-boggling. There's just so much action tomorrow. It's crazy.
I love that shit. I love that shit. Let's roll. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Twinkies, Phillies were at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. How about my boy Walker Buehler last night? Hey,
I congratulate you. I hope he makes the postseason roster.
Congratulate him. Congratulate what? Just send all your congratulatories to
the Red Sox are a great organization. He should thank them for letting him go before he can make the playoff roster and all that shit. So you're welcome, Walker Buehler.
This is such a strange pitching matchup for a meaningless baseball game.
Absolutely. I don't know why Aaron Nola's pitching in this series, but I agree.
Well, I guess
they got the bye, huh?
They've got the bye, don't they? They got to get him right. Like, I mean, opening up a minus.
At this point, like, if he's not right, what are you going to do to solve the mystery here?
God, he's such an important guy in the clubhouse, too. It's a tricky situation. Opening up at minus 163, now minus 146. So a big move towards Joe Ryan and the Twins. My concern when you have two vets like this in a meaningless game is that Joe Ryan gets pulled after 3 or 4 innings.
Yeah, because this is his last start on the Minnesota Twins. I'll say that.
Well, no, I think I don't know about that. They would have moved him for pieces already. I think they're picking a couple people to build around. But you may very much be right. I'm not certain about that. This total is an 8. It opened up at 8.5. It dropped a half run. When we get to the weather here, you have 78 Fahrenheit. That's what it feels like. 6.1 left to right, very slightly in. Dies down to 3.5 miles per hour. And when we get to the weather here, it's the ballpark prop plus 9%, plus 24% homers, minus 1% doubles and triples, and even for singles. Yes, Gorky says Doc Holliday not walking through the door. You should have heard the things people were saying to me when I was wearing a Holliday jersey at the racetrack in Vancouver. Like horrible things. Like really? I was drunk enough not to let it bother me, but
God damn.
Yeah, they were like, of the fucking Hall of Famer Doc Holliday about.
I love.
Was it plane crash jokes?
All plane crash jokes. Yeah. I got
you know what?
7 of them.
That's a little funny.
I don't know.
Hand up.
I was drunk in a great mood, and I just, and I cashed the first race. I didn't let anything bother me, but about 7 of them. I took about 7 of them. Here we go. Joe Ryan, 3.47 ERA, 1.04 whip. He's not been pitching very well. His last start, 5 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of which were earned, 4 home runs allowed. And I don't trust either of these guys here. And if Joe Ryan is pitching well, like I've been in this situation as a gambler. Wait, what? He's leaving after 65 pitches? What? He's leaving after the 4th inning? Like I've been in this. He's not going to go deep, I don't think. But then again, I have no control over it. We know that he's been getting righties out all year, 190, 574 against him. He's been amazing. But lefties have been hitting him. So we have dangerous lefties in this lineup. Now, we don't know. Is Schwarber and Harper and Marsh and Kepler and Stott all going to be in the lineup? At least 3 of them are. The bigger question is Schwarber and Harper going to be in the lineup? Lefties hitting 245, 756 against them. Here's a quick trivia question from both of you guys. Don't look it up. Don't let anyone look it up. Quick trivia question. Before this year, the great Buxton, a phenomenal baseball player, what was his highest RBI total in his illustrious career before the season?
I'm gonna guess 84.
Yeah, I was going to say it can't be over 100. So I'll say 75.
And the answer is 58.
Jeez.
Oh my god!
And he hit 28. It might be 56. I can't remember 58 or 56, but he hit 28 home runs one year.
Solo shots.
Can you believe that? I was astonished when I heard that stat. I heard that stat while I was watching the game yesterday. Aaron Nolan, 4-10, 6.46 ERA, 1.45 whip, 88 Ks and 86 and a third. Last start, 5 1/3, 4 earned runs. At home, he's had 8 starts. He's allowed 30 earned runs. He's allowed 10 home runs in 45 innings. And lefties are annihilating him. Now, Larnach, Clemens, Julian, Outman, Brooks Lee's a switch. He'll probably hit from the left-hand side. The Twins are hitting 233, 705 versus righties. Phillies 276, 844, and the Twins bullpen's being the worst in baseball. Phillies bullpen's pitching well. I don't want to be involved here. I don't really want to be involved here. So let's hear from you, Jose Bouquet, Twins, Phillies.
Yeah, it's Twins or nothing here, and I kind of think Joe Ryan has been going through the motions, honestly, here. And I'll say this. I do indeed think this is Joe Ryan's last start on the Minnesota Twins, because I think he'll get dealt to this offseason. And I pray to God it is the Boston Red Stockings. But I'd lean that way. I'm just a little worried about the motivation for Joe to go out here and pitch. I'm worried about him not throwing in enough innings and then giving away to a terrible Twins bullpen. So maybe it'd be like Twins first 5. I haven't looked at the first 5 numbers, but my guess would be 10 cents, minus 140-ish for Aaron Nola.
Yeah.
So I'd stay off here. I'm staying off here at least. No action for me.
Well, let's just find out that difference, even though it's almost impossible for me to invest in this game. The Twins are plus 130, 365, and plus 120. Plus 120 first 5. So, yeah, 10 cents. Wine time, take it away.
Yeah, I actually do think I'm going to move on this game, guys. I want to take the over 8 at minus 120 right now. I think we're going to see 8.5s pop up here very shortly in this game. I don't trust either of these pitchers. I know Joe Ryan. I mean, this guy from an eye test, I understand why Jose wants him to be on the Red Sox. It's the kind of guy you want at the front end of your rotation if you're a playoff type team. I don't know how much we're exactly going to see out of him today, but I don't even know if we'll see 5 innings out of him. And maybe we see 5 innings most out of him. Aaron Nola, I mean, this guy can't get anyone out. I don't even know if this guy's going to be able to make the playoff roster for the Phillies. This guy's trash, man. And I think that the Twins actually probably could get to him a little bit early here in this matchup. We're probably going to see both bullpens come out a little bit earlier than expected as well. And I think there's going to be runs scored here. I haven't moved on it quite yet, guys. I want to move on this over, though. I don't trust either of these pitchers in this matchup. I think that both of them are going to probably go through the motions, and we're going to see a lot of runs here scored. And I think we're probably going to see 8.5s here popping up here pretty shortly. And if I do wait, I think I will have to wait for an 8.5, and I don't want to move it at that point. As of right now, I'm going to stay off. I'm going to kind of keep an eye on this game this next 30 minutes or so and see what happens. But I want the over in this game, over 8 minus 120.
And there is truth to, what Jacob is saying. I mean, yeah, if the Reds sweep the Brewers and the Phillies sweep the Twins. I guess that's not impossible. Priester is what? They're 19-0 and Priester starts?
Yeah,
But
crazy.
that's not impossible. Wine time, you're on the over.
Not quite yet, Jim. I'm
Okay.
going to circle next, or question mark. I have question marks next, so I haven't played it yet. So I might be leaving money on the table here because I feel like it's going to get to an 8.5 in the next hour. So we'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on this one, though.
Redbeard looking at Twins first 5. And sports scientist Jacob says he watched interviews and they will play like they have the chance. And yeah, and I don't think Joe Ryan's going to go deep. So let's just look at the Phillies got me a push yesterday. The line moving towards Twins. I'm just going to stay off here. But I get it. I completely get it. Let's roll on. 7:05 p.m. Eastern. Last time, Trevor Rogers, the best pitcher in the entire league, my friend Trevor Rogers, who I've been sticking up for years, and I haven't made that much money off of him. But I did in that last start. I had him first 3 and first 5, and he was spectacular once again. This guy is an absolute monster. But still, I'm still waiting for it to all be, him pull a mask off and it's somebody else. Like I'm still waiting for the Scooby-Doo ending. I don't. It's hard to believe. 9-2, 1.35 ERA, 0.87 WHIP, 106 2/3, 100 Ks, 26 walks, 3 home runs. He's yet to allow a home run at home. I mean, he's absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. And oh wow, Cheshire Cat says Falcons aren't winning that game. I am just waiting for all the pieces to fall into place.
Did you already hear that Daniels and McLaurin got ruled out?
Is that official?
Is that official?
Yeah, I think it's official. Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, wow.
I saw they both were seen at practice today, but I mean, it is Friday, so I guess that does mean that.
Yeah.
Double check.
Doctors didn't clear Terry line's
going to be at +3. It's +2.5 right now for the.
Damn, Cardinals. You guys, and so shout out to Kyle Kerms. He nailed it. But yeah, I'm gonna be hammering the Falcons. But I really wanted to do that against Jaden Daniels to get a little bit more money. That was a mistake. I should bet that as soon as possible. I should bet that here during the show. It's a perfect buy low spot on the Falcons in the sell Commanders high spot. But again, I get it if you're on the other side and there's but Kyle Kerms nailed it. I thought that Daniels was going to be announced in. I watched a couple of interviews and fuck. Okay,
he was trying to go, but the doctors just didn't clear him.
Well, after watching Mariota, I mean, it takes the pressure off. Mariota looked awesome. I couldn't believe how good he was. First start since 2022.
Crazy.
So on the road here, Rogers hasn't been as spectacular. I mean, it's hard to say that. Has he not? Maybe he has. 11 earned runs in 10 starts. God, he's good. Going up against Will Warren, last start, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, one of which was earned. Solo shot, 4 Ks, 2 walks, 4-2 loss to Thor's. I mean, they just went up against each other. At home, he's been better than he's been on the road. And lefties get to him. Lefties have been an Achilles heel for Will Warren, but I've backed Will Warren. He's been really good to me. And there's a lot of dangerous lefties in this lineup. We went through this. This was the exact same reason why we were on the Orioles first 3 and first 5. The problem now is the Yankees have so much to play for. And the Orioles aren't hitting 205, 634 OPS. I wonder if I can still figure out how to make this happen without backing the Orioles. Right now, we have the Orioles at +131. They opened up at +131. They're at +131. Nothing happening there. From a total standpoint here, we have an 8, -117 to the over. That's exactly where it opened. I'm surprised at that. You would think this would be a much lower number. Maybe the weather has to do with that. 76 Fahrenheit, 3.6 miles per hour to right field. Stays between 3.6 and 3.3. And Ballpark Pal has Yankee Stadium +3%, +26% home runs, -13% doubles and triples, and -2% singles. And when we get to the cash flow for the spot here, we have Sorry, where is it? Here we go. We have 60% of tickets, 58% of cash on Baltimore, 75% of tickets, 70% cash on the under. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Orioles, Yankees.
I want to be on the Orioles here in some kind of way here. I do want to back Trevor Rogers. I just don't know if I could actually pull the trigger on this right here. Well, I mean, this series is huge, and there's no one that hates the Yankees probably more other than the Red Sox than the Baltimore Orioles. I know it firsthand because I have some family that are Baltimore Orioles fans, and when they sweep the Yankees one time in a series, it's like they won a World Series. At least it was a couple years ago before they got good. With that being said here, I think it would make the Orioles season a little bit better if they could actually take the Yankees away from the division winner, hopefully, because, we're on the Blue Jays here to get this to win that division in the East and the AL. So it's going to be interesting because that's going to be the game we talk about after this. I want to be on the Orioles at plus money and Trevor Rogers here. Is it a little bit too good to be true? I don't know, because at the same time, the Yankees are, they're fighting right now, minus 145. I kind of think number is right where it needs to be, but getting plus 130 on the Orioles, kind of a spot I want to be, either that or the under here. The 8, it is a low total. I do think both pitchers are probably going to be able to pitch well. It's going to be a pass for me. I have a lean towards the Orioles at plus 130. Maybe it's a little biased because I want the Yankees to lose this series, but same time, getting some good plus money. One of the best pitchers in baseball right now, and Trevor Rogers, probably would mean a lot to him to get a win here at the Bronx. His last start of the season, he's had a good season. Orioles just 8-9 games under 500 at this point in the season. They started off being one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. They had a really good second half of the season. I think it'll carry over into next year, and we'll be able to back them early on. With that being said, it's Orioles or pass for me, guys. I'm going to pass on it though.
Should this be lower than an 8, or am I getting carried away?
I don't think so.
Minus 117 to be over. It's really 8.5.
Yeah,
be lower than that.
It might get to an 8.5 here, which would be pretty interesting.
It's tough betting unders in Yankee Stadium, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. This time of year, Jose, take it away.
Orioles first 5 money line. Even money for me is official. I've been kind of riding the Rogers train for a while. The only thing I disagree with Wine Time, I look forward to fading him next year and asking him to prove it to me again next year. But I will back him here today for the last time of the season. First 5 money line, even money.
Okay.
Orioles first 5.
And obviously it feels nice that
wow.
price difference is the way it is.
Geez, even money, 32 cents difference between the Orioles full game and the first 5.
It makes sense. Rogers is actually good, probably better than Warren, and the Orioles bullpen
does that just tell us, though, that this bullpen's going to be vulnerable from the Orioles and the Yankees hit them later on in the game? Maybe Orioles first 5 is the play here. I like that move, Jose. I didn't even look at the first 5 number on that and seeing it. The plus a half's minus 140. I'm not going to pay that much juice. I would just probably take the money line at plus 100. I like that look. I might end up doing that instead of the full game, honestly, because I think the books are obviously telling us that Trevor Rogers is going to outpitch Will Warren here. It's just, I guess it's going to be up to the bullpen of the Baltimore Orioles and how badly the Yankees want to win this division if they want to be able to win this ball game.
I've got lots to think about here. I might be leaving money on the table, but I don't know why this total is so high. And I'm going to leave this one alone. Ron Crawford, how fortunate are we that we get the spreadsheet best bets in MLB, Canadian football, college football, and WNBA and NFL? I'm going to copy and paste all of these. Also, I'm going to get this Falcons action in here. I see it moving, and sharp books are moving it fast. And also, instead of the double result, I'm just going to bet the first half and full game alone, just on the money line here instead of the double result. I'm going to bet them, and then it'll leave me open if I want to add a double result or something of that nature. But so in saying that, I am on the Blue Jays -1. And I will come in after Wine Time here talks about it. This means a lot to the Jays. And I know the Rays are Jays killers. But look at the lineup. The Jays have everything on the line with Bieber up there. And And look, Hauser is different on the road than he is at home, even if he switches franchises a couple times every season. So I am on the Jays -1. Jose, set this one up, hand it over to Wine Time, and I'll come in at the end.
Yep, this is the spot where they moved Beaver back for. So you would figure he goes out here and does his damn thing in my head as well. So I agree with Jimmy in the first outset there. 73% of the bets, 86% of the money on Toronto here. Not what anyone wants to hear necessarily, but at least this opened up. And let me refresh here because my other site said it was a pretty big line movement. But where I'm looking at now, BOL, wow. BOL said this opened up at -185. It's now -180. No, that makes sense. I'm on first five. So that makes more sense of why it's so weird. All right, so let me do this again. Full game here. BOL opened up 178. It's now 179. So that's pretty shocking, honestly. I can't believe that it has not moved with all that money on there as well. Adrian Hauser, like you just mentioned, Jimmy, is a road mutant. And not a guy that I typically want to back. The fact that he was traded to the Rays was interesting in their own right, but a road 3.49 ERA compared to a 2.27 or 2.77, I should say, is something that I kind of want to stay away from. His last two road starts with at Chicago and at Chicago twice, White Sox and Cubs. Pitched well in both. Before that, it was his Nationals, 4 innings, 1 earned run. So he could definitely have spots of brilliance. So, I'm a little worried about the Blue Jays here, honestly, with all that money on them and the fact that it hasn't moved. Like I said, I thought one site said this moved to -200 at one point, and that was obviously wrong, especially at BOL. So I'm staying off this game, and again, gun to head, it'd probably be a Ray spot or nothing for me. Wine, what do you think?
Yeah, I just want to circle back to a game really quick before I break this one down because it did make a move to where I wanted to see. I am seeing the over 9 -105 at all my books right now in this Cubs-Cardinals game, guys. I'm going to check and see if I can get a +100 anywhere on this final book right here. If so, I'm going to move on it right now. I'm going to move on it regardless. I just want to see if I can get a +100 here. No, -105 all across the board. Officially, Cardinals Cubs over 9 -105. I think this is probably going to even move another 5 cents towards the over. So I'm just going to move it on at the -105. So we are locked and loaded on that one. As far as this Tampa Bay Rays and Blue Jays game go, guys, the only teams I had futures on this season, I made them on the show 12 months back. We know we got the Blue Jays. We took the Rays to make the playoffs and the Rays to win the East. Threw away 2 tickets. We still got that Blue Jays ticket in hand at the +700. All right, this is a big series here for the Blue Jays, man. At home, the last 3 games against the division rivalry in the Tampa Bay Rays. I mean, the Rays don't ever give up in baseball games, but, I mean, we're seeing Blue Jays -180, -185 right now. You got Shane DeBeaver on the mound here for the Blue Jays against Adrian Hauser. Adrian Hauser was making us some good cash early on in the season. Lately, not so much. I haven't been on the Adrian Hauser train like I was, but he pitched pretty well for us in some of the starts and made us some money this year. So shout out to him. As far as this game goes, guys, I mean, this is must win for the Toronto Blue Jays. They got to get this win. They got to take at least 2 out of 3 here from the Tampa Bay Rays, if not sweep them. It's hard to sweep the Rays. We know that, but if they can take 2 out of 3 here from them, think they could probably get this division. They need all 3 games probably most likely because, I mean, we'll see what happens in this Yankees-Orioles series. This is must-watch baseball right here. On the Apple TV game, all eyes are going to be on the Toronto Blue Jays here at home on a Friday night. I think the Blue Jays are probably – I'm not going to take them. I'm not going to take them on the -1 either. Just haven't really been taking -1s lately these last couple months. And I really don't want to move on a -1.5 at +120. Seeing this total at 7.5, I mean, is this not low? Maybe it's because the Rays really aren't hitting, and maybe they're expecting Adrian Hauser to go out there and give them 5 solid innings. That's all they're really going to probably get out of them. Then they're going to need their bullpen to take over from there, and we'll see what happens. I like the Rays bullpen, Blue Jays bullpen. Jose, do you have the Blue Jays bullpen numbers up by chance?
I do here. The Blue Jays bullpen's being an issue, especially the back end of it with Hoffman. 4.31 ERA last 30 days. Rays bullpen 3.66.
Yeah, I probably trust the Rays bullpen a little bit more here, but I do trust Bieber more here for looking up at a matchup standpoint. I'm not going to end up moving on this game. I guess if I had to lean to this, it would be the under because it is a 7.5. I mean, we don't have too many 7.5s on the board. I think today, no, we do have a 7 actually later on. But seeing it at minus 105 here makes me think that both these pitchers could probably go out there and pitch well. Let me just see what the difference is on the first 5 here really quick. Blue Jay, not much of a difference at all. Minus 180 first 5 and a minus 180 full game. I think that's fair. A total. This is interesting though, guys. I mean, we've got a total of 7.5. First 5 is 4 and it's juice to the over. We might actually see a 4.5 here in this first 5. So that's what's going to take me off this full game under. At the same time, though, maybe these bullpens go out there and pitch well in the final 3-4 innings of this ball game, and maybe we can get in on a live under. That's something I'm going to write down, actually, a live under in this game if there are runs scored early by either team. And probably if the Rays score early in the first inning, maybe move on the Blue Jays live in some sort of fashion, but I think more so the full game under because I trust these bullpens. So, yeah, it's going to be a pass for me after that long. Nothing for me actually in this game, but I will look for a live under in this game, I think.
I wanted to bet this so that I wasn't influenced by the market in these spots where it's all motivation. And I'm with AM. What appealed to me was how expensive it was. So at that point, this should have opened up at minus 160 and moved to minus 180. Everybody would hammer it. But it opened up at minus 180. It's not going to get to minus 200. The Rays are Jays killers, and the Jays aren't playing well right now. So I wanted, again, I had to go over what happened last year and the year before. And historically, my run in September is not the last week of the season or the last few days of a season. So why is that? Why is that? Because am I caring too much about a market that is sort of being left alone at this point? How much action is actually on the Nats White Sox game? I don't know. There's more. I've got to think about this more. And so I decided, looking at what happened last year and the year before during this week, which wasn't bad, it just wasn't good. I thought, you know what? Let's focus on the motivated teams against unmotivated teams, and let's just get the bet in, and not let the market dictate, and then we'll obviously track it and study it. So here I am. I'm on the Jays, Blue Jays minus 1, and it was expensive. I got. Oh, by the way, I just bet I decided to bet the Falcons on the money line first half and full game.
What did you get full game? I'm seeing you can get some minus 130s.
I got minus 135. I could have got minus 131 if I had been liquid, but I just sent it in because I was sending in the first half. So I don't know, middle of a show.
I'll probably move on. I'll probably move on it with you in that game. And you guys know me, I'm a Commanders fan, and we went 2-0 in that game on Sunday. But yeah, this is definitely a Falcons spot here. I don't know if Mariota is gonna be able to repeat what he did last week. I like the motivation he has and all that. I think he's a good backup quarterback, but the fact that he does that 2 weeks in a row and against a team that Falcons, I mean, what was the final score in that last ball game against the worst team in the NFL and the Carolina Panthers? It's definitely a get right spot for the Falcons. I'll end up moving on that after the show. I'll make it official too.
And we have Spooner and Coin talking about Mason Barnett is the starter for, or Barnett, excuse me, is started for the A's. Barnett. What the hell's wrong? Barnett. Okay. Yeah, Falcons now minus 2.5. And Doug White saying all over Falcons. Yeah, Kerms nailed it. And I should have I guess the thing there was, why not just ensure you got a unit on the plus money and then decide once the information comes out, now I'll move on the first half at a bit better number, or thank God I was looking back at seeing it a little different. Irish King on Tampa Bay money line. Irish King, they're certainly Jay killers. Let's roll on. By the way, we got Ron Crawford's plays of the day. It is the Cubs -1 in MLB. A CFL play today, Calgary +5. And I'm going to be right with them on that. I haven't bet it yet, and I'm going to talk it out with Gorky first. Play today in college football for Ron Crawford, TCU +3, and Indiana +4, and the Buccaneers +3.5. And Cheshire, you're right. I've never heard anybody say a bad thing about Barkov, ever. Not anybody. Fan, expert, nobody. The guy's a class act. Let's roll on. 7:10 p.m. Eastern with the Detroit Tigers 86-73, 40-38 on the road. The Boston Red Sox 87-72, 46-32 at home. We're at Fenway Park, Boston, Massachusetts. First off, Jose, are you surprised that Kyle Harrison is pitching a game of this magnitude for his first career start at Fenway?
I'm not really surprised. No, it's the three starters that they have: Giolito, Bayo, and Crochet, and then it's just young guys after that. So I'm not really surprised. No,
Have you seen any interviews about him talking about his first career start at Fenway? Have you seen anything?
I have not. I have not seen him talk. I have not seen him say a single word on the Boston Red Sox, honestly. But I mean, he's had some relief appearances. I'm very interested to see how he does today. I mean, obviously, like you said, it's a big game for both teams too.
It's a monstrous game. It's not a big game. This is bigger than that. Casey Mize, 14-6, 3.91 ERA, 1.28 WHIP. As I've been telling you guys a lot, I've watched Casey Mize closely. I've followed him closely. Ever since that AA no-hitter. I knew what he meant to Detroit, and I told you guys about 2 months ago that he was laboring. I think he is going to step up here today. His last start wasn't that good. 6-2 loss at home versus the Braves. He allowed 3 earned runs over 5 2/3. On the road, he's not been very good. 276 opponent's batting average, allowed 32 earned runs through 13 starts. I want to make sure here, yes, and Spooner. I knew it was calling me. Spooner, not only is he on the Orioles first 5+1/2 and got a great number, -115. That's a hell of a number. He's on the Tigers money line here. And Spooner says, feels like the end of a football game. Red Sox need to win one game. They're playing the field position battle and setting themselves up to win the next game with the important arms fresh.
You know what's fucked up? I have the 87 win total, over 86.5. And they're sitting at, I have 87.5, something like that. I'm like right on the edge of the win total. I think I need one more win. And I'm just begging for this last win to come through for me.
Dougie White says, what a collapse by the Tigers. There's not a period at the end of that. And that was a big win yesterday. And I don't think they collapse anymore. I don't. Now, look, they win yesterday. If Casey Mize wins here today, which is a very realistic possibility. AM says Tigers 40-38 on the road. Last 10, 2-8 at the Red Sox. 46-32 at home. Last 10, 6-4. And the Red Sox are extremely short home favorites. Tigers money line. Steve G says brings up bad memories with Landeskog. Prayers for Barkov. Yeah, absolutely.
Where's Landeskog right now? Is he in Dallas still?
Colorado. He's only played for one team.
I thought he was the guy that the Colorado let walk for nothing, and they fucked him in the end. Who was that guy?
No, Landeskog missed 3 years. He was the captain. Gabe Landeskog was the captain of that hockey team. He held the Stanley Cup over his head and was out for 3 years. 3 years, Gabe Landeskog. They can't ever trade him. Who are you talking about?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to. Rantanen, Luke Murphy saying.
Oh, okay. Landeskog is like heart and soul.
Yeah, I just remember that was like the story of the damn playoffs. But I agree with you guys saying that this is a weird price, and the market's agreeing with you guys as well.
Well, I want to look into this deep because I don't want to sell Harrison short. And I wasn't sure what I was going to do in this game. I want to talk it out. First off, this total's moved 3 cents to the under from 8.5 even money to -103. I think that the weather is must-know information. So let's talk about the weather here in Boston. Sorry, where the hell is it? We have 72 Fahrenheit, 4.7 miles per hour to right field, out to the deepest part of the ballpark. 4.7 to 5.2 there. And then we have daily stadium report giving Fenway plus 19%. Wow. Plus 5% homers, plus 22% doubles and triples, and plus 10% singles. Humid. Wow.
Low ass total.
Wow. That is, I guess, in a playoff type game, that's why it's so juiced to the over. We do see some 9s out there. Then on the money line here, who's going to handle this better? It's a problem is I've been a Harrison fan. I wonder what Nutflush Allen thinks about Kyle on the spot. We have the Tigers at plus 105. They open up at plus 109. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have the 56% of the tickets on Boston, 71% of cash on Detroit, 60% of tickets on the under, and 63% of cash on the over. Wow, I agree. I agree. I don't know what Kyle Harrison's going to give you, but the only thing the Tigers have been doing good over this stretch is hitting lefties. That's it. That's the only thing they've been doing well. Jose Bouquet, have you moved? Are you moving?
I think I kind of have to move on the Detroit Tigers here full game. By the way, good news. I have 86.5, and they're at 87 wins. So thank God.
Great.
Thank God. Okay. So that was nice to see. At least one of my futures will go through the hoop. It's obviously the future that I put like one unit on, and it was minus 110. So it's like $25. Great. When I fucking am battling for all these other futures. But yeah. Detroit Tigers full game will be an official play for me. If I have to keep betting against the Red Sox for them to win, God damn it, I will. But the market is saying that this is a Tiger spot. I'm not a big Casey Mize guy like you are, but like I said, I submit to my market overlords, and the line is creeping towards the Tigers here. So plus 107 for me.
What should the price difference be if the Tigers have an advantage with Casey Mize on the hill?
I'd imagine it's like minus 110 and minus 120 probably Kyle Harrison, but if there is not probably
no difference.
So
double results plus 160.
Ugh. I still can't believe that minus 105 or whatever the fuck it was yesterday for the Yankees. That was crazy. Did the plus money one hit?
Which one was that?
I think was that Seattle, Colorado, I think it was, because they were both like minus 200, 300-ish. I guess. I think they did win both sides. Seattle did, so. Because I had first 5 Rockies. I knew I would know that.
I'm going to move on the Tigers, and I'm not sure to what extent. Brandon Cummings in the house. Great to see you. What the hell is that? I'm going to move on the Tigers, but I'm not sure to what extent. I'm going to move on them, though. I agree with you guys. I'm going to move on them. San Francisco 49ers says Red Sox smash, and Spooner.
That wasn't Nasty Nate that said that? Wow.
No, San Francisco 49ers. Oh, Nasty Nate said it too.
But yeah, Nate, if I've got to keep doing it, I've got to keep doing it. Tigers for me.
And Saturated says 25 days till the NBA. Saturated.
Ew.
Yeah, and now the Discord's popping. Saturated. So now we can talk a lot about all of your plans of attack here. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:10 p.m. Eastern, the New York Mets, 82-77, 33-45 on the road at the Miami Marlins, 77-82, 36-42 at home. We're at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. I'm right with you guys, Cheshire and Nate, on the Patriots this week. I've only got the double result, but I'm interested in another bet. I might not. It depends how bullish I get. We have Brandon Sproat. We cashed the over beautifully in his last start, but the fucking Alvarez got destroyed, and we lost the Nats first 5 plus a half, which looked like a for sure banger. Let's talk about the line history here for Mets Marlins. We have the Mets at minus 132. They opened up minus 127. 5 cents.
By the way, TJ's on the Red Sox, just for everyone's records.
Interesting.
Yeah, shout out to you, TJ.
Wow, no, that's important. Tampa Bay money. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm very interested. TJ, this is going to be, because this is a plan. I have a plan here that I put together, and it's to leave the market alone in these last 3 days. Because I was looking at the results from the last few years, and I think it will benefit me because I certainly would not be on the Blue Jays unless my sole focus was the opening line. So I'm against both of those spots. Not the Red Sox yet. TJ says it's a price for me. Toronto's way too overpriced here. Yeah, absolutely. So, and Tampa Bay would love to play spoiler. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, let's keep an eye. I'm very interested in this. The price being way overpriced was what was appealing, and the decision was that it shouldn't move when it's this big of a price, because it should open up minus 160 and went to minus 180. If it opened up minus 160 and moved to minus 180, everybody and their mama would be on the Jays. Opening it up at minus 180 and not moving it would make a lot of pros that focus on the market say it's not the right price. It's too expensive. So I'm very, very interested to see how it banks out. And that's why I bet it before the study of the market. Well, I looked at the market, obviously, but that's why I bet it, because this is my plan for these 3 days, and we'll see how it banks out. And I really want to be aware of it here. I'm trying something different, and if it works, I'm going to trust it for the last few days of the season each year. But here we go. Sproat, the very highly thought of young pitcher. And going back up to here to Spooner's action, we have Mets money line for Spooner backing Sproat here. Yeah, TJ, it's fun. I wish we could talk about it. I'm very curious. I mean, I invested in it, but I'm also very interested in the results. I'm excited about it. But here we go. We have a total of 8 minus 128 to the over. This opened up minus 115. So we've had 13 cents of movement towards the over. Right now, for these New York Mets, here we go. The Mets must win. They are a game up on the Reds. Now, the Reds have the Brewers, so it's a trickier, more difficult situation. TJ says, I think they price it here because they know they will still take Toronto money, even overpriced. Yeah, but TJ, if this opened up at minus 160 and moved to minus 185, they'd take a lot more money. They'd take a ton more. So it's, I can't wait to see it bang out. Because we know this team, I can't wait. I'm going to be watching very closely. So here we go. We have Sproat. So Sproat's had 3 starts. September 7th, a 3-2 loss at the Reds. That's his only road start. And he looked pretty good. 6 innings, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 7 Ks, 4 walks, and a 3-2 loss. Lefties have been hitting him very hard. Righties are not touching him at all. On September 13th, 3-2 loss at home versus Texas. He was great. 6 innings, 6 hits, no earned runs, 3 Ks, no walks. September 19th, 12-6 win at home versus Nationals. That's when we cashed the first 5 over, but we lost the first 5 plus a half, despite Sproat allowing 4 earned runs in 4 innings. Going up against Sandy Alcantara, 10-12, 5.48 ERA, 1.28 WHIP. Last start, 6 2/3, 3 earned runs, 2 homers, 8 Ks, 2 walks, 9-7 win at the Rockies. It was an impressive start in the thin air, and his splits are pretty good. He deserves better than what he has received this year. The Mets are hitting hard, 274, 830 against righties. Marlins 262, 710. Don't have as much power, nearly as much power. And the Mets bullpen pitching well, better. And the Marlins bullpen has been trash. So this total is moving to the over and a slight move to the New York Mets in a must-win situation. When we get to the cash flow here, 53% of the tickets and 74% of the cash is on the Mets. Very small move. 60% of tickets on the under and 68% cash on the under. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, I couldn't move on this game. Haven't moved on this game, I should say. But I definitely did lean towards the Mets, it being a must-win game, that whole thing. A little surprisingly cheap, honestly, even with Sproat on the bump. I thought they would just put a little more juice on the Mets because of the desperation factor. So I'm going to stay off here, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Marlins hung tough in this game and found a way to win this game. So I'm off.
Yeah, it's tricky to trust Sproat here. What do you think the price difference should be for his 5 full game?
Probably minus 120 Sproat. If that.
Yeah, you nailed it. Exactly that. 15 cents more expensive to back the Marlins first 5 than full game.
That's the Marlins bullpen effect, I guess, right?
No, I think that's the expectation that Sandy Alcantara is going to pitch well here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Like I said, I think especially these last turns, are going to be especially important to these guys. I think the pitchers will be a little more especially the old pitchers. Finishing a season healthy when you come off of TJ, I think is something big as well. So I wouldn't be surprised. But like I said, I expected like minus 150 New York Mets here personally.
So did
Maybe
I.
but I was going to say maybe that's too high. Because that's, again, I'd tack the 15 cents because they're desperate to win this game, playoff race, etc.
Yeah, maybe minus 150 is just slightly too high, but in that range here. Let's take a look at batter versus pitcher against Alcantara. Beatty 0 for 3. Frankie Lindor hitting 300, 820 OPS. Marte hitting 313 with a 1.103 OPS. McNeil hitting 324, 834 OPS. He gets Nemo out. Soto has 2 home runs and 43 at bats, 279, 809 OPS. Well, I'm certainly interested in the Marlins' first 5. I'm certainly interested in Alcantara pitching well here. We have bigger bets coming in on the Mets. The books seemingly not paying too much attention. So Marlins' first 5 could be an addition, but then I'm betting against a motivated squad. A lot to think about. A lot to think about here. TJ says I've been tracking the end of his end of the season action for 10 plus years. Find that most bettors generally overcompensate the motivation factor. One team has to win, the other is dead, but the results don't show. That matters as much as you would think in baseball. Yeah, I don't think it matters much in baseball. I don't consider baseball the team sport that other sports are, but that has influenced my decision making over the last couple of years, and I've let the market kind of push me. So I'm going back to it here. We'll see the results. I don't think it's a team sport, though, really. But I'm excited about tonight. Okay, will Marlins' first 5 be an addition, or Marlins? I mean, how expensive would the first 5 plus a half? I'll have to think about all of these things. Let's roll on here. Next spot on the board, Jose, Rangers, Guardians. Rangers 80 and 79, 32 and 46 on the road. At the Cleveland Guardians, 86 and 73, 43 and 35 at Homer Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's get to the weather here in Cleveland. 70 Fahrenheit, 2.2 miles per hour in, stays around that, goes down to 1, gets back up to 2.5. Not a big deal here. Let's get to the daily stadium report. Expectation here in Cleveland. We have plus 2%, plus 8% homers, plus 9% doubles and triples, and minus 6% singles. I watched the Rangers not care at all yesterday. Not care. Last home game of the year. Couldn't give a fuck. Now they're off to Cleveland. They don't care. Jack Leiter on the hill, coming off 4-3 loss at home versus the Marlins. He's not been very good on the road. He's been decent this season. But I just watched them not care. Righties hit Leiter harder than lefties, which is interesting with this Guardians lineup because let me get over here. Because Ramirez I assume Ramirez will hit from the right-hand side to split up the lefties. And there's so many lefties in this lineup. And Leiter's much better against them. So I'm not entirely sure. It's probably not the best lineup here for him. Slade Ciccone, 7-6, 4.15 ERA, 1.18 whip. Last start, 7 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 8 Ks, 1 walk, and a 6-0 win at the Twins. At home, Ciccone's been good at times and bad at other times. It's kind of tricky, and righties hit him harder than lefties. And this is a full lefty lineup, other than Young. Heimel hit from the right side. Then you got Freeman and Hellman turning the lineup over. The bats you're worried about are left-handed bats, and he's much better against lefties. Rangers versus righties, 240, 689. Guardians versus righties, 236, 697. And Guardians have an enormous bullpen advantage. It's interesting, the conversation I'm having with TJ here is because while we don't have to bet on motivation, we can fade teams that just are going through the motions. And we've been fading the Angels. We've been fading the Angels with impunity. I think that here we're fading the Rangers, and I'm going to keep fading the Rangers. So as we're not focusing on the motivated team, we're focusing on the team that couldn't care less and is playing that way. So this was a simple Guardians -1, and not worry about the first 5. If they need to come back, it's a live bet. We know we have a huge bullpen advantage. Wine time, Rangers, Guardians, take it away.
I'm right there with you. I kind of want to move on the Guardians in this as well. If anything, maybe even a team total under here for the Rangers. I just don't think they're going to have much motivation coming out here to play this baseball game. And the Guardians, I mean, it's just crazy to watch this epic collapse by the Detroit Tigers. 3 games left of the regular season. We know how motivated the Guardians are. We know how badly they want to win and get back to the postseason. And not just get to the postseason, but win their division. It's crazy to see. I'm right there with you. I want to move on to -1 here with the Guardians or a team total under here for the Rangers. I'm just trying to see if I can get a little bit better number on this team total under for the Rangers because I like this full game under as well. I think both pitchers could probably go out there and pitch well, and I just don't think the Rangers bats have much motivation going into this game. And Ciccone could go out there and probably pitch pretty well. So I'm looking around at some numbers right now. Jose, if you want to take it away on this one.
Let me say it's a great addition to this bet. It's a great addition to the bet. I'm going to look into it as well because I want more on some of these spots. Jose, take it away.
Yeah, I'm off this game. I agree with you guys. Guardians probably the look. Shout out to my old friend Jack Leiter. I do expect him to pitch well, so I think it's an under game as well, but no action for me.
I can get a -130 right here on the team total under for the Texas Rangers. Some of them are giving me a -135. I'm even seeing a -140. I'm just gonna take I'm not even going to take the -1 here with the Guardians. I'm just going to expect that the Rangers don't really even put up any runs on the board here in this game. This game means too much to the Guardians, and we know when their bullpen comes in, they're probably going to pitch well too. That's just what they're known for over these last couple of years when it comes down to crunch time in September. The Guardians are motivated. I don't think the Rangers are motivated at all. So give me the team total under 3.5. It is juicy, guys, -130. I don't really like necessarily laying that juice, but I'm going to lay it here. It's an official play for me. That's my third play now. And Jim, I don't know if you made it official, but I did move on the over 9 in that Cubs game. I got the -105.
I did, yeah. I got it lit. I've got it here. So yes, absolutely, you are in. You are in business, my man. You know, another thing that I'm interested about the Rays spot is it's just Yandy Diaz and Brandon Lau. None of these other guys are Jays killers. They're all gone. They're all gone. God, I cannot fucking wait for this. I cannot wait to see how it bangs out. Spooner on the under 8 at -120. If the Rangers don't care, which was clear yesterday, they're not going to put in their best bullpen pieces. They're not going to. I just don't see them caring. Now, maybe Bochy is different. Maybe he's going to be like, look, these guys in the playoff race. I'm going to try my hard. He probably will. He's a class act, and I should maybe. Your under is probably a nice look here, Spooner. But still, I want to just focus on fading. I want Cleveland -1. I'm going to bet the Rangers team total under right now and get it in. So, Jose, why don't you set up Reds, Brewers, hand it to one time, and I'll come in. I'm going to get this in and get this locked in.
Yeah, Reds, Brewers here. A game that I obviously care about because the Reds, 1 game back of the playoffs. Mets 1 game ahead of them, and the Reds have a very difficult opponent in Milwaukee here. And if, pitcher choice, it seems like they care about game 1. We'll see who they throw out here for game 2 and 3. I'm going to look right now. Milwaukee has clinched the division, and I don't think they've officially clinched the number 1 overall seed here.
Yeah, they need to win 1.
Yeah, so it seems like this is going to be the 1 game that the Brewers try and go all out. And we talked about Quinn Priester's record in Brewers games, or their Brewers record when Quinn Priester starts, I should say. It's phenomenal. Market in this matchup here, we've got 50% of the bets going each side, but 80% of the money is on the Cincinnati Reds. Shockingly enough, some big bets on the Reds here. 80% of the bets on the under, 70% of the money on the under in this game. People showing a little bit of a respect to Zach Littell, who's given up the most home runs by a starter this season. So I'll ask Jimmy and company for ballpark pal information. Hopefully the long ball is being knocked down here. But his last start was against the Cubs at home. 2 home runs allowed, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 earned runs against the St. Louis Cardinals at the Cardinals here as well before then. His last start against the Milwaukee Brewers, Zach Littell, has faced him twice on Tampa Bay and Cincinnati. On the 16th of August, he went 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run against them there. So pretty impressive note. Quinn Priester, shout out to him, has been remarkably doing well this year. Against Cincinnati, he has faced them twice this year as well, and his last start was on the 16th as well. 5 1/3, 6 hits, 2 earned runs there, 2 home runs allowed for Quinn Priester. As you guys can probably guess, double check here. The Brewers won that game 6-5. And it was some late heroics as well. It took extra innings to get them there, it seems. So it was a good game last time these two pitchers faced off. I haven't moved on anything yet. Like I said, I would really like if the Reds win this game, and my futures feel like the bets I have on this game already, honestly. So I've got nothing to hear. Wine time. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, I had a lean towards the Cincinnati Reds here in this one. What are they, 1 game back in the playoffs right now, the wild card spot, that last spot right there. This is a must-win game for them if they want to make a postseason run. And for your futures tickets, Jose, for your sake, I hope you get them. I hope it starts right here.
Thank you.
Plus 146 right now. I'm currently seeing on the Reds on the money line. I'm seeing plus 140 somewhere else right now. And at another book, I'm seeing plus 145. So this line isn't really necessarily moving. Jose, I'm sorry. Can you read me off the market for this one more time?
50-50 ticket split, and 80% of the money is on excuse me, actually. Now, did this completely flip, or did I read the wrong one now? It's 78% of the tickets are on Milwaukee, 55% of the money on Milwaukee now. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and this line's not really moving, right?
No, I'm not seeing barely any movement at all here, but maybe I read the wrong thing there earlier, but that seemed like it was completely different than what I just read 2 minutes ago. BOL opened this up at minus 150, got up to minus 160 a few hours later on 6:45, and it's at minus 164 now.
Yeah, I have a lean towards the Reds here. I'm not going to make it this is some nice plus money, though. This would be a good addition to the card at a plus 145 right now on the Cincinnati Reds. I don't know if I could really trust Littell to go out there and pitch well. I mean, you mentioned the long balls has been his problem all season long, even coming over from the Tampa Bay Rays. I do like Zach Littell, but Priester, I mean, this guy's nothing short of spectacular this season. He's been pitching really well. His record shows it. Brewers playing some of the best baseball you'll ever see. I don't know. I would probably only be on the Reds here in this spot at a plus 145. I'm not going to move on this game, though. Not enough.
And yeah, I obviously read the wrong fucking ticket splits there. So shout out to you, Coin. That was crazy. 78% of the bets and 55% of the money on the Brewers there. I was right about the total, though. 80 and 70 on the under there. So very interesting. Jamie, what do you think?
Well, I like seeing JT moving on the Bush over 1.5 bases. So corner of Stacks and JT Boulevard on the Bush, training there. I think that that when a team is 19-0 with a pitcher on the mound, that you just can't fade it. And if you do fade it, you better be getting a really beautiful risk reward. And I don't think it's being given. Littell's not been good on the road this year. And also, we've been fading Taj Bradley because the Rays didn't want him. Well, the Rays didn't want Littell, and neither did the Red Sox. And has he been stepping up here? I mean, I don't know if he has. The Brewers still need one more win, and then they celebrate. Maybe Priester is in the spot for a reason. I mean, it's tricky when you have two teams with motivation. And again, I really, really want to see what these results are because, again, market wouldn't indicate some of these bets that we're making are wise bets, but here
this feels like the other leg of a parlay. I forget what the -1 you were laying earlier was. It might have been Cleveland. A Cleveland-Milwaukee parlay I wouldn't hate today.
TJ says easy Milwaukee -1. They clinched today. I mean, nobody has handled the Milwaukee Brewers better than TJ. And it's funny. I'm the one with the 35-1, 17-1, and I'm jealous of what he's done with the Brewers. I told myself when I was in Vancouver, I was like, well, I guess we should bet the Brewers every day. And then I was like, well, no, I should double down on my future. So I doubled down on the team, not double down on the future, but double down on the team because I didn't have pennant and World Series then. The line's gone from -150 to -164. All the other teams that we're talking about have motivation or whatever. Line's not been going to them. So this is the market saying that there's some concern with the Brewers action. And Priester's 19-0 at home. And Littell has not been very good on the road. He's not been bad, but he's not been very good. And I agree. I think that the Brewers should be bet. I think that Jake Burns leaning the Brewers. TJ says this is like the Dodgers yesterday. To me, the Dodgers was that was the best cap by far, I thought, on the show. But even in that one, TJ, the line wasn't moving towards the Dodgers. That's why, that's the line. What if I was focusing on the market, I would not have been on the Dodgers yesterday. It's just that we realized, look, the Dodgers want to end this thing. And I wonder if not being on the Cubs in 30 minutes is a mistake.
Well, maybe it was the Cubs Brewers parlay. I don't remember. But yeah, I think the Brewers would be a good Lego parlay with you guys.
I just want the Brewers alone. Brewers -1. Brewers finish it off here. Brewers celebrate tonight. Mr. Tomatoes just moved on the Cubs. Says if they win the game today, they get home field, no wild card. Tucker's batting cleanup. Yeah, Martez Denny. I'm on the Guardians. That's the best, probably to me the best spot on the board. And that's why we doubled up on the team total under. I think the Astros is the best spot on the board, but look, the line's not moving. Or at least it wasn't. I thought for sure. This was not available offshore. I sent it in at 365. I thought for sure I was going to beat this line move by 25 cents, and it moved against me. God, the Cubs probably want to finish this right here, but then the Michaelis getting annihilated by the Cubs is uncomfortable, and wanting to do something about that in what could be his last ever start at Wrigley Field. And maybe I'm romanticizing it a little too much. TJ says, yeah, if you want to save the VIG, nothing wrong with Cubs Brewers parlay. And if the Cubs lose, then bet Milwaukee -1. I'm going to, and then again, but TJ, again, it does go back to your first point about the divisional rivalries. And the Cubs have a storied rivalry. And Michaelis allowed 5 home runs in 3 innings against these guys in his only start there this year. And he's 37. This is his last rod. And spreadsheet play today is the Cubs. So shout out to Ronnie Crawford. If you guys are listening to this on stereo or on headphones, you may want to turn it down a second. Give you guys 3 seconds to do it. And TJ says he's not on the Cubs. He couldn't take Littell on the road, whereas he trusts Hauser. No, that's very, very legitimate. All of those comments are extremely legitimate. And I'm going to add Brewers -1, fellas. I'm going to add it after the show. Brewers -1. I think that was 3 seconds. I think that was 3 seconds, man. Okay, let's roll. Next up for us is the best bet on the board. The fact that Jason Alexander got annihilated at home versus the Mariners is a gift to us. It gives us a much better line. The fact that Kyle Hendricks went into the thin air Colorado and was spectacular is a gift to us. These two things give us a much better line on the Astros, who are going to sweep the Angels at Angel Stadium here. Now, as soon as they can't make the wild card, they're probably not, they'll probably lose the next game as soon as that's over. But right now, the Tigers have a tough game at Fenway. And the Tigers know we're in trouble if we don't win, because the Astros are going to sweep the Angels. And so I put 2 units on this. Of course, I only count for 1 with the record keeping, but I put 2, and let's see what's going on with everything, because we'll decide if we want more. Let's go into the weather here in LA. What a bomb that Trout hit. That really upset me. And then Sal Perez hits the 3-run double to cost the under 9.5. You know what happened to me? This has happened to me more than once this year. I have the first 3 under 3. They get the double play to make sure. So I'm going to push this thing, and I turn it off. And then it was reviewed, and it wasn't a double play, and the run score. So I go back and look at the game like, wait a minute, what? And then you realize, oh, fuck. I should have sat there for a few more seconds, because they didn't even say it was going to be reviewed. They're like, oh, double play. Like, I'm doing other things, listening to the game, like, okay, we're in business. And then, of course, they review it. And there were runners on first and third. So, and the guys, it's a run-saving double play, a run-saving. I'm all pumped up, and I lose the first 300. I went 5-4 yesterday, but I was 4-2 going into that last game that I was really confident in, and it really sucked. I only ended up 0.43 units, and I thought we capped the card much better than that. So let's take a look at the weather here and see what Ballpark Pal has. Ballpark Pal has Angel Stadium as even, plus 10% homers, plus 1% doubles and triples, and minus 6% singles. The weather here in LA is 72 Fahrenheit, 6.7 miles per hour to left center, dies down at 4.6 miles per hour. When we get to the line history here, I was, look, this line's moving pretty heavily against me. 13-cent move against me. God, I was just very, very wrong, thinking that this was just the smash and grab of a fucking year. This total's in 9s, minus 116 to the under. Look, I know the Astros have been playing bad. I thought the fact that Jason Alexander got destroyed and Hendricks looks so spectacular was great. Spooner says Hendricks' last career start. Look, Hendricks he's had a great career. But, man, there are no fairy tales in Shawshank, and the Astros need to win this goddamn baseball game. And I'm getting a much better line because Hendricks just shoved. And righties hit him really, really hard. And obviously the line move puts a knot in my back, but what the hell am I supposed to do about it? I feel like we must have skipped Pittsburgh, Atlanta.
We did, yes.
Okay, we'll go back to it. Take it away for me here, Wine Time. Your Angels hosting the Astros in a huge game. Hendricks' last career game. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks for the memories, Kyle. I'll be at the game today with a sign that says that. No, I'm kidding. Shout out to Kyle Hendricks, though, coming back, pitching for his hometown team for his last season, wanting to get that 100 wins. Seems like he probably should have gotten it a couple games before he actually did, but this guy's actually been pitching pretty well this season for the Angels. You look at his numbers from the outside in, they probably don't necessarily indicate it, but you watch this guy, the first couple innings, there's a lot of games where he really got blown up in like the 5th and 6th inning where he pitched well throughout the first part of the lineup. Second or third time around, I mean, you kind of know what's coming from old Kyle, but he's had a good career, and a lot of his family and friends are going to be at this game. There's not going to be a lot of people at this game in general on a Friday night. His family might be half attendance there because he has so much family and friends that are going to be going to this last game. He's already said this is the last career start. I would only be on the Angels here in this spot, and I haven't been on them in quite some time, but it just kind of looking at the line in the market kind of seems like it is an Angels spot. And looking at the first 5, seeing Kyle Hendricks is like 15 cents cheaper right now in the first 5, definitely has me maybe wanting to move on the first 5 because I don't trust a lot of this Angels bullpen. And thing is, I mean, the Angels just strike out at such a high rate. They're tied for the 5th most strikeouts of all time in MLB history for any ball club. 5th worst. Like they have the 5th most strikeouts of all time in baseball in a season. There's still 3 games left. They've been striking out 13 to 15 times a game on a regular basis. Maybe move on Jason. I think it's going to be kind of a higher scoring game too with this total at 9 here on a Friday night. I think kind of both pitchers might be a little bit vulnerable. I'm not going to back this game by any means here. I just don't really want to. If I back the Angels, I'll have to watch it, and I'm way more interested in watching the Arizona State TCU game tonight. Be locked in on that instead. So I want nothing to do with this game. Wish my guy Jimmy the bag luck because I know he's got 2 units on this. Nothing for me in this game. Jose, take it away.
Yes, and by the way, this is probably my last game. I have to depart you guys here, but I'm going to bet the under in this game. I'll buy into the fairy tales. I'll hopefully avoid the sisters, and they cannot rape me today. But let's do it to Kyle Harrison one last time, under 9 in this game at minus 110 for me. Expecting him to pitch well. Expecting Jason Alexander to feel the pressure, pitch well. The Astros batters will be gripping the bats tight because half of those fuckers have never been in a important game now. So I'm on the under officially.
What number?
9 minus 110.
Under 9 and minus 110 for Mr. Bouquet. Jose, safe travels, my friend.
Thank you. Real quick.
Anything else official?
Yes, one more play. Arizona, San Diego Padres under as well. One more fairy tale. Zach Gallen, his last start as an Arizona Diamondback, most likely. I'd be a little surprised if he re-signed there. Kind of figured it out there at the end of his season. I just think that the market in this game is indicating under. There is, let me tell you right now, I lost it. There is 83% of the bets and 91% of the money on the over in this game. Line really has not moved too much. BOL says it opened up at 8. That was yesterday. It was an 8 at 2 a.m. I'm more concerned about the morning numbers here at 7:20 or 7:30, I should say. It was at 7.5. It did get up to minus 114 to the over, but I'm not really too worried about that move. I think both these guys can shove. At least one of these bullpens is very good. So I'm on the under 7.5 here, minus 105.
Under 7.5 at minus 105 here for Jose in Arizona, San Diego. I like that look. I'm very interested in joining you. They're very, very interested. I think it's a really sharp look, Jose. I'm interested. Papa Roach play today is the Red Sox money line. Minus 114. Wanted you to know that, Jose.
God bless you, TJ. Did you see the picture that went along with the Papa Roach pod?
I missed it. I've got to go back through notifications. I missed a lot.
It's vivid. It's vivid. And I'll pull it up for you right now. It really, if you listen to the show, it really encapsulates a lot of little things that I guess. You know, if you put what is Jose Bouquet into an AI machine, you'll probably get something along these lines. So shout out to you, TJ.
Oh, wow.
It's vivid. It's vivid. So shout out to the Papa Roach play of the day. And
do we still have
foreskin, I guess.
Do we still have the Pirates? Because we blew past the Pirates game. Do we still have the graphics?
Yes, you do.
Okay, can you pop that up here for us, and we'll go into that after.
Yes.
Hey, much love, man. Safe travels. Have a great time on your trip, and thank you for all that you do for us, Mr. Bouquet.
Yeah, I'm going to be wrist deep in mutton and grog as there's a Renaissance fair the day of the wedding where we're going to be. So who knows? Maybe I'll hit up the Renaissance fair in the morning. You know, get a turkey leg. Walk around. Who knows? There's a lot of adventurous stuff you can do in North Carolina, apparently. So should be a lot of fun. Good luck to all the cappers out there, and good luck to you, Jimmy, because I'm sure Sunday will be a little stressful for you.
You you left me speechless with
what? Old Renaissance fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't. I'll send you pictures of my mutton and my grog and my tall beers. I'm sure.
Jeez, you know how to fucking party, Jose.
Yeah, that's what they say about me.
Much love, buddy. Safe travels. All right, we roll on. Sorry we missed this game. Helen Mitch Keller. Sweet Helen Mitch Keller. Thank you for getting back here, Wine Time, because there's not a lot of emphasis on the wrong syllable I want to put into this one. These two teams don't care, and it's hard to want to find an angle here. But let's take a look at it and do some due diligence. And I'm sorry that we just blew past it. Let's get into the weather here for this one. In Hotlanta, it is 75 Fahrenheit, feels like 76, 3.3 miles per hour in, and then it blows out. Then it's left to right. So it's windy all over the place, but it's barely moving. Truist Park, plus 5% overall, plus 6% homers, minus 9% doubles and triples, and plus 9% singles. Yes, I agree. Let's keep this one brief. Mitch Keller was pitching better and then, got touched up at home to the Athletics. They've lost his last 4 starts, 5 innings, 4 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 homers, 4 Ks, and 1 walk. And he was highly sought after at the trade deadline. So they wanted to keep him. On the road here, 77 innings, 67 hits, 35 earned runs, 9 home runs allowed, 228 opponents batting average on 14 starts. Lefties all year have hit him much harder than righties. Lefties hitting 272 with a 783 OPS. Shout out to the Skunt Blaster. Marlins money line, Virginia plus 7, parlay plus 305 for the Skunt Blaster. Respect, man. I will copy and paste that. We have Acuna over 1.5 bases for Justin McCelvy as well. Take a look at the lineup that Keller will be facing. We have Profar as a switchy. He'll hit from the left side. Olsen lefty, Baldwin lefty, Harris lefty, Wisely lefty. That is helpful. Certainly helpful. Let's get into the line history and then discuss who Keller is opposing, that being Joey Wentz here, the lefty. And the Braves offense has been, much stronger over the last little while, trying to attack Keller here. The Pirates are just woeful offensively. Wentz has been quite good the last 2 starts, at home against Houston and on the road against the Tigers, 2 teams that needed wins, and he delivered here. Let's get into the line history and see if Wine Time has any interest in this. We have an 8.5. This opened up juice to the over at minus 120. It's now there was a real legit move to the under. This had moved 16 cents to the under by 7:30 a.m., but now we've had to move back to the over. Overall, 6 cents of movement towards the under. And then when we get to the money line here, we'll touch on the cash flow as well, and then hand it over to Wine Time. We have the Braves at minus 155. They opened up minus 140. So 15 cents of movement. I mean, the Pirates don't hit lefties. Can't be much money bet on this game. We have 53% of the tickets on Atlanta and 65% of the cash on the Pirates. 50% of tickets on the over, but 58% cash on the under. One time, take it away. Any interest here?
No interest for me in this game. I would maybe lean towards an over here in this spot because we might be seeing 9s here come across the board here before we get off screen, because it's looking like it is getting a little bit of steam towards the over here. Seeing it at minus 120 right now at the 8.5. Mitch Keller, he was pitching really well at one part in the season. You mentioned a lot of teams actually were interested in him at the trade deadline. At this point, I mean, he's still got some decent numbers. I mean, 6 wins and 15 losses. That's pretty crazy. Joey Wentz, on the other hand, you mentioned his last couple starts have been decent. I think runs could probably be put on the board here. It's just hard for me to trust this Pirates offense or this Braves offense. So it's just going to be a straight pass for me, Jim.
Yeah, I don't want to be involved here. So let's just roll on. Let's roll on to Jose's under here. Interesting one at Petco Park, San Diego, California. Curious to see if we got a marine layer that can be taken advantage of here. 69 Fahrenheit. So we really don't. That's a little too warm. I mean, there might be a slight one, but 5.3 miles per hour to right field. That's pretty warm for a night game in San Diego, which means that there won't be much of a marine layer. But let's see if I'm wrong. The Daily Stadium report, minus 10% Petco, minus 9% homers, minus 8% doubles and triples, and minus 4% singles. So some sort of marine layer. We have Zach Gallen. 13 and 14, 4.70 ERA, 1.24 whip. He's been pitching better. Last start, 7 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 9 Ks, 2 walks, and 4-3 win at home versus the Phillies. On the road, opponents hitting 240 against him. He's just been very average, whether it be on the road or at home. Same with the splits. Yu Darvish coming off 4 2/3, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, no walks, 7-3 win at the White Sox. But at home, he's been much, much better. At home, he's had 7 starts. He's allowed 16 earned runs. He's only allowed 27 hits in 36 innings, once hitting 208 against them. And we know his problem. It's lefties. Lefties have now become a real issue for him. And so we have Luis Arise, Gavin Sheets, Jackson Merrill, Cronenworth, Johnson the switchy will hit from the left hand. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? Sorry. Perdomo and Marte are switchies. So we imagine they'll hit from the left hand side with Corbin Carroll. Then Thomas and McCarthy. It's the fact that they have 3 switch hitters that we expect to hit from the left-hand side against you. Then the Diamondbacks versus Righties, 253, 695 OPS. Padres versus Righties, 259, 718 OPS. And the Diamondbacks bullpen has struggled here. And that would be the concern.
Yeah.
And so maybe you'd want to focus on early, trusting Gallen and Darvish here in a now, another issue is the Diamondbacks are battling
2 games. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just go over the exact situation for the Diamondbacks, because the Padres don't care, but Darvish very much cares. He wants to be a part of the playoffs. He's getting long in the tooth. We have the Diamondbacks 2 games out with 3 games left, so the Mets have to lose them all. It's pretty unlikely. Diamondbacks have lost twice. I mean, let's hear what you have to say. I'm very interested. One time, you see an angle?
Yeah, I like right where Jose was going, and the more you talked about it, maybe earlier in this game, because my ultimate reason why I didn't want to move on this under was the Diamondbacks bullpen. Interesting enough, you guys know I don't give out a lot of first threes, but I'm looking at the first 3 right now and seeing this 2.5 at -120 right now. Kind of looks appealing for the first 3 innings, but at the same time, I mean, it is juicy -120, but should this be more so of a 2 and just be really more juice, Jim? I'm not too sure, because this is a low total with both these guys on the mound, and I don't really necessarily think there's going to be a lot of runs scored in this game in general. Diamondbacks, yeah, it's looking like taking those last 2 losses to the Diamondbacks definitely hurt them. They fought hard till the end of the season. Shout out to them, but it looks like their season's going to be over, especially if they take a loss here. I don't know if I could back Zach Gallen here against Darvish. You mentioned it. Darvish probably wants to be part of at least pitch at some point in the postseason for the Padres. He's getting up there in age. I mean, we're going to be seeing his son play in the big leagues here in a couple of years. So I want to move on this first 3 under. I just don't know.
No, I think that these numbers from these starting pitchers are terrible. So the Padres have the best bullpen in Major League Baseball. They don't care about this game. That's why I think the full game's under 7.5, because even the weaker pieces in the bullpen are still pitching at a high level. No, I mean, look at you have gas can numbers from both of these pitchers, so it's juiced to the under. I think that's probably enough. I mean, now this angle hasn't worked that well for me, but at least we can explain it. I mean, I was on this angle yesterday in the Royals-Angels game, looking back, and I was so pissed off I didn't just take Lorenzen to get the win. The whole cap was around Lorenzen. I could have got a nice juicy number on that, but I don't usually focus on the player prop market. Sports scientist Jacob on Arizona first 5 money line and +0.5. So I like it. The Diamondbacks are going to try, I think. Are they?
I mean, Gallen's going to go out there, and I think we know we're going to get his best effort out there. It's just if the bats are going to be able to back him up. I mean, Petco is you're right. I mean, these are 2 gas can pitchers with a total of 7.5 here, a low total in San Diego. You know what I mean? It makes sense to move on this under. I'm pretty sure, was this ever an 8 at one point? Did this open up at an 8 and it moved to a 7.5, or did it open up at a 7.5?
No, I believe, sorry, let me go back to it. I believe it opened up at an 8. Let me go back.
I thought I saw that as well.
It opened up. Yeah, opened up at an 8, but it was heavily juiced to the under. It opened up at -125 to the under, and then it went to -127 to the under. And so
I've got question marks next to the under 7.5 full game -105, and the first 3 under 2.5 -120. I'm going to hold off for now, but these are 2 spots. I'm going to move on at least one of them. It just depends if I'm going to double up or not.
Yeah, I would prefer not to double up. But I think that the focus should – I mean, you have the Padres bullpen, but the Diamondbacks bullpen is so weak.
Yeah.
But then the Padres don't care. I don't know. The thing that I can't do is I can't decide between the 7.5 and the 3, or sorry, the full game or the first 3. So I bet both. I don't like that. And I know I'm like, oh, just take them both. Like I can hear that.
Yeah.
This is not a double up spot, I don't think. So
yeah, it's going to be up to which one we choose then. Ultimately, I mean, that first 3 under 2.5 does. I mean, that does look pretty damn appealing.
I think so too. Tariq B's on the year fee, expecting a run to be scored. I mean, like LJ from H-Town will be on the over because both starting pitchers have, earned run ERAs over 4. So a lot of people are going to look at these pitchers and think these are gas cans, and we aren't, because this is still an important game for the Diamondbacks, and Yu Darvish is much better at home. TJ says, I'm shocked 93% money on Arizona. I said lead San Diego, but off. Don't know what either team does. Let's go over that cash flow again. Sorry, because I know Jose set it up, but I don't think we did it perfectly. 76% of the tickets on there now, 77 and 94% of the cash on Arizona. That's crazy. We have 84% of the tickets and 89% of cash on the over. I mean, that's perfect. I think this might be a double up spot. 84% of the tickets and 89% of cash on the over. Come on.
Yeah.
And then knowing that people are going to look at these numbers and think these pitches are trash. How is it a 7.5? Let's take advantage of it. Look at this. We have all that money on Arizona, and we've had a 9 cent move towards Arizona. Okay. Yeah, this is perfect. All the cash, all the tickets on the over. I think this might be a double up spot. And look at Danzo. He says 4 runs, first 5. Everybody's going to think that runs are going to be scored here.
Yeah.
So we got to take advantage of that. I think this is a double up now.
Let me refresh. Let me just make sure I can get this minus 120 on the first 3. I want to move on the first 3, I think, for sure right now. Let me just refresh. Yeah, I can get a under 2.5 at minus 120 right now, guys. I'm going to make that an official play. The first 3 under 2.5 minus 120. I got to place it and tweet it out. And I'm going to wait on this full game. I'm going to hold off. Maybe I make it on the show, but I just kind of want to look at a couple things still. And this game doesn't go off for quite some time still. So I don't think it's going to get to a 7.5 at minus 120. And if it does, it probably means to take it even more, like you say. We want it to be expensive if we see it move like that. So if it does move like that, it'll be more of a reason to take it. I'm going to hold off on the full game for now, but I officially going to move on the first 3 under.
TJ says that's fishy. No, it would be fishy if there were pitchers with good numbers on the mound. We just heard everybody's betting the over. I think it's pretty easy to explain. Who is going to look at Gallen and Yu Darvish and their numbers and think, oh, this is a very low scoring first 5? I'm interested right away, WT. Yeah. But I mean, I get that if this was 2 pitchers with, good to decent numbers, then I would say, oh, it's so fishy, it's going over for sure. But here we have horrible numbers. But it's something to think about. I'd be curious to see where it goes. I mean, it's still juiced to the under. People are going to look at a plus spot or a cheaper spot on the over. I think that they bet it. Ron Crawford says 2 pitchers with a FIP over 4.5. JW says get rich, take the fathers. So I think the key for first 3s is to explain it. If you can't explain it, then it's extremely fishy. And I think it's pretty easy to explain here. And then and look at all that money on the over. Everybody betting the over. I mean, that's a crazy amount of 84% of tickets and 90% of cash. 9 of every $10 coming in on the over, and they move it from 8 to 7.5. So
it makes sense to me. I mean, the more we're talking about it, it makes a whole lot of sense to me to move on both. So
Michael Johnson, I'm still working. The only thing I bet was the Canucks not to make the playoffs in June. So I've got lots of. Soon we're almost done. Like, this is the last day of regular season MLB for us, and we're very, very close to turning the page to NHL and NBA. And Jacob's also on the under. So this is okay. Let's move on. I'm very interested, extremely interested. Should the double up be made? Not sure. Let's go on. Let's move on to another spot that I thought, good God, how easy is this? And that is the Seattle Mariners. But the line's not moving. And I would have bet this. I had to bet this because I wouldn't bet it studying it now. How on earth the Dodgers erupt against the Diamondbacks? Now we didn't predict necessarily the eruption, but we were all on them on the -1 line. They erupt, they win the division, they party, and then they have to take a flight all the way up to Seattle and take on a Mariners team that's rolling with nothing to play for. And you could say, well, the Mariners have nothing to play for, and that's fair. But Kirby is pitching to be a part of this playoff roster. And as bad as he's been at times, he's been only allowed 23 earned runs and 11 home starts. Mariners are raking right now. Who's going to be in this Dodgers lineup? Now, Emmett Sheehan is pitching very well, but if you look at Emmett Sheehan's numbers and see the price difference, there was none before on first 5 in full game. That tells me that it doesn't matter what Sheehan does. Also, this total was so low. Now it looks like it's moving to the over, which is surprising because I thought this was. Well, maybe it was plus 100 to the under. Maybe it's actually made it more expensive to the under 7. I'll have to double check that here quickly. But this is the price difference right now is not a cent, which tells me that Kirby's going to pitch really well because Sheehan's been lights out, but he's not being as good on the road than he's been at home. No, Sunday, Kong, Sunday. And Jacob says, I think we bet it now. Dodgers might not play anyone. I've already bet it, but I didn't take the -1. I thought about it. I thought about going for the bigger score. So let's touch on the importance of things and then hand it over to wine time. We're going to be done the MLB card here shortly. 67 Fahrenheit, 5.4 miles per hour at the left. Center dice down to 4.6 miles per hour. And then daily stadium report giving T-Mobile -10%, -7% homers, -14% doubles and triples, -4% singles. I wonder if it is, the Dodgers bullpen's such a problem that I wonder if we should be on the unders here with the way Sheehan's pitching and setting himself up to, have a roster spot. Let's take a look at the line history and then hand it over to wine time. As I said, this line's moved back. So open up -125, now -126. Got up to -135 at 9:55 in the morning, which I liked. Then on the total, here we go from the total standpoint. We have -119 to the over 7 now. Wow, that just moved about 30 minutes ago. So we've had 9 cents of movement towards the over. TJ says, I think they leave Big Dumper in, let him break 62. Hopefully, I agree. They want that. That's always going to be the number.
Yeah,
always will be. Take it away one time. I'm all ears.
Yeah, this is an interesting game, Jim. A game I want absolutely nothing to do with. I'll wish you luck on the sidelines in this one. Typically, whenever I see the Dodgers as an underdog, as the last 3 years, it seems like I'm always on the other side, and it's been successful up until a couple times, I feel like, this season. And they're the dog here for a reason. I do think the Mariners probably get things done. I mean, the Mariners are just playing such good baseball right now, guys. Shout out to the Seattle Mariners. You guys know I don't like that team, but they are playing some good baseball right now when it matters most. They went out and grabbed some guys in the offseason to help build their lineup. Should help them when it comes playoff time. Got the Big Dumper in there. It's going to be a sellout crowd there for that reason specifically, because people want to see if he's going to do it. I don't know if he does it today, but he hasn't until Sunday to do it against LA. I think he'll probably at least get to 62. We'll see if he gets to 63. Is Judge's record 62, Jim?
What is Judge's record?
I think his record's 62. So he would need 63 to break that record because he beat Babe Ruth 60 and then Roger Maris 61. I think he ended up with 62. He might have had 63, but I think it was 62. Nothing for me in this game. It seems like a meaningless baseball game for the Dodgers. So maybe I should take advantage and take the Mariners here in this spot. But I ultimately want nothing to do with this. My action's been filling out quite nicely for today. I like where I am right now, and I'm not going to move on this game.
Yeah, I am.
Do we think Ohtani and Betts and Freeman are going to be in the lineup today? Do we expect
Absolutely
that?
not.
Okay.
I don't know. It's maybe one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, 62 in 2022. 58 in 2024. Yeah, I wonder if I should move on a first 3 under in this one. Because Emmett Sheehan's pitching very well. Kirby's going to roll through these guys. What is the price here for the first 3 under? Because then I can stay away from the Dodgers bullpen, because who knows what's going to happen late in this game. Under 2.5 minus 150, which is what it should be with these two on the mound. So I'm going to build an under 2. So a first 3 under 2, I'm going to add. Okay. Spooner adding Seattle money line. I think this is predictable. Very, very predictable. That the Dodgers celebrated, destroyed, and now are going to sort of no-show. Justin, we're getting into college football after this. So, and we got a bunch of games. So everything should work out perfectly, I believe. Next up for us, 10:05 p.m. Eastern. Oh, God, I got to be changing these. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I was trying to help you out there. Here, I got it, Jim.
Okay, thank you so much. Beautiful. 10:05 p.m. Eastern. We've heard that Barrett is starting. I've not prepped for Barrett. If you could kind of set up Barrett, that would be very helpful here, because I don't have it set up. Royals Athletics. Royals 80 and 79, 37-41 on the road. Athletics 75 and 84, 35 and 43 at home. Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. Let's get into the weather here. In Sacramento, California, 85 Fahrenheit, 6.1 miles per hour to left center, gets up to 6.8, stays between 6.1 and 6.8. TJ says, been great capping with you guys this MLB season. Jimmy Wine, all my guys in the chat, take care this weekend. Man, you were, again, taking your capping to the next level. And we're trying to, ride those coattails and just keep elevating our game as you are, and I feel like it's happening, but you are certainly leading by example. Let's get into the ballpark palette here at Sutter Health Park. Plus 12% runs, plus 27% homers, minus 5% doubles and triples, and plus 4% singles. Going to the X's and O's and the line history, we have the Royals. Well, this total is a 10. It's minus 120 to the over. Opened up right there. It just opened up at 1:03 p.m. because we didn't know that Barnett was pitching. And then from a money line standpoint here, we have minus 112 for Noah Cameron and the Royals. Opened up minus 115. It's a fishy line with teams that don't care. Langoliers over 1.5 bases for Justin McCelvy here. I wonder if, it's Noah Cameron is being so incredible. Why is this number the way it is? It really doesn't make sense. Jacob moved on Royals after the pitching change. Was there a change? I just didn't have anybody.
I had undecided on mine.
Yeah, I didn't have anybody listed. Why would Noah Cameron not be a much bigger favorite here? Unless the Royals don't care. The Athletics are hitting lefties, not that hard, but hitting them. 256, 713. Both bullpens have been excellent. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have nothing because it just opened. Take it away, Wine Time. And if you could touch on Barnett, I didn't have his record up or anything.
Yeah, Mason Barnett. He made his debut this season, guys, out of Kennesaw, Georgia. 24-year-old guy, 6 foot, 220 pounds. He's been 4 starts so far this season. He's been getting lit up so far. He's got 1 win, 1 loss, 16 innings pitched, 15 strikeouts, keep in mind. So we'll see. But he's definitely trying to earn a spot here in September. This is a guy that they drafted, I think, 2 years ago. They got him up to the show in 2025. And I think he's going to want to prove himself at least a little bit here against a team that the Kansas City Royals that, they were in the playoff hunt for this last month or so. But yeah, how much motivation do they really have going into this game, guys? You guys have heard me talk numerous times about the Athletics on when you take them. And this is when you take them, when the line just doesn't make sense, when they're playing a clear-cut better pitcher. I wouldn't even say a clear-cut better team. Record-wise, yeah, but I like everything the Athletics are doing. I like the young guys they have. I think they're still trying to win some ball games. They're just trying to play together going into next season, have some they've had a good September so far. I don't know how well Mason Barnett goes out there and pitches. I just think that probably Noah Cameron's a little bit vulnerable. We're seeing the total here at 10 juice to the over. Right when we see that 10.5, I'll be on the over. As soon as we see that 10.5, I'll be on the over. And I think we will get it. So I probably should move now, but I'm going to hold off. And I'm going to move on the Athletics. I didn't plan on actually moving on this game, but I'm moving on the Athletics at plus 100 right now. You could probably get a plus 103, plus 105 at a couple spots too.
Do you think that you should wait?
I mean, do we think I might think we might see for the total or for the side?
On the side.
Do we think it's going to move? I feel like it might. We're going to see people come in and take the Royals, and they're going to probably make the line even more appealing for the Royals.
That's possible because this is moved, towards the Athletics, which makes no sense.
Yeah, that's why I'm on them. It just makes no sense here, and that's when you take the Athletics, and they're a pretty good ball team. I shouldn't say when it doesn't make sense because they are a good ball team, but when you look at this, Noah Cameron, I mean, look at him. He's had such a good season this year. We're seeing a high total here, which means he's going to be vulnerable. I mean, these first five, what's this total of 5 or 5.5? I think it's a 5.5. There's going to be runs scored. I don't think Barnett's going to go out there and pitch well. Hopefully he can go out there and give him some innings, eat some innings up. But I'm going to move on the Athletics because I don't think we're going to get a better number. Honestly, I think this is probably going to eventually get to minus 105, minus 110 before they start. And I'm getting even money right now. So I'm going to go ahead and move on the Athletics money line full game. I'm going to wait on the over. The over right now is at 10 minus 120. If it gets to the 10.5, you guys might see me move there. But at the same time, the ROI when the total moves up doesn't necessarily it favors the other team, doesn't favor the Athletics from Troy's sample size that he showed me. So maybe I stay away from the total here and just keep it on the Athletics here because this is just the lines that I've been taking the Athletics all season long, and they've been making me good money. So Athletics money line plus 100, that's official. Just made it. I'm going to tweet it out right now with that first 3 under. I'm going to add it to my card and stay tuned. I might move on this full game over, but I'm thinking I'm just going to stay off the total. I'm just going to move on the side.
Yeah, that is fishy. Like I understand why Jacob would run his numbers and see a huge advantage for the Royals. It's a crazy number. All right, let's talk about our last game on the board before we get into college football. 10:15 p.m. Eastern, the Colorado Rockies 43-116, 18-60 on the road at the San Francisco. Oh, let me get this here. Fuck, I can't. I've got it. I'll start setting this up before, and I can't even. If you can see,
you're good. I got it, Jim. My bad.
Thank you. No. Don't worry. Your money. I'll have it. I'll figure it out here and get a closer look at it. Oracle Park in San Francisco, California. Let's get into the weather here. 65 Fahrenheit. Feels like 62. 6.4 miles per hour to left field. Down to 6.3. Up to 6.5. And we have minus 1%, minus 22% homers, minus 2% doubles and triples, and plus 12% singles. Herman Marquez versus young Trevor McDonald. I wonder if, Trevor McDonald had his last start at Dodger Stadium. So this is his first start at home, but he was spectacular at Dodger Stadium. You'd have to think this would be a letdown spot. But, it is his first home start, so it's obviously this means a lot to him as well. 11th round pick in 2019, 24 years old. This year in Sacramento, he wasn't very good. It's not like the top prospects come up at the very end of the season. He did get an opportunity to close a game out last year. In the last year, he went from rookie ball to high A to double A to triple A, and he looked quite good. So maybe it was a little disappointing to see him have 5.31 ERA and a 1.45 whip in Sacramento, but it is the Pacific Coast League. It's a tough place to pitch. I don't know what Trevor McDonald is going to give you here. Two teams that don't care. Let's get into the line history and hand this over to Wine Time. Herman Marquez, another, what is he, there's been a big move, a huge move towards the Giants from minus 200 to minus 232. And then let's get into the total for this one. From a total side of things, we have an 8.5 high for San Francisco. This opened up at 8. It just moved to 8.5. Marquez, 6.49 ERA, 1.70 whip, but he's coming off a really nice performance at home versus the Angels, a shockingly good one. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 69% of the tickets on the Giants and 91% of cash on the Rockies, and it's moved 32 cents towards the Giants. 55% tickets on the over, 85% cash on the over. Wine time, take it away.
Nothing for me in this game. You mentioned it though, high total for the Oracle Park in San Francisco. I mean, 8.5. This seems high. I think that this probably goes over, and the Giants probably take care of business and they go over their team total too. It's kind of crazy. I'm finding all these late action. I'm getting involved in these late night games. I'm gonna go ahead and skip this one, but this definitely looks appealing. And as the day goes on, and maybe if we cash this over in this Cubs game, maybe I add this to the card as an over 8.5 at -105, because to me, it tells me that both these pitchers are probably going to get lit up. And I don't trust the Giants bats by any means, but I'm even looking at their team total because it just looks like they're going to smash these guys and there's going to be a lot of runs scored, and that McDonald probably gets touched up a little bit too. Meaningless game for both teams, but I would probably be on the over here. I'm going to pass for now, but I definitely have this written down, circled with question marks next to it.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just leaving money on the table that we should just fade Marquez. And God, it's pretty ugly. Wine time, my man. Review your MLB action for Friday, September 26th.
Yeah, guys, we've got 5 plays currently going right now, or on the board for me today. One game already was first pitch. That's Cubs Cardinals over 9 -105. It ended up closing at the -105, so we'll see what happens there. We're on the Nats White Sox under 8.5 at +100. Rangers team total under 3.5 -130, a little juicy. And then we're on the Diamondbacks Padres first 3 under 2.5 -120. Still looking to potentially move on that full game under 7.5. And then we moved on the Athletics money line +100 here. And we're also a couple games we're looking over is that over as well. I think I'm going to just end up passing on that in for sure. Rockies Giants over 8.5 -105. That definitely looks appealing. And that's it so far for me. We've got 5 plays going today though, guys. Let's hope for a profitable winning day. I'm excited.
I'm very interested in the results here because Astros -1 at -119. You could basically get that on the money line. So these spots so far this year where the line has moved that heavily against me, my ROI is through the roof. I beat myself up. I think what an ass you are. I beat myself up, and then my ROI, it seems to cash nonstop. Mariners -124, Guardians -1 at -105, and Blue Jays -1 at -127. And you guys know that I doubled up on that Astros bet. So I feel like it's embarrassing, but that hasn't been affecting my ROI. I added the Rangers team total under 3.5 at -127. And then this is the plan for additions that I'll sit with afterwards. I mean, I feel like it's possibly a real leaving money on the table, not backing the Cubs here on a Friday night to clinch. But and then I'm not on the Orioles first 5. I wonder if that's a mistake, The Tigers I'm going to be on. I know that TJ's on the Red Sox, but I think Casey Mize is pitching well here over the last little while. Last start wasn't the best example. I think he steps up in this spot, but I guess when you know that TJ's on the other side, I guess I've got to study it a little more and ensure that I have the conviction. Then the Marlins first 5, it's astonishing to me, but it must be because Sproat is in over his head. But the Marlins first 5, the price difference on Alcantara doesn't really make sense. We doubled up, so Cleveland -1. We doubled. I'm going to add the Brewers -1, and then the unders in that Arizona San Diego game, and then the first 3 under 2 in LA Seattle. And that's my card. That's my card for Friday, September 26th. That is our final regular season breakdown of Major League Baseball. And I love baseball so much, but it is taxing. Oof. Like focus. Now we can just focus on the more violent sports that are, I guess, it's such a complicated sport, baseball, and then the analytics are so deep, and it's I find it extremely difficult. So we get out of baseball with an ROI that's not exactly what I wanted. But man, if I hadn't had that fucking Wednesday, I'd have an ROI around 2.4%, which would be great. But then I got destroyed. Stan, Don, Biz, I'm not sure what you're talking about, the great Satchel Page. We have our Satchel Page, Ferguson Jenkins. And my pops gave me a signed Ferguson Jenkins ball that I have here. But Satchel Page, Bob Gibson, and these are the best pitchers of all time. All right, great stuff. Thank you guys. All of you that rocked with us through MLB, thank you so much. Look at Brandon Cummings. Beautiful work, man. Excellent work. Thank you guys here for all that you did to rock with us. Means a ton, absolute ton. Let's roll. Now, we have an interesting thing happening here with WNBA because Ron Crawford can also join us here if we push that back a bit. So if there's an issue, if we get through these games, these college football games before Justin and Ron are ready, then Gorky and I'll just go into CFL. So that's how we will manage that right now. But let's roll here. Gorky's going to join us for the TCU game a one time, but let's roll into the first spot on the board. So if we're going to start with Friday night college football, and then we're going to roll in, and it's all under the description. We're going to roll into the best bets on Saturday for wine time, and these are the additions. So he's going to talk UCLA, Northwestern, Tennessee, Mississippi State. Again, we talked about with Bobano. So we have Bobano's action to roll in, and Arizona, Iowa State. So those are the additions. But first, we are going to talk Friday night football. Let me just get this over to college football here for the cash flow and get the line history over to college football. And let's roll. And thank you, Wine Time, so much for helping with that. All right, let's roll here. We start with the 8 seed, the number 8 ranked Florida State Seminoles, opening up their ACC account in Charlottesville, Virginia, Scott Stadium, home of the Virginia Cavaliers, 3-1. They opened up their conference account with a victory, 48-20 over Stanford. Last we saw them, we saw Florida State beat up on Kent State. It was a good win for the Cavaliers. They were dominant right from the hop, scored that touchdown immediately, sent the message. They were 16.5-point favorites, and they took care of business by 28. Morris looked very good, 23-31 for 4 touchdown passes. We have a total that's very high, 60. It is a 60. It is, opened up at 59, now 60. So we've gone 1 point move towards the over. On the point spread for this one, we have Florida State minus 6.5. This line hasn't, well, I guess it did move. So when it came out on Sunday afternoon at 6.5, it moved immediately to 7. And when it moved to 7, it wasn't a flat 7. It was already juiced to Florida State. So it got to 7.5 then on Monday, and that 7.5 got juiced to minus 120. So the 7 got up to minus 130, and then it moves to 7.5, and then Virginia money comes in. So I guess the pros were looking for anything over the 7. They got it. They hammered Virginia, and it moved back to Florida State. So now we are right back from where we opened. So if we look here and see, Florida State, a public spot, we'll know, well, Virginia is appealing. They're not, though. Now, I think anything over 60% is public, but 61% for Florida State with 50% of the cash, 75% of tickets on the over, and 84% of cash here on the over, which has moved a little bit. So not a ton of movement here in this game. Take it away for us here. Wine time. Seminoles, Cavaliers, Scott Stadium.
It's a fun game here, guys. I was looking at this game all week, trying to come up with an angle on it. My guy Moose hit me up earlier in the week. He's like, Virginia plus 7.5. Didn't really think about it at the time. Didn't want to move on it. I was still going over some X's and O's, but yeah, this game's gonna be played in Charlottesville, Virginia. I've been to this campus, Virginia, many times. My grandparents used to live out in Charlottesville, right out there next to Thomas Jefferson's estate over there. So shout out to them. know this area pretty well. This is a really old university. It's really cool to see in person. Didn't see their football field or anything like that, but this is very much so a college town. This place is going to be rocking and rolling here in Virginia. 7 p.m. at their home stadium at Scott Stadium. Tony Elliott. So got this program heading in the right direction so far. They've been able to put up a lot of points here. They grabbed, the sixth-year senior Chandler Morris out of the transfer portal. I think he's worked in quite nice with them. He's got a couple receivers in Cam Ross, Jamal Edrin over there as well. They got to get the run game going here in this game, guys, and it's tough. The defensive coordinator, what did old Norvell do this last offseason? He goes out and grabs a couple new coordinators, one of them being Tony White, my guy. Probably will be interviewing for the UCLA job here after this season. He's got this defense heading in the right direction. I mean, he held Alabama to 17 points, and we know Bama's not off to their strongest start, but we know how explosive that offense is and the weapons that they have around. And the fact that he shut that offense down has me impressed. I have a lean in this game, guys. Nothing official for me quite yet because I wish I could have gotten that 7.5. I still could get a 7 at -110 here. I just don't know if I want to move on it quite yet. I do think Florida State is a lot better than what we thought going into this season. Do I think they're going to be there when it's all said and done? Like when it comes to playoff time, we'll see. They still got to prove themselves against the ACC. And it starts right here in a hostile environment on a Friday night. Virginia kind of knows that they need to get this win here. They already started off with a nice win last week here. Would mean a lot for him to get it going in conference play early on in the season and get this fan base more involved early, get them coming out to the home games like this. We know school's in session. We know that the fans are going to be here for this one. 60,000 people for little Charlottesville, Virginia. This place is going to be rocking and rolling out there. I have a lean towards Virginia, and I have a lean towards their team total over. Trying to pull that up here as we speak.
Can you touch on Florida State having Miami on deck at home?
Exactly, and that's another thing too. They have Miami on deck, and we know where College Game Day is going to be for that one. It's going to be for that game. Miami getting a lot of hype over there, and Florida State. Tommy Castellanos, I mean, it seems like he's fit in quite perfectly with the Gus Malzahn offense over here, doing everything the right way. Malzahn's more of a play caller than a head coach. I definitely like him more of an offensive play caller. But yeah, they've got a big game on deck, in-state rivalry with Miami, who is potentially the best, who might be the number one team in the nation when they play them next week, because you guys know how I feel about that Ohio State-Washington game. I think Ohio State doesn't only not cover that game, but probably lose outright against the Huskies.
I did join you. I did join you on Washington.
Love to see it. As far as this game goes, we're seeing a high total here, and I want to move on the Virginia team total, but you guys have heard me say good things about White over there, the defensive coordinator, but their team total at 26.5 -110, it looks really appealing, and I think I might move on that. I'm not going to do it quite yet. This game, I mean, this starts in 4 hours. I'm excited for this one. This is going to be 4 p.m. start time over here, 7 p.m. for the East Coasters, so it's going to be rocking and rolling there at that stadium. I've got a special place for this program in my heart too. At heart, Virginia Tech. You know, one of my uncles went there. My grandpa went to Virginia, so shout out to them. I want to move on the team total here, though. At the same time, though, Florida State. I mean, this is a high-powered offense. They really haven't played too much talent other than Bama, and it really seemed like a Florida State spot in that game. When after looking at that game post game, just seemed like it set up perfectly for Florida State, not so much for Bama. I think Bama's a lot better than how they played in that game. I think Virginia can put up points here, which is why we're seeing a total here at 60.5. This is the highest total by far on tonight's slate. It's one of the highest totals on the board in general for a reason. I think I'm going to move on this over 26.5. Not quite yet, Jim. I'll text you and tweet it out when I do move on it, though.
I think you guys are right with your interest in Virginia. BJ says great situational spot in Virginia.
One thing I will say, Jim, is a lot of people, it doesn't look at it ticket-wise, but like a lot of people on social media are saying Virginia +7. I heard that a lot today. So that does have me a little bit worried, but at the same time, I don't know. It just seems like a Virginia spot at home. Again, the number 9 team's coming to town, or number 8. I mean, when was the last time a number 8 team came in a primetime matchup like this? You know, it's going to be on ESPN. Fans are going to be rocking and rolling for this one. I'm going to do it. Give me Virginia team total over 26.5 -110. I'm going to make it official right now. I don't need to wait because this might even go up. Maybe this total for the game gets to a 61 before opening kick. I just want to double check because it signed me out. Let's see here. Just double check my number. 26.5 -110. Mark me down, Jim. I'm going to place it right now.
You are in business. In business here. Wow. So, and so yeah. Sorry. Questions in the chat asking if Florida State's quarterback is out. Castellanos has been out for a month. When's he coming back? Is he coming back?
Oh yeah, he's ready to go in this one. Oh yeah,
Castellanos is back.
Castellanos has been. I believe he's played in every single game this season.
Why did I think he was gone?
He's played. Yeah, he's played in every game.
Of course. Sorry. Yeah. What am I saying? Sorry. I was just staring at the Alabama game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No. He was there. He went 10 of 13 against Kent State yesterday. I mean, that was just such a ridiculous. Or sorry, last week. God, I don't like doing fucking lack of sleep. Yeah. He started in that game. Didn't do much. They didn't have to do much. It was 35-7. They were just getting whatever they wanted on the ground. It was Castellanos had 2 rushing touchdowns in the first 8 minutes of that game. So, Ron Crawford says, after last year, I can't see Coach Norville taking anything lightly. God, they've turned that team around so quickly. Yeah, I think the as much as that you see cappers talking about Virginia, the public has got to be moving on Florida State throughout like the rest of the night. Like 61% of the tickets. So you have 39% of the tickets on Virginia and 50% of the cash. I like it. I like it. Wager Detective Castellanos is okay. Sorry, points per game. 5 overs, 10 unders. Okay, I'm interested. And so, what's keeping you off of Virginia right now? You think that you trust their offense, you don't trust their defense against Florida State?
That's the tough part. I do want to move on Virginia. If I already moved on the team total, I might just move on Virginia as well, because I do think Virginia might honestly shock a lot of people in this game. I think they could potentially win this game outright. So let me see what the best number I can get right now. I believe it's a 7 right now. +7. Yeah, +7. I'm even seeing -120s on this +7. So we're going to see 6.5 here very shortly.
It's 6.5 at all the sharp books.
Oh, wow. Let me just let me look on this other book really quick. If I can get a -110, I'll move on. I'll still move on at the -120. I just want to shop around really quick. Let's see. Virginia. Yeah, -120 everywhere. Give me Virginia +7, -120, Jim. We're going to double down on this game. I think Virginia stays within this game, could even win this game outright and shock a lot of people.
I'm interested. I'm interested in joining. Let's move on to Horned Frogs Sun Devils. A lot of talk about it in the chat. And this game was broken down on Tuesday on the Peter Loshak show by our next guest, who wants to talk more about the spot because he's hammering it. So without further ado, please welcome the Goracle to the show. Gorky, what's good, man? Oh, shit. Let me see if I can fix this. There. Oh, God. Okay.
Let's go side by side.
There we go. Gorky, how are you, my man?
I'm good. I'm ready to cap and cash and all of it, man. I got like 2 spots on, or 2 tickets on the next game, and then 3 spots in CFL.
Well, let's get right to work here. I believe, let me see if this
God help us all, Jim.
I love it. TCU Horned Frogs, Arizona State Sun Devils. You did a great breakdown here on Tuesday. So we'll start with you and then have Wine Time hearing your plan and hear what Wine Time wants to do here. Arizona State coming off beating Baylor at Baylor 27-24. It was impressive. TCU beating SMU at home. They've looked in control of every situation they have been in thus far. But this is a test, and we have cappers on either side here in our chat. Let's get into this line. This line is right where it opened, but it hasn't always been that way. When it came out at +3 for TCU, it immediately went to 2.5. It took about 40 minutes, so not immediate, but pretty fast to the 2.5. And then it sat there at the 2.5 for 48 hours. Gets back to the 3, and that doesn't last. 2.5. Now it's a 3 again. It feels like whenever it gets to 3, TCU gets hammered. Whenever it's at 2.5, Arizona State gets hammered. But we're right from where we started. From a total standpoint here, we have a Sorry, here we go. We have a 54.5. Open up at 56.5, drop down to 54.5. So we've gone 2 points towards the under. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 83% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on TCU. That is a lot of money on TCU. Wow. 79% tickets and 88% cash on the over. Where everybody is betting, the market is showing no concern whatsoever. They're bringing the total down. They're letting you get the 3 on TCU. This is fascinating. Here we go. Gorky, Horned Frogs, Sun Devils, Mountain America Stadium, Tempe, Arizona.
Man, people have heard my breakdown already. I want to hear Wine Time first. Go ahead, buddy.
Sure.
Yes, sir. You guys know me. I'm an ASU advocate, not just that. I'm a Kenny Dillingham advocate. I think this guy is, it was the reason all the things that he's accomplished so far in his career. I mean, you think about it, stopped playing high school football, junior in high school. The coach who's now his special teams coordinator was his head coach in high school. Said, you want to coach? Not play this next year because you got a broken leg. Start coaching. Starts coaching from the bottom up. Starts coaching around the high school ranks in Arizona, Tempe, where him and his wife are both from. I believe his wife went to Arizona State. I can't remember if Kenny went to ASU or not.
Kenny did.
Yeah. So he's alumni. There's a reason why this program bought him in coming over from Oregon. What was he, 1 or 2 years there under Dan Lanning? He's been around, not just him, he's been around so many good coaches around college football. You can really tell, and he really levels with the kids and kind of can understand them a little bit more. And they take this guy seriously. And it's kind of hard to take him seriously sometimes when you hear him in the press conference because he's out, he's tweaking sometimes. I'm like, does this guy ever sleep? You know what I mean? He probably sleeps like 2 hours a night. But shout out to him. TCU, on the other hand, this team's rocking and rolling offensively. Josh Hoover is one of the best quarterbacks in the nation right now. He's playing like it. Who's better, Josh Hoover or Sam Levitt? It's close. I'm going to say Josh Hoover, though, by a little bit. Who's got the best receiver on the team, on the field in this game? I'm going to tell you Arizona State and Jordan Tyson. I'm going to say he's better than Eric McAllister. I know McAllister absolutely shredded that SMU defense.
That's kind of nuts.
I mean, if you watch, sorry, Gork, but if you watch back the tape, those SMU defensive backs, they were just, Eric McAllister was just going right behind him, running right past him every single time. ASU defense, the secondary is a lot better than the SMU defense. I don't even think it's close in that category. Talk about ASU not really scoring a lot of points against a Baylor defense that hasn't really been playing super well this season. But at the same time, Arizona State, they've just burned the clock in that last game against Baylor. They're running the ball, having Sam Levitt get the ball to his playmakers in open space and see what they do with it. It worked out pretty well for them. They took a lot of time off the clock. Their defense didn't have to be on the field for too long. They burned out that defense, which is exactly what I think they'll do here. SMU is run and gun. They're seeing how fast they can get up and down that field. Arizona State has done that at times, but I think they're really going to emphasize running the ball here. And with Sam Levitt running the ball as well, we know he can throw the ball, but we know how good of an athlete he is as well. He's a better athlete than Josh Hoover, especially with the ball in his hands when he takes off and runs with it. So I'm on Arizona State. I got the money line, -130 on Monday. Very reasonable price. It's up to a -155 now. Would I endorse the money line? Absolutely not. I'd probably say take the -3, but at the same time, this game's going to be very close. I was telling Dabby Cab, I was like, I could see TCU winning this ball game, but it's all said and done. Who's got the better head coach here? I'm going to say Kenny Dillingham. Who's got the home field advantage here? ASU, and this place is going to be rocking and rolling in Tempe on a Friday night. So give me Arizona State on the money line. Gorky, what do you got to say about my breakdown?
Bro, I think you got everything right, except for I feel like McAllister is a dog, and he's gonna have to prove that on the field tonight in a very, very hostile environment. Those kids are gonna get hammered, like those kids in the stands are gonna get hammered and cheer for Kenny. They love that man. They look at him like the coaching Jesus. So, this is going to be a hell of a game, but I think the pace that Hoover puts on this offense and works at is going to be the deciding factor in TCU's favor. I got them at +105 on the money line and +125 for a team total over 28.5 points. So I'm rolling with TCU all the way. And whatever happens, happens. However, those are the reasons. I also don't see Baylor as a good ramp up for Arizona State going into this game, whereas TCU, I believe, had the harder opponent to get through. Baylor's defense gives zero resistance. I've decided this.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Gorky. I will say about SMU too. I mean, they probably should have covered that game. They had the ball with 3 minutes left, down 2 scores. We had the +7. I thought they were going to get the easy garbage time touchdown. Jennings was hurt going into that game. He didn't look himself. He wasn't running with the football. Sam Levitt, I mean, this guy he's not as explosive with the ball in his hand, but he's a gamer. He's going to go out there and probably put his shoulder down at some of these linebackers and safeties and make them feel him, because this guy is good. He's a good athlete still when he's running with the ball. It's ultimately, for me, I just think ASU is going to slow this game down similar to what they did in Baylor and try to keep Hoover off the field as much as they can, because you mentioned, I mean, when he's on the field, they're going to score. You know what I mean? So you got to keep him off the field, maybe throw him off his game when he's sitting on the sideline for more than 10 minutes at a time when ASU is just draining this clock. They're going to have to drain the clock. It's difficult to do that, but I like ASU. But laying the 3, it is tough. I don't know if I would lay the 3, but the money line, when I got it -130, I thought was good.
They better call in Razor with his tick, for needing to drain the clock, because I don't think it's going to work out for them. But they are at home here, so everyone has a chance, of course, when you're playing in front of a raucous crowd and they're on your side. It's always a good thing. Good luck. May the best man win.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go, Wine.
Let's go.
Let me ask you this one time. What happened when Arizona State went to Mississippi State and they went down 17-0 and got a field goal right before it ended? I know that they tried, they took a 2017 lead in the 4th and then let a 58-yard touch. I mean,
yeah.
What happened? What did Mississippi State do defensively to Arizona State, and is TCU capable of doing the same sorts of things?
I think so. I think the difference is, though, you guys will hear me emphasize a lot in college football home field advantage, and the Bell Cows are going that day in Mississippi State, and they're 4-0 right now, and we're going to talk about that game in a little bit. I think Mississippi State's a lot better than what everyone thought they were coming into this season. I think they're a good ball team. I mean, we know their head coach, what he likes to do, and that's put points on the board. Yeah, it worried me, though, because ASU just they kind of came out sluggish their first couple games, and Kenny said in the post-game press conferences, he's like, I'm getting out-coached out there. When you're hearing him say he's getting out-coached, it's kind of crazy to hear. I think that they're going to be ready to go in this one, but what went wrong in that one, I don't really think they could have established the run game early on because they went down earlier, so they started throwing later on. But, yeah, they couldn't close. They couldn't capitalize. I didn't bet that game. I don't really remember exactly what happened on that play in the 4th quarter. I can't think about it at the top of my head, but
58-yard touchdown with 30 seconds left. But
yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, and that line was fishy. I feel like, what was that line? What did that close at, Jim?
That line closed. It blew through the 6. Yeah, Mississippi State opened at +6.5, closed to +5.5.
Yeah, it just seemed like that's why I wasn't on that game. I wanted to be on Mississippi State, but they had to prove something to me, and they proved something to me. I can't wait to talk about that in the Tennessee game coming up.
Guys, also TCU is a program that's been to the college football national championship game under this regime, under this coach. Kenny Dillingham did take his guys to the playoffs, but really, did they? They lost first round. They, in my opinion, that could have gone either way. Anyways, it is what it is, but I think TCU is in a prime spot here to get a big win and to go to the top of the Big 12, in my opinion. I think they can go really, really far.
I feel like I'm not having a good college football season, and now that the family's going to be gone, as soon as I get the NFL pop-up records, I don't have to cap for tomorrow. Get my college football action out, and I will catch up on the college football records for everybody. I mean, mine's caught up, but I don't know how I cannot bet Arizona State in this situation. I mean, it just seems like everybody betting TCU and the books are showing so little concern. And JW saying this is a matchup nightmare for TCU. Arizona State doesn't send more than 4, and TCU has no run game. Forks up. And BJ's right. He said Arizona State is our wheelhouse. It is. I'm going to have to bet Arizona State with the squad here, but
good luck.
And Coin saying TCU money line went from plus 105 to plus 140. Says tons. Okay, it's fun.
I was the first guy on that plus 105. I really was. I was waiting for it.
Well, we are in business. That is TCU, Arizona State. And Gorky, you'll be right back because we're going to go into CFL as soon as I'm done with wine time. So be ready to be back in action with us here shortly, my man. And then we have Ron Crawford joining Justin McKelvey for WNBA. So this all work out beautifully. Again, Gorky has made his move. TCU money line, team total over 28.5, and wine time on Arizona State. And what did you get on Arizona State wine time?
Money line minus 130.
On the money line.
And those are two separate plays just for you, Jimmy, and for okay.
Beautiful. All right, Gorky, I'll see you in a second, my man, for Canadian football, and I can't wait for it.
Good luck, Gorky.
I need to bounce back badly, Gorky. We better be ready to deliver, my man.
Yeah.
All right, let's roll on to the next spot on the board here for wine time. Friday night action, Houston Cougars, Oregon State Beavers. We're in Corvallis, Oregon. I thought Oregon State, they covered by a hook, but I thought they played pretty well against Oregon. I mean, you could say Oregon was looking past at Penn State, and that would have been a very, very legitimate thing to say about Oregon getting off to a slow start against the Beavers. And now the Cougars come to town. So let's set up the line history. It's a beautiful night in Corvallis, so there's no weather concerns. There's a little bit of wind to start the game, but it goes away pretty quickly. We have the here, look into the line history. Sorry.
This market was tricky, Jim. I'm curious to see where you're going to tell me where this opened up and where it went, because this was, from what I was looking at on some websites and looking at my website, there's like 3 or 4 points difference in the lines on some of these, on this game and the pick game especially. But continue, break this one down, my guy. I got to hear this.
Well, a lot of sharp cappers were heavily fading Colorado. And I know Kong was hammering against Colorado, and Houston took care of business. 36-20. Made things look really easy. Really, I mean, it was Colorado a challenge. They really haven't been challenged. It's hard to imagine that they get challenged here. You also have Oregon State coming off a rivalry game where they just didn't want to embarrass themselves, and they didn't. No one gets fired after that. They don't, like, they were in that game enough. 30. They lose by 34, and they were 34.5 point dogs. Houston has a bye. So you have Oregon State off a very tough rivalry game on the road, back-to-back road games, and then coming home to face a Cougars team that's coming off of a bye week. It's a really bad situation for Oregon State. This total is a 48. It is a 48. This opened up at 48.5. It dropped down to 47. Came back up to 48. And when we get to the point spread here, and sorry about my coughing, we have a 13.5. Houston opened up minus 11.5, and it moved in their favor immediately.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is when it got up to 13, it came right back to 11.5 again. So it was yo-yoing all over the place. Now we're at 13.5, still under the 2 touchdown spot. And when we get to the cash flow, 84% of the tickets and 83% of tickets and 78% of cash on Houston. 52% of the tickets and 61% of cash on the under. If I was to sit here and say that, obviously Houston is going to be a public spot here, we could fade the public. They do have Texas Tech on deck. They're hosting Texas Tech. And that is an enormously important game. So are they looking past Oregon State off of a bye week. It is a tricky cap. Wine Time Sports, take it away.
Yeah, this is a tricky cap, guys. I mean, look at Oregon State's schedule. I mean, they face off against Cal, who just lost this last week in their first game of the season pretty badly, may I add. Lose to Fresno State, a team that we thought was going to be really bad. They end up being not so bad. Then they go on the road to one of the most hostile environments, Lubbock, Texas. They get their doors blown off them. Then what happens? Oregon, they go to Oregon, rivalry game. The first quarter was pretty close. They're moving the ball decently well. Malik Murphy coming over from Duke, man. This was, I wonder how much money they had to pay him to come over to Oregon State to do this, because he was over at Duke making millions of dollars from what I heard. I really wonder if Oregon State was able to if they just open up that NIL paycheck for this kid, because they didn't really do anything outside of that in the transfer portal. They returned the running back Hankerson, who's been there for forever. They've got a couple decent wide receivers over there as well, guys like David Wells, guys like Trent Walker, Taz Reddicks. These guys are decent, you know what I mean? The thing what's coming down to for me, guys, is Corvallis. Corvallis, Oregon. This place holds about 35,000. It's strong. You guys heard Cam Ward talk about when he played at Florida last year. He said that Oregon State was a more hostile environment than the Florida Gators environment. I don't know if that was shade or what, but that will tell you something. This place gets rocking and rolling. At an 0-4 record, I find it hard to believe that it's going to be rock and rolling, but they're going to find a way, because there's not a lot to do out there in Corvallis. It's a small college town. The entire university is going to be there. All the locals from around the area love this school. They'll support this team no matter what. Oregon State has taken a huge step back ever since they lost their head coach, Jonathan Smith. I do believe they have enough to compete in this game, though, at home in Corvallis. Houston is a team that I think is a sleeper over there in the Big 12. I don't think they're necessarily going to compete for a Big 12 title, but I do think they're going to make some noise over there. I like a lot of the moves that they have. I like Connor Wigman. I mean, if you guys watch Connor Wigman play, he fits in perfectly with this Willie Fretz offense, man. He fits in quite perfectly. He's good when he runs with the ball as well. I like this Houston team. I think Houston probably wins this game, but you mentioned they've got Texas Tech on deck in Houston. That's the biggest game of the year so far. Take care of business here. I don't really necessarily think they're going to cover the spread. I'm going to make it official, guys. I'm going to be on Oregon State plus the 13.5 minus 110. This line looked like it was 10.5, 11.5 all week. It's moved to a 13.5. I've seen it at different websites at different numbers at different times. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm just going to trust that a 13.5 points in my back pocket with this team at home. They're going to show some kind of heart. It's homecoming night for them, which means it's going to be a sellout crowd. Like I said, it's only 35,000, but you're going to hear every single one of these fans the way the stadium is designed. It's kind of like Washington State and Pullman. So shout out to them. But give me Oregon State plus 13.5 minus 110. I think they can stay within double digits in this game. Houston's going to have to prove to me that they're going to blow the doors off these guys. We saw Tech do it. We saw Oregon do it. I don't think Houston's on the same level as them. And we saw Oregon State be at least competitive. And maybe they, through 4 games at this point, they have a little more cohesiveness together with the new quarterback, with the wide receivers. Get Hankerson involved in the backfield. Try to burn as much clock as you can, because this is a low total for a reason. Lowest total on the board between the 3 games. I think this game is going to go under 2. Not going to move on it, but I think this is going to be a slow type of game, slow paced. And if Oregon State wants to have a chance to win this game, they're going to have to run the ball efficiently and burn some clock out there. So be on the lookout for that. It's a late night game, guys, 7 p.m. over here on the West Coast. I'm excited for this one. Give me Oregon State plus 13.5 minus 110. We moved on every single game on the board today.
I love that. I love that you have, and that you're making moves on these standalone games. And I certainly don't think you're reaching it all. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the hell Oregon State is. Against Fresno State, they opened up as 2.5-point favorites, closed as 1.5-point favorites. And they outgained Fresno State 528 to 318. 210 more yards. They only had 1 more turnover. So what the hell went wrong? Yeah, special teams hurt them. They allowed the interception return with 4 seconds left. That drastically changes, I guess, the view of the game. So if you take away because they kicked it. Oregon State was up 27-26 with 1:19 left. So I guess I had to see that. I guess they were in control there. Lynch hits a field goal, 43-yard field goal, 29 seconds left, gives Fresno State the 2-point lead. And then Oregon State tries to, and they were in this, the 45-yard interception return.
Yeah.
For a touchdown, 4 seconds left. It changes things. So that was their second home loss. Their first one was against Cal to start out the year, 34-15. In this one, they opened up as 1.5-point favorites and became 2.5-point favorites. The yards gained were about the same. So again, you have to ask yourself, what the hell went wrong? Why are you getting annihilated here? They had 2 turnovers and Cal had no turnovers. I guess it changes my outlook now a little bit. So let me ask you this. If Colorado was the one coming to Oregon State, would they be Colorado would be -7.5?
I'd say -7.5. That seems reasonable. Yeah. Maybe 6.5.
And what would your bet be?
Oregon State.
In Corvallis.
In Corvallis, yes, absolutely.
So I guess what we're saying is you outgained Fresno State by 200 yards. That maybe these numbers aren't as bad as we make them out to be. So then my only concern then is, are they beaten up? Texas Tech and Oregon in back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, it's tough, and 2 tough travel spots. I mean, those are 2 tough places to play, which makes me think, I mean, they've been in these rough environments against better teams than Houston, and yet they have them here on their homecoming night at home in Corvallis. This is probably going to be the most people to have in attendance at a game this year. So I just think the fans are going to be behind them today. I don't think a lot of points will be scored in general. So I think if we're getting 13.5, I could see this being like a 20-10 type game, 20-13, very low scoring. I think Oregon State, if they can move the ball, running it and burn some clock, I think that's exactly what they have to do. I don't really think, because Connor Wigman, when he wants to take off and run with it, he's hard to take down. He's a tough kid out there. He can move out there for sure. So it's going to be tough to bring him down too. But at the same time, I think Houston wins this game. Absolutely. I just think it is a look ahead spot against Tech next week in Houston, a game that they need. And this is a game, if Oregon State is going to get a win here in these first couple weeks, starts here. They're going to give their best effort here. I think being 0-4, if they have at least a little bit of dignity for their university, you know what I mean? A lot of these guys aren't transfer guys. If you look at their depth chart, I think they have very minimal transfers. It's a lot of guys that have been there these last couple of years, guys that were even left over from John O. Smith that were younger guys that stayed there, hoping that they can get a starting job, since it's a Pac-12 conference, not the Big Ten conference, less competitive. So yeah, I just like Oregon State and Corvallis here.
Yeah. I would like to see a sign from the books. I'd like to see, I'd like to see you get CLV. If I see you as CLV, even if it's just a half point, I may join you. Great cap. Let's move on to Saturday action here. Wine time, my man. And when I sent the schedule to Jose, he asked if I had picked UCLA Northwestern. This is an ugly game, but we don't care about ugly games. We don't care about what game do you want to talk about. Oh, let me see if I think I'm going to hope. Tell me this is right. Yes. We don't care about ugly games. We just want to make money. So I'm excited about this spot. If you are excited about Martin Stadium in Evanston, Illinois, the Northwest Wildcats hosting the UCLA Bruins here. And I can't imagine a worse start to the year. There's so much anger around UCLA, as if they alone killed the pack, and but there's so much anger. And then when you see UCLA playing in front of 15,000 people, it's sad. It's sad, and people are being fired, and they're an absolute mess. We have Northwestern having played 2 straight home games. They played tough against Oregon, losing 34-14, and then have a bye week. So they covered against Oregon. So did Oregon State, covering against Oregon. And now they have this bye week to prepare for UCLA that's in shambles. the 35 and UCLA coming off a bye week as well. The 35-10 loss to New Mexico was as egregious a result as I've seen. 15.5-point dogs, and you lose by 25. You lose 21-0 in the fourth quarter. Absolutely horrific. And there's Jose. He says UCLA as a 6-point dog here feels crazy. Kong's Clip says, my only question is, do they get the coaching change bump? If you believe so, you take UCLA. If not, stay off the game. Robert Franklin on the under 45.5. Steve G says UCLA is a dumpster fire. Come on. So is the city. Come on. We love LA, man. But
what city are you from, Steve G?
You're welcome. You're welcome to have whatever thoughts you want. But man, I fucking love LA. My pops lives there, and I love it. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have. Here we go. Sorry. Here we go. We have UCLA at a 6 or a 6.5, which is where it opened. When it opened up at 6, Northwestern got bet. It moved to 7, and then it came back. So we have a very similar line move as we had in the Florida State Virginia game. Now let's get to the total for this one. From a total, here we go. From a total standpoint, we have UCLA at 45.5. I do see some 46s, and some sharp books are actually juiced to the over at 46. But this is a 45.5. This opened up at 46.5, dropped down to 44. This was a flat 44 for a while, and it's climbed a 1.5 since then. And when we get to the cash flow, we have 59% of tickets, 68% of cash on UCLA, 78% of tickets, and 75% of cash on the under. Wine Time Sports. What the hell are you going to do with your Bruins?
Oh, I'm right on the Bruins, guys, plus 6.5, minus 110. Listen, guys, they made the right decision. They fired Deshaun Foster, a guy that probably should have never been a head coach at any kind of level. He'll probably get a job in the NFL as a running backs coach, I'm guessing. With that being said, they promote Tim Skipper. If you guys remember this guy last year, he took over for the Fresno State job last year as the interim head coach. He labeled that as his dream job because he went to Fresno State. He was alumni there. Won 7 games at Fresno State as an interim head coach. Did a really good job over there. He's got experience in the field as a head coach. Back-to-back years now being the interim head coach. What else did they do? They get rid of their defensive coordinator, Akaiki Maloa. Don't get rid of him. I'm assuming he turned in his notice because Foster got fired, and he really cared about Foster as a person, and I feel like he kind of thought it was more on him on the defense. So they don't have a defensive coordinator. It's going to be Tim Skipper most likely calling the play calls here. Northwestern, these are 2 of the bottom feeders in the Big Ten. These 2, Michigan State, Purdue, these guys fall right there. This place in Evansville, Illinois, it's a lacrosse field. It's right on the water. I think this is a perfect spot for UCLA to get right here in a crowd that's not going to be hostile by any means against a Northwestern team. I mean, if you look at it from a talent perspective, it's not even close who's got a more talented team. Who's got the more talented quarterback? It's not even close. Preston Stone's 26, and he can't throw a ball more than 3 yards downfield. I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair, and I think that's going to favor UCLA if they can establish the run. I think there's going to be better play calling in this, more smart play calling, I should say, and a guy that actually has experience in that field, unlike Deshaun Foster. So I'll keep it short and sweet, guys. UCLA might not win this ball game, but I think you're getting 6.5 points with them. I think I'll take that here on the road here. Feels like this number is pretty right, though, that it hasn't moved from the 6.5. I think it's right where it needs to be. I just think that from a talent perspective, UCLA is more talented, and this isn't going to be a hostile environment where they really have to worry about the crowd in this. You can just go out and play football. And at this point in the season, a lot of people are calling their season a failure. They haven't started conference play, which it is. But these players have heard it, and I hope they respond in a positive way here and at least show some dignity here on the road. So give me UCLA plus 6.5, minus 110. I lean towards the under, too. I think this can be very low scoring. Neither of these teams have been able to move the ball consistently or make explosive plays. So I do think this is going to be a slower pace game. Might move on the under. I wish I would have got it on it earlier, but I am on UCLA plus 6.5.
It is climbing again.
What are we at right now?
I see a sharp book with it juiced to the over 46.
Oh, wow.
It is.
Yeah, I'll stay away from the total in this one. Yeah, I'm seeing 46 minus 110 right now.
Wow. Abel Alvarez says, can't trust UCLA right now. Kong says, the only way I can bet on UCLA is a live bet. but they have to show me something, anything. If they come out and score, I'll take a worse number. Wow. That is, wow. Back in UCLA after all that they've done to you. Wow.
Oh, man. It's horrible. Sleepless nights.
All right, let's roll on. I'm interested in joining you. I would like to see what happens with this market because 59% of tickets, 68% of cash on the Bruins right now is a little surprising.
Yeah, me too.
Both teams coming off buys, but Northwestern hasn't traveled since that ugly first road game at Tulane. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here for Wine Time. Now, we talked about this game yesterday with Ian Cameron. And Bobano moved on Mississippi State plus 8.5 and the over 62.5. We're in Starkville, Mississippi, home of the Mississippi State Bulldogs. And look, Tennessee looks really good. And they bounced back after that tough overtime loss at home to Georgia, beat up on the Blazers. And Mississippi State really showed out against Arizona State. They've been home now for weeks. This will be their fourth straight home football game for the Bulldogs. Let's take a look and see what's happened to this line history since yesterday. The 62 and 62.5s are commonly available, which means it dropped. So when we did our show yesterday, I was surprised that there was a 62.5. This had got up to 64. Now it's back to 62.5, and I see 62s. A very high total that is now moving towards the under. Take a look at the point spread here. For this one, we have it's sitting right now at 7.5. I do see 1-7. The 7 is juiced to Tennessee, as one would guess. This opened up at 9.5, went up to 10. And since then, it's been all Mississippi State. Now, the first time it got down to 7.5, it came back up to 8. And then it did that again. Went down to 7.5, got back up to 8. So it moved back to 7.5 last night at 10:25 p.m. So overall, we've had 2 points of movement towards the Bulldogs. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 64% of the tickets and 72% of the cash on Tennessee, 64 and 78 on the over. Wine Time, take it away. Bulldogs hosting the Volunteers.
Yeah, this will be a fun one, guys. It's going to be Tennessee's first time going on the road, a.k.a. Joey Aguilar's first time going on the road in SEC play. If you guys pay attention to it closely, Appalachian State, that's where he struggled, was on the road in these environments in a G5 program. This guy's making every single throw on the field. Got to give this kid credit. He's making a lot of mistakes as well, especially in that Georgia game, a couple of those interceptions. I think he could have held off and thrown those balls away. And then in that overtime when they only got 3 points, we got to give the kid credit. He came in late. He knows his offense really well. Look at their competition they have faced so far this year. I mean, you just faced an absolute gauntlet in Georgia. You did get them in Knoxville. Tennessee played. That's probably the best game you'll ever see out of them on offense all season long. I think from this point on. Mississippi State, they're moving the ball really well too. Jeff Lebby, I mean, this guy knows how to run an offense. This guy wants to run up and down the field as fast as he can and score as many points on you as he can. And I thought it was impressive that they took care of Arizona State at home. This play, Davis Wade Stadium, it holds about 61,000. This place is going to be rocking and rolling. They're going to have the bell cow going throughout the game. I mean, when was the last time we saw Mississippi State 4-0 with this much, with as good as talent they have? You talk about a guy like Blake Shapen, came back as their quarterback, 6th-year guy. They go out and grab Anthony Evans from Georgia, slot wide receiver, grab Brennan Thompson from Oklahoma. These guys have been very productive for this offense because Jeff Lebby just wants to get these guys the ball and see what they do with it. They've got a very experienced offensive line over there. I like Devon Booth at the running back position. Fluff Bothwell as well is good. I like this Mississippi State team. I think they can beat these guys outright. I wish I got on the 8.5 when this originally came out. I was only able to get the 8. Mississippi State plus 8 minus 110. I'm seeing 7.5s pretty much everywhere. I still endorse the 7.5. If this was in Tennessee and this was a double-digit favorite for Tennessee, I would be on Tennessee. But the fact that it's in Mississippi State, in Starkville, they're having the best season they've had in quite some time. A lot of promise with Jeff Lebby, a young coach that knows how to run an offense really well. I think they can stay within a touchdown in this game, if not win this game outright. I think they win this game outright. Sprinkle the money line, but give me the +8, -110. I still endorse the 7.5.
We got the corner of Bobano and Wine Time Boulevard here on the Bulldogs. A lot of love for the Bulldogs. Stan, Dom, Biz also on the Bulldogs here. Kong's Clips, Joey Aguilar, 3 or more passing touchdowns at +165. DC Capper also on Mississippi State Bulldogs. A lot of love for the Bulldogs here. AM says, I don't know, this line makes me think books want to attract Mississippi State money because the line was so big at the opening. I think that's an interesting way of looking at it, that they opened it up. I also think, though, that if you looked at the preseason expectations, Mississippi surpassed it heavily that
they should have beaten ASU.
The markets can't quite catch up. Is possible. There's Malik in the house. What up, my man? Been a long time. Great to see you. Sweet. Let's roll on to our final college football game on today's show. Then Gorky and I will get into CFL, and then we have Ron Crawford and Justin McKelvey joining us for the WNBA. We have action at 7 p.m. here. Arizona Wildcats opening up their Big 12 account in Ames, Iowa. This is going to be a very tough test against the Iowa State Cyclones. Iowa has looked good. They have not made anything look very easy. These have all been very tight football games, but they've been in control of them ever since they opened the season in Ireland. They are winning, which is what it comes down to. And then the Arkansas State win 24-16, one could question. They were 20.5. They opened up as 21-point favorite, 21.5-point favorites, closed as 21-point favorites. They only put up 70 more yards than the Red Wolves. It was not impressive. I guess that's what we can say. It was not impressive, but maybe that's just not the way they play football. Maybe they will slowly suffocate you, and that's how they play. Iowa State beat Kansas State to start off the college football season. Arizona just did the very same, 23-17 at home. They opened up, they opened and closed as 1.5-point dogs, barely dogs, and they took care of business. Arizona was up 17-3 at halftime. They looked very good, and were in complete control. Now, they can't throw the ball very well, but they can win football games. Let's take a look at the line history and hand the spot over to Wine Time and get this cash flow up. So first off, from a spread perspective, this line is moving towards Arizona, and we've blown through the 6. We know how profitable that can be in the NFL. It's still profitable in college football as well. Not to the same extent. This opened up at 6.5, moved to 7, and then it got back down to 5.5. This all happened on Sunday. That's how much movement there was. 6.5 up to 7, down to 5.5. Then it got back up to 6.5. This was a 6.5 on Wednesday, down to 6. And then today it hits 5. It moved to 5 11 minutes ago. Moved to 5 11 minutes ago. Let's get to the total here for this one, and then the cash flow. So we've had a real legit move towards the Wildcats. And we already have Wine Time on Arizona State. Does he double down on Arizona football teams? This total is a 48.5 right now. It opened up at 49. It got up to 49.5. And then this morning, it dropped a full point to 48.5. And then cash flow wise, we have 51% of the tickets and 75% of the cash on Iowa State. 75% of the cash on Iowa State. And yet this line is not moving towards them. In fact, Circa has this at a 4.5. Good God. When did that move happen? Let's find out when that move happened. They moved it to 4.5 from 6. A 1.5 move. Wow. To Arizona 20 minutes ago.
Love that.
Wow, that's a big one here. A big, big, big one. Here we go. Take it away for us. Wine time. Our final college football game of the week. Arizona Wildcats, Iowa State Cyclones.
Yeah, shout out to the Arizona Wildcats playing some good ball to start off the season right now. They lost McMullen to the NFL draft last year. They bring in Chris Hudson, Luke Weissong, a couple wide receivers for Noah Fafita to throw to. They also got the running back Quincy Craig, who's been running the ball pretty well this season as well. He's averaging nearly 9 yards per carry. And that's what Arizona is doing well right now, and that's running the ball, including Noah Fafita. He's using his legs a lot more this season, which I do like. Because he's a smaller guy. I think he's like 5'10", but he's quick with his feet, pretty fast, and he's not afraid to take a couple hits, but we don't want him to take too many hits because we know Iowa State doesn't miss an open space and that they don't miss tackles. They're going to tackle you down if they got their arms around you. Look at the Iowa State side. They've had an impressive season to start. They had to go to Ireland, take care of business against a Kansas State team that, are they that good? They just lost this Arizona team last week at home in Arizona. And everything that I like what Arizona is doing is on the defensive side of the football. They brought in Danny Gonzalez, who's the head coach at New Mexico from 2020 to 2023. Didn't have the success as a head coach as he does as a coordinator. I think he has this defense heading in the right direction, especially in a hostile environment. Ames, Iowa. This place is going to be rocking and rolling. This is technically Arizona's first conference game because they did beat Kansas State. But as I mentioned, it didn't actually count as a conference game. So they are 3-0, 0-0 in conference, and Iowa State is 4-0, 1-0 in conference right now. I think Arizona can stay in this game, guys. I think Fafita, we're going to see him enter this hostile environment and not be too afraid of the big moment and get the ball to his playmakers. Get the ball to Chris Hunter as well. I like that wide receiver as well. He had a good year last year. Also, you got to run the ball, and you got to run it efficiently against this Iowa State team. I think this is going to be a lower scoring affair. I like both of these defensive coordinators a lot. These are older guys that really know how to run good defenses. And in this kind of game, I think that's what we're going to get here. And I think Arizona is going to be in this game from start to finish. I got in at the +6.5, -110 on Monday. I'm seeing 6 at the same book. I saw it get as low as a 5.5 at some point this week. And I think we did. I didn't actually see 5 show up, but I think we did see 5s. Jim just mentioned there was a move to a 4.5. Love seeing that. I wonder if there's an injury going around. Iowa State, though, Rocco Beck, this guy's a gamer. This guy's a winner, plain and simple. And he's got 2 good running backs to hand it off to in Carson Hansen and Abu Samu, 2 guys that are really good running backs as well. I just think Arizona is going to be able to stay within this game. I like Brett Brennan as a head coach coming over from San Jose State. Last year, he didn't necessarily get the time to go out and recruit and get guys in the portal because Jed Fish left so late for Washington. So this was like a last-minute hire. Last year, they really struggled. And I think that reflected on a lot of people's preseason expectations going into this year. But this team is better this year than they are last year, even without McMillan. I just think as a team together, especially because I feel like he was just forcing the ball to McMillan every single play, no matter what, because that's his boy and he wanted to get him drafted. And it obviously worked out. He's playing in the NFL now. With that being said, I think this is going to be a lower scoring game, but I'm on Arizona +6.5. I think they could potentially win this game outright. I do think Iowa State will probably end up squeaking this one out. I didn't sprinkle the money line on this one like I did in Mississippi State, like I did in a couple other games, because I do think Iowa State could maybe pull this game out at home, but I think this is going to probably come down to a field goal, and it's going to be whether or not that kicker can make the field goal here. I think Arizona plays a good game here in Ames, Iowa. They're going to be up for the competition. Give me Arizona +6.5, -110.
I would like to join you right now because this is obviously, if it's moving at circa, it's going to keep moving, and I'm just assessing out how much it's going to cost for a 6 here. And is there any concern that we haven't seen this team travel?
That is one concern, and this is a very hostile environment. That is one downside to it, but I just think Iowa State is doing everything they can. I don't really think they're trying to win these games by margin, obviously, because if you look at the score in some of these ball games, including their last game, who they play, Arkansas State, it's a closer game than it really should have. Did they show everything? Probably not, but they did show quite a bit in the games prior to that. So that is interesting because it is going to be this is a hostile environment. I talk about these stadiums in Iowa being crazy. This place is going to be rocking and rolling. This is a conference game, so that's kind of the one downside to this. But to think if this game was being played in Arizona, what would the spread be? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I can't even, like, is Arizona going to be a +3. You know what I mean? Something like that. I'm not too sure. Which is kind of fishy. I don't know, because Iowa State is a team that's competing for a national champ, not just for the Big 12 title. This is a team that a lot of people have that are going to make a college football playoff appearance, but yet they're only a 6.5 against Arizona. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If there's an injury that I'm unaware of, maybe, but I don't really necessarily think that's the case. I just think that this is going to be a lot closer of a game than most people think, and it's going to come down to probably whoever has the ball last.
I just got the 6 -121. Will Hill offering it at -115. That's a better opportunity here for us. This is Kyle Fields. What are you thinking here, my man? I would love to hear your thoughts here. I am going to move though on the 6 right now. So that's
if you guys remember when we broke down Iowa State, I was on Iowa in that game, and I said Iowa State could lose this game and they might win every single game the rest of the season. This is the one game that I'm still have a little questions about, because I just think that this spread, like, unless the books just know that Arizona is good and the public just doesn't really know. Can you read me off the splits again for this game?
Yes. Just make sure this went. Yes. Okay. Make sure my action went through. Yes. The splits are 50% of the tickets on Iowa State and 75% of the cash on Iowa State.
Yeah. And the line's going towards Arizona. So it's telling. The market's telling in this one, guys. This is one where you can put your X's and O's in the market together, and I think they'll tell you this spot. I mean, I think Iowa State is a better team. I think they probably win this game. It's going to come down to the last possession, though. I think Arizona is going to be in it from start to finish, and I wouldn't be surprised if Arizona wins. I'm just not going to sprinkle the money line.
Wow. Okay. -121 on Arizona. I think this line's going to move, so I would like to get this out here. I bet it, but I should post it here. Beautiful work, Wine Time Sports. While I'm doing this, can you please review your college football action here on our Friday, September 26th show, and anything else that you want to make official, anything at all?
Yeah, guys, let's get right into it. Let's start with Friday. Virginia team total over 26.5 -110. And we also moved on Virginia full game +7 -120. I got to tweet these 3 games out. And then we also moved on Oregon State +13.5 -110. Need to put that out on Twitter as well. And then as far as the Saturday games actions, we're on Mississippi State +8 -110. We are on Arizona +6.5 -110. Let's see. Was there another game? UCLA +6.5 -110. And I'm going to go ahead and share all my action with you guys for this week, other than the West Virginia game. I'm going to share with you guys where am I at here? Kansas -6 -110 against UCF. You guys know me. I was on UCF last week at the Bounce House. They've got a big game coming up the following week against Kansas Jayhawks in Central Florida. I think this is a big letdown spot for the UCF Knights, Jim. This is like everything points at the Kansas. Who's going to be on Kansas State in this matchup after how bad of football they've been playing? But yet they're laying. They open up at a -5.5. Could have got the 5.5. I waited until Monday, got the 6. I think we're going to see 6.5s and 7s pop up eventually in this game. I think that Kansas State, this is a perfect. Oh, my bad. Kansas State. I was reading off Kansas, which we'll talk about after. Apologies, guys. Kansas State -5.5 -110. It's a -6 right now. I think it will close around a 6.5 or 7. I think they take care of business against this UCF team that's not really good. I just think they have a really good home field advantage over there at the Bounce House in certain situations, and it was a perfect spot for them against a bad North Carolina team that we all knew was not good. And then we're also on the Kansas Jayhawks, -6 -110. This is a line that moved in the opposite way of my direction. We're seeing 4.5s on the board, but I'm still going to give it to you guys because that's what we tweeted out. I like the Kansas Jayhawks. I like everything they're doing this season with Jalen Daniels. You guys have heard me talk about this team. I think that they have if they can take care of business here, I might get a future in on them to win the Big 12 title as kind of a dark horse because I can get a good number on them. And I think I need to do it before tomorrow. Might end up not moving on it, but you can get 4.5s in Kansas. I don't like that I went to a 4.5, guys. I'm still going to give it to you guys, though. And that's my action.
And to review Wine Time's action from Wednesday, Ole Miss money line -120, Arkansas +6 at -110. Illinois +7 at -120. Washington +8.5 at -110. Iowa +7.5 at -110. And Penn State -3 at -120. Wine time. What a monster week you have ahead of you, my friend. Congratulations on the major announcement that you made yesterday. We're very excited and proud of the family that you are creating and celebrating your 31st birthday. Congratulations on a monster week in college football. Stay hot, my man, and incredible job capping baseball this year. We got playoffs. We got more. And then WNBA right around the corner. Please support our guy, Wine Time Sports, on X. The man is as selfless as they come and just wants us to beat the books working together. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat, Wine Time. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Oh, love you guys, man. Love breaking the card down with you, Jim, as always, man. Now we just got to get that cash today and tomorrow and Sunday. So I'm really looking forward to this weekend. Big weekend ahead, guys. Let's just keep winning. That's the most important thing, guys. Good luck to everyone. Shout out to everyone in the chat being here. We don't always share the same opinion on games, but it's cool to hear other people's sides. So when you're watching the game, it makes it a little bit more fun, and you watch for certain things that people I tell Dabby Cat, me and him are on a lot of different sides in a lot of these games, and I'm like, I like to hear what you say so I can like keep notice of it during the game and stuff. Everyone caps differently. So shout out to everyone for being here, man. Appreciate all the support here at Pub Sports Radio. Love you guys. Good luck to everyone. Let's go.
There he is, Wine Time Sports. Have a great Friday, my friend. We roll on, and we roll on to Canadian football. 2 weeks ago, I'm 51-31. My ROI is over 20%, and it's the highest ROI I've ever had after 82 bets in a sport. And then 2 weeks, I've taken it on in the old prison pocket, in the old bottom mouth. These are terms we haven't been using much lately because we haven't needed to. We've been winning. And I need to bounce back badly here. And we bring on the star of Fridays here, and we have a ringer making his CFL debut with us as well. But first, my co-host of Canadian Football Breakdowns on Friday, please welcome back the Goracle to the show. Gorky, my man, how are you?
Let's go, Team Casey Printers, man.
It's my Casey Printers jersey, yes. Hey, and that should make Cheshire Cat feel good. Ex-Kansas City Chief KC Printers. Let's bring on our next guest. This is the first time I've had the chance to cap CFL with him live, and this is the first chance that Gorky's got to work with him capping live. I know you guys have done live streams together, but here we go. Please welcome star of Tony's Picks, our friend, Mr. Ron Crawford. Ron, how are you, my man?
What's going on, guys? How you doing, Gort?
Can we put them up so we can see them, Jimmy?
Yes,
please?
I will fix this here a couple different ways.
How you doing, Ron?
Good.
Try this. That's not going to work.
No.
That's not going to work. Okay. I will. Here we go. No, I got it. There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
That works.
Ron, how are you, my man?
Good, man. How you guys doing today?
We are doing well.
Wonderful.
Let me just make sure I've got the right spot here for us for yes. Okay. It is time to talk Canadian football. Let me move this over here. And then we are going to have our guy Ron sticking around for WNBA. Let's get to work, fellas. I was very excited when I received a text message from Ron Crawford today. And Gorky is going to be on the other side of us here in this game. And I've yet to bet this, and I am nervous. I am nervous here, Ron. And watching Vernon Adams play when you've got money on the Stampeders is not for the faint of heart. If that head hits the ground, he's out. Also, if he takes a light hit, he wobbles and he's pulled out. In no way am I saying he's soft or anything like that. But I watched him take a forearm to his helmet, to a helmet. It wasn't even that hard, and he wobbled afterwards, was pulled from the game. This was about a month ago. But the Calgary Stampeders were just embarrassed. There's two things going on here. One, the Stampeders went up against Nathan Rourke. Nathan Rourke was chosen to lead the BC Lions over Vernon Adams. Vernon Adams was the most popular player on that football team. He's a leader of men. He comes over to Calgary. We know how bad that team wanted to win for him, and they lost 52-23, and it was a $1,000 loss for me. They're 250. I generally go 300 a pop in CFL, but when I'm very high volume, I'll cut $50 off just to make it a little bit more comforting. I lost on everything in that football game. It was disheartening. And to add, I lost on a live bet at plus, God, it was 13.5 or 16.5. So I just got absolutely destroyed in that football game. We have Davis Alexander returning for the Montreal Alouettes. We have futures on the Alouettes. We pushed you guys all to make them. We didn't time it perfect. We almost did. It did get up to plus 700. I think the Alouettes are the best team in the CFL. I know we have a lot of cappers in the chat that believe the best team in the CFL is the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And you are completely valid to have that thought. But I think the Alouettes, who are now healthy, are the best team in the CFL. This opened up at 1.5 because it was still unclear whether Davis Alexander would play. We found out that he was going to play, and this has just been moving in the Alouettes direction to 2.5, to 3, to 3.5, to 4, and now we have a 4.5. I see 5s as well. Excuse me. I see a couple 5s as well out there. So we have a move towards the Montreal Alouettes. From a total side of things, we have a 50.5. Now, and it has not moved. One thing for me here, before I just go over some notes, is that when a quarterback is never lost before and he's playing at a level, the first few games of the year, it was the finest, and I'm not exaggerating, it was the finest quarterback play I'd seen in a decade in the CFL. When someone like that goes down, I'm not as excited about backing them when they come back. If a quarterback has been bad, let's say McLeod Bethel Thompson, bad, and then he watches for 6 weeks. When the quarterback has had disappointing play and he shuts up and watches for a while, I back them. I expect them to be better. But when you're touching greatness, I don't. I kind of want to fade it. So we're at Percival Molson Memorial Stadium in Montreal, Quebec, where the Alouettes are just 2-5 at home, but I don't put too much into what their record is because it hasn't taken place without Davis Alexander quarterback. The Stampeders are coming off being embarrassed. The Alouettes coming off a very underwhelming 21-19 win at Toronto last Friday. The Davis Alexander hasn't played since July 17th. It's been a long time. He is 8-0 as a starter in his career. The Stampeders lose to the Elks 31-19 badly in week 14. Then they have the bye week. They come back, and Vernon Adams looks terrible, and the Stampeders get destroyed. The last 3 games Vernon Adams has played, he has looked bad. Then you have Ormolade, their very important piece of their pass rush. He had a season-ending injury in week 14. So the defense has not looked very good. So all of these are reasons to back the Montreal Alouettes, but I don't want to. And Ron Crawford, I believe you're going to give me confidence if I don't. So please, my friend, take it away.
There's a lot of trends going on in Jimmy in this one. And my record is 25-18-1 on the year. That's documented at Tony's Picks. So you can check that out. But yeah, I look at this one, and me and Gork both had BC last week. Big time there. We were cheering that one on the live stream. But you look at this one. This is one of the things I look at, especially with the weather turning up there. You got to look at teams that can rush the ball. I don't see that in Montreal. I like teams that rush the ball. You look at Calgary, they're rushing for 118 yards a game. But and this is the weird stat of the day, and I'm going to tell you right now, do you know what Montreal does against poor passing defenses? And it doesn't make sense because we know David Alexander's back, Philpott's back. He's got his main weapon. If you look at the defense, he should shred it. But what does Montreal do against good defenses or poor passing defenses? They're 1-11 against the spread, Jimmy. 1-11. Yeah, I'm all over Calgary tonight. Give me +5. I think this thing's moved too much, and I agree with you. With him just coming back off the shelf, I don't know what we're going to see with him. But like I said, when the leaves turn up there and it gets to this time of year, you need to run the ball, and I don't see Montreal run the ball.
Well, that does give me confidence here. Now let's hear Gorky take away all that confidence. Gorky, take it away.
This is not a spot where I would have expected Jason Moss to let Davis Alexander back into the lineup, because he said when he's ready, we'll give him an extra week. So I would have expected him to be back in for the next game that they play, because it's also closer to the playoffs. And if you're Montreal, you're already in. You've been in since basically June, and that 6-0 start that you had. So basically, it's Calgary or nothing here. I didn't touch the side. All I have is a Calgary team total over 25.5 at +125. You guys can get better numbers as always, but that's my play. I trust Vernon Adams to be able to move the ball with Clark Barnes and Rhymes, and that'll be enough for me.
Alouettes team total over 25.5. Was that the number?
Over 25.5.
At what juice?
At +125.
And Bobano used Montreal as the first half of a moneyline parlay with the Roughriders. Rich H here in the house, who's been crushing it. It says 3 teams in pre-bye week. Bad spot. Montreal, Winnipeg, Edmonton.
Because
it's so interesting how bad these teams have performed. And then you also have the issue of after a bye week, where I thought Dickinson, and historically Dickinson's been good, but he wasn't last week. So important information here from our friend Rich H. He says teams playing at home after 2 away games are 2-4. That is Montreal, Winnipeg, Edmonton, all in that spot as well.
One more thing to know, Jimmy, before we move on.
Sure.
The last time that Davis Alexander had this nagging injury was created into what it was, like an 2-month absence, because he was brought back. So why bring him back before the bye week when after it you have like 2 or 3 games to ramp him up?
There's truth. I heard that he was the last week he could have played, and that was the week. Maybe they want him to get a game under his belt and then have a week off, but I think that's all very fair. You're questioning it.
If I'm a Montreal fan, I would be afraid of every time he goes down, because if I have to go into the playoffs with what's behind him, be it that it is Macbeth and stuff like that, but Macbeth was never really a guy that was going to carry your team. The Argos won on defense the year that they did with him at the helm as a quarterback.
You are in business here, and Macbeth is a good nickname for McLeod Bethel Thompson, one I've never heard before, but one that I think we can keep here.
We'll keep that one.
Dougie Y is shouting out the Goracle.
That's not original to me, brother. That's Dwayne Ford.
Dwayne Ford calls him Macbeth? Oh, I love it. I did not hear that.
Let's just hope Davis doesn't try to run one in and pull his hammy again. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, we watch. Drew Brown had the same thing. It always happens at the end of a spectacular play.
Yeah.
So Gorky on the Alouettes team total over 25.5. Ron on Calgary +5.
Calgary.
Oh, we're on the same side. Okay.
You're on the Stampeders team total over.
Yes.
Oh,
Calgary
shit.
Team total over.
Oh, man. Okay, sorry. I totally had that.
Me and Gork's on the same shot again. Let's do it, Gork.
I thought you were on the Alouettes. So that's
No,
my
sir.
bad. I'm not thinking clearly. being sick last little while. Thank you guys for hanging with me through this cough as well.
Right.
Stampeders team total over 25.5 for Gorky. Stampeders +5 for Ron Crawford. And I'm going to join him on the Stampeders full game. And I'm only going to bet the full game as well. And then Bobano on Montreal, Saskatchewan money line parlay. We roll on to our next spot on the board here. Argos at BC Lions, BC Place in Vancouver, BC. So last week, Bobano hammered the overs in every conceivable way in the Lions Stampeders game. And he didn't cash the Stampeders team total over. So he did just go 3-1, but he was absolutely right. It's sort over. And I was wrong. And Bobano's going back to the well. Now he's given out the Lions team total over every week, and he's been cashing on it every week. No reason not to be on it. The over 56 Bobano's on, and he's on the Argos team total over 22.5. Those team totals are juiced. They're higher, -125, -130 respectively. To get them at -110 or to lower the VIG, they're quite a bit higher right now. So I want to do a similar thing that I am doing with Davis Alexander. And I was very nervous about it because it blew up in my face so badly. The last time these two teams played each other, it was a very high-scoring affair. But the first half went way under. And I was fat and happy instead of live betting the over. I was right. I took the first half under, full game under. The game, 57 was the total, and there was 17 points scored in the first half. Now, the final score, I believe, was 31-30 or something like that. Yes. And I lost. The game soared over, and it was very tough to watch. And I want to do the same thing I'm doing with Davis Alexander because Arbuckle has been spectacular. Now, he wasn't in the lineup last week. It was Daggy, their third stringer, and Arbuckle's coming back. Again, I had the luxury of receiving a message from Ron Crawford, hearing that he felt the same as me. Now, of course, he gets there through a different route. But that made me feel very good. Right now, this total's at 56.5. That's where it opened. 56.5 is where it opened. I do see 57s on the board. Here, where we used to play poker, it did go up to 57 and came back to 56.5. So we've had no movement. We know that it's being hammered by the public. We know the public's betting the over. Now, hammered might be a little much. This is Canadian football. We don't know how much money's in it. Since the move to Arbuckle, this line has moved from 10 down to 7.5. And again, with the way the lines are playing, you're selling them high and buying the Argos low. I don't really know if I want to get involved in a side here. And if I was, I might even lean towards the Lions because my whole move on the under is predicated on thinking that Arbuckle won't be able to touch the heights that he had just touched. Argos coming off that 21-19 home loss to the Alouettes. Daggy, of course, was a quarterback, and Lions coming off the aforementioned Stampeders game where they looked spectacular. The Lions have gone over 30 points in 7 straight games. It's unbelievable. They're putting up 429.4 yards of offense, net offense per game. They're allowing 27.4 points per game. They also lost Gary Peters. They lost their cornerback. Well, we don't know. Maybe Gorky will know for sure.
Question mark, Jimmy.
It's still questionable.
Yep.
Christophe Beaulieu is out, ruled out. There's their starting safety. He's out with a knee injury. It feels like every single game the Lions have played have gone over this year. That's not the case. 4 games have gone under. 10 have gone over. And if you want to go back to when they didn't score over 30, you have to go way, way back. This team is... But I like this idea. And now that Ron... I know what Ron's on, but I don't know how he got there. I haven't bet this yet. I want unders, first half under, full game under, and I'm actually leaning towards the Lions continuing this excellent offensive play. The question is, with the defensive injuries, do we think that Argos can take advantage of it? Ron Crawford, take it away.
Yeah, I'm on the under here, Jim. If you look at the stats, pretty much tell you I can only get to maybe 56 at the most, and I'm more in the range of I got and this I just do my capping and my numbers. I got BC by 7.5, somewhere around there, but I got this total about 53. So I'm on the under. If you look at the Toronto Argonauts on the road, they're only scoring 25 points per game, giving up 28. It's giving you 53 right there. And then in home games, we just saw BC put up 52, 53 points. That's not going to happen again. Come on. There's got to be some regression back to the mean. They're only scoring about 29 points at home. So I don't see that happening again. So I know it's probably contrarian, but I think it's destined for an under here.
I like it a lot. We can get you an under 57 minus 105. That's the best available.
That'll work right there.
Let's hear from the Goracle. Argonauts Lions. Gorky, take it away.
I'm taking my favorite play here. BC Lions win by 13 or more, hopefully by more than 17 points if you ask me, because I want to be comfortable in it. But I'll probably be over my head in this one, but I do believe in the BC Lions here. I feel like they will come out motivated to make right for what happened to them the last time these two teams met. The Argos came back from out of nowhere on the Lions in Toronto, so I think it's time for revenge. I also think that Nathan Rourke is motivated to play his heart out for the city and for the pride of Canadian football, given that he had a spat earlier this week with the commissioner.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's a good point. He defended Canadian football as a Canadian, and it's an interesting angle here. Ron Crawford, would you say that the BC Lions are the best 500 football team you've seen in the CFL in the last 10 years?
Easily.
Yeah, I would say that. I like the way they play. During this, some of the games that they've come up with, it looked like they're just on fire. And then some of the ones, I mean, I know I lost one. I think everybody lost with Lawler in the last second touchdown this year with the Tiger-Cats. But yeah. I mean, I've liked BC, a couple of times they got me late. Well, actually Hamilton got me late on a couple of those, and BC was one of them, but yeah, definitely like BC Lions this year.
So I've been doubling up on all my totals, which had been working spectacularly well. Of course, it's going to regress at some point, and that's what happened in the last 2 weeks. I'm going to take the first half under and the full game under. I love that the first half under is over 27, so it's 27.5, which is heaven. Then I'm going to take the full game under 2. I'm also going to take Lions double result. Lions double result.
What are you getting that at?
Minus 134.
Okay.
Which is I think it's this price was too expensive. And now that the quarterback is being changed, it's now in my wheelhouse. And yes, obviously their Argos are better with Arbuckle than they are with Daggy. No one's saying any different.
Yeah.
Daggy.
So I'm in business here. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Saturday action. We have Ron Crawford and Gorky here. And Tiger-Cats Bombers. Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. 65 Fahrenheit, sunny, 8-mile-per-hour winds. This total is at 51.5. It has sat there for 4 days and not moved. I see a sharp book at 52, but this one has just sat there. Then we have the Bombers minus 1.5. This is peculiar. Opened up at 1, got to 2. That made sense to me with Caleros back, and now it's 1.5. I understand Caleros hasn't been that good, but still I find it strange. On the money line, the Bombers are minus 130. They opened up minus 125. Got up to minus 140. They're back at minus 130. Why is it such a short number? And I wonder if that should scare me. The Bombers, we watch these teams play. Backup Chris Strevler was under center. I thought, and I got crushed on it last week, but that Chris Drevler is just so predictable, and that at home he gets all the excitement. He gets everybody so pumped up. Special teams touchdowns, touchdowns that we don't expect. On the road, he can't conjure up that magic, but he got me last week. He only threw it for 50 yards, but still they took care of business against the Red Blacks, which was shocking. Now we have Zach Caleros back after a 2-game absence. The Ticats come in off a 29-27 victory over the Elks. I'm surprised about this number of 51.5. Why is it not going up? I would expect it to go up. It hasn't. Bo Levi Mitchell has been incredible this year. And Greg Bell has stepped up to give them a running game. The only team scoring more than the Ticats are the BC Lions. And the Bombers now have been putting up points and have Zach Caleros back. And then the elephant in the room, and the reason why the Bombers aren't a bigger favorite, is that their defenses look terrible. When the last time this is the team that's been in the Grey Cup for the last 5 years. They didn't have a Grey Cup during COVID. I can't remember a Grey Cup without the Bombers in it right now.
Not in the last 7.
And so all I have is this vividness bias of Chris O'Shea's defense being great. That's not the case here, and it's tricky. Rich H says Winnipeg should be pumped up to get to play a game with the quarterback. Why are the Bombers not a bigger favorite? And what the hell is this total not moving at 51.5 for? I'm the under better. I'm the guy who's hammering unders all the time. We've heard Ron hit leadoff the last 2. Let's get Gorky hitting leadoff here for Ticats Bombers. Gorky, take it away.
Here, Jimmy, if the Tiger-Cats have it their way and actually want to win this game, as they should, because they can wrap up the East completely, as I believe they have like a 3-game lead right now, and if they win tomorrow, you don't have enough games left in the season for anyone to catch them. Not that they would be caught, but anyways, here for me it's only Winnipeg, because it's their chance to go to the playoffs. If you lose here, you really put yourself in grave danger of missing out. And you don't have at all of any sort of a win that stamps your season at all. Like, who have you really beaten? Ottawa?
I'm not certain that Hamilton's better than Winnipeg.
Okay.
I'm not.
All right.
I mean, you're certain the Ticats are a better team than Winnipeg?
This version of Winnipeg, yes. This season, like everything we've seen, is a sign towards that. Now, can they put together 3 games in a row? Yes, sure, but I haven't seen it this year, and it's been 16 weeks already. We would have seen a spark by now.
In Winnipeg, with Zach Caleros at quarterback, Ron Crawford, take it away. You agree that Hamilton is the better football team, even in Winnipeg, with Zach Caleros at quarterback?
I do, and this is not the same Bombers defense, Jenny. We've seen, man, and we've loved. And you asked that question the last round. Yeah, the Stampeders are better than the Bombers too. I would say that. You look at this. I think the wrong team's favored. This line stinks to high heaven. The total stinks as well. You look at Hamilton is just rolling along, and they don't turn the ball over, and they force turnovers. And with Winnipeg, they're turning it over left and right, man. I don't know why Hamilton's not favored in this one. I guess the home cooking there, but I would say the wrong team's favored, and I love the Ticats in this one.
Well, before I lock down both of your official action, Hamilton beat Montreal on the road. That was their last road game. That was week 14. They put up 26 points, won 26-9. Then the Ticats were on the road in Saskatchewan the week before their bye. They scored 9 points. They lost 29-9. Then in week 9, they beat Edmonton 28-24. So there's not a bad road performance. And then they had a great road performance in BC, 37-33. Maybe it's just that Saskatchewan game that's in my head because they went into Ottawa. They beat them 30-15 on the road. Then they put up 51. Yeah, maybe it's just that. Okay, so it's just that Saskatchewan
that Riders
performance that's an outlier. Okay. All right. Well,
I mean, like I said, it stinks, Jimmy, but I don't know. Maybe they got something on us because, I mean, the only way I could look is Hamilton, and Vegas is telling you it's going to be a Winnipeg win here, probably by 3 to 4 points.
And Jimmy, me 3 years ago, like, because I got button pressing happy or whatever, me based on the names 3 years ago before meeting you guys, I would be all over Winnipeg here and trying to tell myself how Winnipeg is the better team. But when you actually look at the two teams, it tells you a whole different story that me before I wouldn't want to see.
Bobano moved on the Bombers money line -120 in the over 51.5.
Wow, he's fading his Cats, huh? I'll be damned. Maybe he knows something.
He is fading his Tiger-Cats. I want the Bombers at home, but I understand that I have a vividness bias. So I have not moved on this yet. Let's hear what is official action from you, gentlemen. Ron Crawford, what's official?
I'm going to go over 51.5.
Why is this line not moving?
I don't know. I don't, and I was trying to figure that out myself. But I think it's an over. So give me over 51.5.
And are you moving on the side?
I am not.
Gorky, what is official?
This line stinks.
If you go over 51.5, that's you're favoring yourself to be on the Tiger-Cats.
Yeah, I mean, Gorky, I lean that way, but I'm not going to make it official. This line stinks.
No, I'm just saying, if the total goes over, that favors the Tiger-Cats for the game. If it stays under the Bombers, that's the way they can. That's the way they can win games now because they don't have Drew Wolodarski. They don't have this offense that can go up and down the field, galloping up and down the field. Now, for the purposes of this game, because the Bombers need to win and show some cojones, I have to take Winnipeg money line for the purposes of the show, but I cannot actually combine it with much, so maybe Winnipeg and the under. Yeah,
that's the way you go. If you're going Winnipeg, you're going under.
Do you want to make those official?
Yes, I will make it official since we are talking about. Yes.
Okay. So for the money line, the best line available right now is a -125. And for the total, the best line available right now is a 52, under 52, -109.
Perfect.
I may move on the Bombers. I will need to understand and sit with all of this and decide if I have the conviction. And I understand also Rich H's pre-buy teams 4-16. We were crushing with this earlier in the year. And Rich H, I wonder if it's different now, and it might not be, but this late in the season with so much on the line, earlier in the year, these guys want to get back to America. Go hang out with their girlfriends, just do their thing back wherever they are, and then they come back up. But this late in the season, I wonder if it's different. And I'm very interested, Rich, if we can sort of have like the first 3 quarters of the year pre-buy and the last quarter of the year pre-buy and see if there's any difference. And I love that you've been tracking all of this.
Also, Jimmy, we've never seen Winnipeg in this kind of scenario before. They've always been the team to be able to lock it up nice and early, kind of in a situation like Montreal is this year. Like, it's never been in question if Winnipeg is going to make the playoffs in the last decade.
You're right. Cheshire, yes, he's on the. I just put it there in the chat. Bombers minus 120. Bobana's on the over 51.5. Let's talk about the final spot on the CFL slate this week. Great to have Ron Crawford breaking down Canadian football with me for the first time, joining Gorky and myself, who break down every Friday here on Pub Sports Radio. Bobana's moved on the over 54 in Roughriders Elks. Commonwealth Stadium, Edmonton, Alberta, 59 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy, 4-mile-per-hour winds. It is 54.5 across the board. This is another total that has not moved. Just been sitting there at 54.5, not moving a cent. Then we have the Elks +4 at some books, +3.5 on others. Roughriders coming off their bye week. Before their last win off of a bye week, Corey Mace had been getting destroyed off of the bye week. A young coach who we believe in very much, defender, great defender in his day, and a defensive-minded coach. They were last seen in a 48-31 home loss to the Alouettes in Week 15. That must be driving Corey Mace bananas the last 2 weeks. Must be losing his fucking mind. This is a stalwart defensive player in his day and a defensive coach who just watched the Alouettes when McLeod Bethel Thompson put up this was the beginning of my 2 weeks of losing, was the 48 points in front of his home fans. And I believe in Corey Mace. They were without two of their starting quarterbacks, Tavon Campbell and Marcus Sales, for that. Gorky, are they both? Can you tell me if they're both going to be back in lineup? Because I believe they are.
They are. I'm not sure, Jimmy. This is the one game I did not look at, sir.
Okay.
But from what I'm hearing, Rowan Milligan is still out.
And Sales and Tavon Campbell are in. I did not think McLeod Bethel Thompson was capable of doing what he did, despite Sales and Campbell not being in. Elks coming off a 29-27 loss to Hamilton on Saturday. Again, what do? They cover spreads. Cody Fajardo covers spreads. That's what this man does. 21-29, 280 yards, 2 touchdown passes. And that's the first time all year that Fajardo has back-to-back games with multiple touchdown passes. Their red zone issues are still a real problem. But this team, all they do is cover. But, and this is a big but, Ron, this is an angry Rough Rider team and an angry Rough Rider coach. Take it away, Mr. Crawford, Rough Riders Elks.
Yeah, I capped this one. I got this one, Saskatchewan 5 and 52.5. I wonder why Bono's got the over in this one, because I would look to the under in this one. Definitely look at Saskatchewan. That's an angry group, like you said. So yeah, that's where I would be, Jimmy. I'm taking Saskatchewan and under 54.5 in this one.
The under 54.5, I will line shop. And Saskatchewan. So with the knowledge of Fajardo covering every single spread as a dog, is the best way to bet it just taking them full game 3.5, Ron, or we have Rich H on the double result?
No, I like Saskatchewan all over the place. And I've been on Edmonton the last couple of weeks when he's covered, and he's done a hell of a job. But this is an angry squad coming in here. Saskatchewan really needs to put it away, depending on what Calgary does tonight, obviously. Still got a 2.5 game lead, I guess it is. So yeah, I would look Saskatchewan big time. I just don't think they're pound for pound as good as the Riders are. So I have been liking the Elks to cover. Fajardo's done a hell of a job. But yeah, I'm looking Saskatchewan this one.
With the double result here, and I just want to move to it and see exactly what I'm getting. I'm not certain that it's the right risk reward here, that I might be better off just taking them. It's plus 115 right now. At least they're getting plus money. But I could get the 3.5 full game and then a 3 first half.
Edmonton is eliminated, correct, Jimmy?
No, they can get back in here. No, they because we're only 14 games in. So I'll pull up the standings here right now, but no, they are not officially eliminated. Are you interested in moving on this one, Gorky?
I would be. My play would be Edmonton because they need to win this Rough Riders team is trying to get ready for the playoffs, trying to prove to us that they are favorites, and rightly so. But I haven't seen it yet. I need to see it in early mid-October to early November to believe that the Green can actually be viewed as favorites in this league. This happens almost every year. This time they have a competent quarterback, but haven't been at their top level all season due to injuries to key offensive weapons, especially. Now Rowan Milligan is out for a second straight week. I don't love that. So give me the Elks.
Wow. The Elks for Gorky get you a +4, -110. I need to sit with this and figure out the best way of betting it. We got the -3.
Jimmy is a road favorite. Saskatchewan 6-0 since 2024. I mean, coming off a loss, they're 8-1 against the spread. I mean, every trend in the world's to the Riders.
Yeah, and the Elks have to win right now because at this point, it's not the Toronto
5-9 right now. I think
they're 5-9. Yes, and Toronto is the West is gonna have the crossover spot, right? So they need the Lions or Winnipeg to lose. They're trying to get fourth in the West. That's the only chance they have to get in the playoffs. Doesn't matter how bad Toronto does.
BC needs to lose.
Yes, or BC or Winnipeg. So here we go. So under 54.5 for Ron and -3.5. Bobano on the over 54, and he's also got the Rough Riders, Alouettes, money line parlay, and then Gorky here is on the Elks plus.
Jimmy,
Yes, my friend.
don't worry about the 4 points. Give me the money line. They need to win this game. If I lose, they lose.
Wow. Ballsy, Gorky. The best money line available for you is +180.
Perfect.
+180 for Gorky on the Elks. Gorky, excellent work. I need to bounce back in CFL. I believe
we both do, brother.
I could put myself in the situation to attain it. We have Ron Crawford's going to be sticking here with us for WNBA breakdowns. We got 2 more games here on today's show. I'm going to pop Gorky's X handle here in the chat. Please support the Goracle. Our friend, the Goracle.
I will just talk about college football with the boys tomorrow morning. So that can be the show for me. And guys, just support Pub Sports Radio. That's all I want from you. And watch us tomorrow morning with the tailgate crew, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, Gorky, you are the man. Let me just make sure I got the WNBA here ready to go. And do I have it? Yes, I do.
By the way, guys, I see the Fever coming back tonight and getting that win. I'm not going to be on it more than likely because I have so much action. I already need extra TV screens, but the Fever.
The Fever for Goracle. Goracle, much love, my man. I will be in
Gorky.
Let's get that cash.
Brothers. Okay,
there he is. The Goracle in the house. We have Justin Mcelvy joining us shortly because we are getting into the WNBA. We have Ron Crawford, star of WNBA breakdowns over at Tony's Picks. And we have Aces Fever to get us rolling. Make sure that Justin is all good. Let's set this one up. And King Oo says birthday pick, Jimmy. Happy birthday, King Oo, my man. Absolutely. Get that copied and pasted here. Absolutely. King Oo.
Cubby's looking good, and Wine Time's Over is looking real good. 7-1 right now.
Wow. That was leaving money on the table, clearly. Friday night clinch, or Friday night, but be able to celebrate on
Friday afternoon, Jimmy. Cubs on a Friday afternoon.
clinch. We love you, Rich H. Thank you for rocking with us, my man.
Yes, sir, Rich H. Good job, man.
Let's roll here, the WNBA, and it's pretty incredible to believe what the Fever have continued to do. We also have a Stacks play of the day in this very basketball game. So let's bring them out and let's get this rolling here. Our last two games of the week here on Betting with the Bag. Please welcome Ron's co-star over at Tony's Picks on the 2-3 zone, our guy, Justin Mcelvy. Stacks, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. I was in the wrong link. I was in the link for last night.
Hey, no worries, man.
I'm like, wow, I can't see nobody.
You are here now, and we are thankful for it. Let's get to work here. Aces, Fever. The Fever really, really stepped up to open this series up, get everybody's attention. 89-73 victory over the Aces. Kelsey Mitchell went for 34, and they delivered the first blow in the semifinals. So what did the Aces do? Double-digit favorites, came back and smash and grabbed 90-68. Were in control, up by 9 after won every single quarter, and dominated the game. When we take a look at that box score, of course, Asia Wilson steps up, but Kelsey Mitchell went for 13 points, 4 of 14 from the field, and 1 of 6 from 3. Kelsey Mitchell is the straw that stirs the drink, and this team has a ton of magic going on for them. They are more than the sum of their parts. Let's get into the line history here, and BJ says an absolute must win for Indiana. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow. And we'll start with Justin because you have your Stacks play of the day here in this one. I see 3.5s on the board right now. This opened up with Las Vegas minus 4.5. Now they're minus 4. 4.5, 4, bouncing all over the place. When we get to the total here in this one, we have a 162.5. This is a pick'em here. And when we get to the cash flow, I moved back to college football. Let me just go to WNBA, and let's take a look at the cash flow here. This is on the board. So they have told us that 52% of the tickets and 56% of the cash is on the Aces. 73% of tickets, 74% of cash is on the under. Justin Mcelvy, here we go. BJ is best bet Fever plus 4, but Tariq B says Aces tonight. Take it away, Justin. Stacks play of the day.
I'll start off by saying I'm not on the side. I'm not trying to figure this game out. I'll live bet it with a profit boost. But what I'm on 2 plays, and I'll get them both out, and then I'll let Ron go. The first one, Stacks play today, number 2. First one, Stacks play today, 1 on the cash. Stacks play today, number 2, and I really love this play. I'm on Kelsey Mitchell over 20.5 points. I got that at minus. What you say?
Kelsey Mitchell over 21.5 points?
No, 20.5.
20.5 at what juice?
Minus 107.
Kelsey Mitchell over 20.5.
105, my fault. 105.
Okay. Kelsey Mitchell over 20.5 points at minus 105. Stacks play day number 1 cashed. This is play day number 2.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
So what went wrong in game 2? And do you think playing in front of the home crowd is going to be the tonic?
Honestly, I don't think nothing went wrong. I mean, as far as I feel like the game script, I was on the team total over when me, Ron, and Rod broke it down. We killed this game like we broke it down to a T, and I think I broke it down before I went on there. And my whole thing is this: like the last game, you got the Aces coming off a loss, and my eyes a blowout loss. So anybody who caps WNBA, we should have seen that coming. We talked about it. I gave out the team total. Ron gave out the exact score for the Aces. Said they're going to score 90. That's exactly what they scored. And what we noticed is I said the Aces is going to try to speed them up because the Fever on the road, they like to slow it down. But this is a total different spot now. Everyone's going to look at this like it's a must win. It's for both teams. Backs against the wall. It's going to be a defensive game. I disagree, and I disagree with a whole lot of conviction. I'm on my second play of Make It Official. I got one that's over 162.5. That's what I got when I bet it, when I gave it away yesterday. But I see 170 plus points coming, so I didn't post it nowhere. I'll take the best number you can get me. And I just look at it like the Fever at home. This is the biggest game in history of the Indiana Fever. And when you look at it, you got Kelsey Mitchell. She's the new spark plug since CC ain't there. She's been killing the aces. Last game, she had 13. I feel like that was a calm before the storm. What y'all think she's going to do at the home in front of this crowd when this crowd going to be buzzing? I wouldn't want to be standing in front of this Fever team, but not this game. I don't think they win the series, but not this game. I think they're going to be points everywhere. Aces know what's at point. Fever knows this is a must-win for both teams. I love this over 162. I'll take whatever number you get me. And we talked about this before. If I had one bet and back the truck up, I love Kelsey Mitchell today. Stacks player there, number 2, Kelsey Mitchell over 20.5 points. I love that with everything in me.
So in your script here, Fever win game 3, and the
No, I didn't say that. I did no.
Okay.
My script here is there's going to be a lot of points. My script says that if you expect the Fever to keep this close, you got to count on your spark plug. I think Kelsey is coming off a game where she had 13. She already gave these girls 34. Now you're back at home. The first game, the biggest game of, in my opinion, the Indiana Fever career ever. At home, they play faster anyway. I love the points to go over. And you got to think, who else? If Kelsey don't score 21, they get blown out. So I don't want to watch the game, and my traveling plans because of the coaching got backed up. So yes, I'm watching this game. Yes, Ron, I'm staying up. I know you're gonna disagree, but if the Fever are gonna fight back, it got to start with Kelsey. There's no way Kelsey don't score 21 if they don't get blown out. They get blown out, she's not gonna score 21. But I love both of these plays. I know everybody gonna be against. Everyone's gonna like the under. I just say good luck.
Kelsey Mitchell over 20.5 points, -105. Stacks play day number 2, and the over 162.5, -110. Ron Crawford, semis, game 3, series tied at 1, Gamebridge Fieldhouse. What's your take here?
Yeah, like Justin said, we were all over game 2, man. Rod had the team total under for Indiana. I had the 90 for the score, and Justin was team total over. But here's the thing. And a lot of people don't realize this, that the Indiana Fever have been underdogs 13 times at home this year. And they've won 12 straight up.
Wow.
12 straight up, including twice against these aces. I said it before, and it scares me to say it. Aces are in trouble, man. If they continue to play as well as they do it, you know what reminds me of, Jimmy? Honestly, Toronto and Indiana in the NBA Finals. I mean, Oklahoma City. It reminds me of this totally. We're going to find out tonight, and I'll stay off the side too. But I do lean to the Fever because of their history as a underdog at home. The only 2 losses they had was to the Liberty and to the Minnesota Lynx, and they covered one of them. They only didn't cover the other one. So that's just an unheard of. As a dog at home, they're just beating everybody, and they beat the Aces twice as an underdog at home, straight up. It's a bad spot, man. They really needed to win both games in Vegas. I don't think the Aces are as strong as everybody thinks they are, and this Indiana team is just on a roll. And I know they didn't come to play the other night, but they knew they got one, man. They stole home court advantage from the Aces. So that's all Stephanie White needed. She's got the crew tonight, and no, I don't think they win both games. History dictates they may win both games. I don't think they win both games, but I do think they probably could win tonight, and then we'll see what happens on Sunday. So I would lean to the Fever, but my official play, I'm with Justin. Both the games that were in Indiana didn't even sniff 150 the times they played this year. So give me 162, and now it's going up more. They're telling you right now that's an over. I'm going to look for I don't know, maybe a 95-80 type of game tonight. I think it gets in the 170s.
Great breakdown, fellas.
And one more thing, just to piggyback off of him, and I'm not necessarily going to say I disagree, but I don't feel like the Aces are in trouble if they lose. I feel like their mindset is like, because this is best out of 5. So all they really need to do is take one and then go home and finish them.
They haven't beat them in Indiana all year, man. All year.
Right, and I agree with that. But I feel like regular season and
I
playoffs, like I feel like the Aces, I mean, they want to win both of them, but I feel like somebody in that locker room, coaches, or maybe it's just my thinking, like y'all only need one and then go home and finish them at the crib.
It's true.
So if they lose tonight, I might sprinkle the eight. Like if they lose tonight, I think we'll get a nice price for the Aces series price. But on the flip side of that, we see this all the time. Teams go on these big ass win streaks and end the season. No, sorry to say it, but like the Brewers, we see them do this and then they fold in the playoffs. So I'm not saying that they're not in trouble with conviction. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me to see the Aces fold because we've seen these big win streaks get into the playoffs and give it up. But I can't see it. They're going to prove me. Asia going to have to. It's rough. That's why I'm not on the side. That's exactly why I'm not on the side.
And Aaliyah Boston has got to take care of Asia down low, or there is no
chance. Has to slow her down. Yeah. She has to. Which then that means Jackie Young a little crazy.
You know, in the playoffs, we talk whether it be in all sports in the playoffs, except baseball, the team sports, you know, and we talk about, you know, junkyard dog mentality. Who's got the junkyard dogs? Who's capable of handling the pressure? You know, when Steph Curry flexed his muscles for the Boston fans, you knew it was over. You knew the junkyard dog would come out in him, even though he's not a guy who had to struggle ever in his life. His dad, Dell. But the dog came out, and when you see that in who has with the Aces and the Fever, which team has more junkyard dogs on them?
The Indiana bench, Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, but I mean they're in
that's who it is.
They're in street clothes.
I know, but they pump them up. I mean, they're pumping them up. You see them on the side.
And it might not mean nothing. It could be the way I look at things, but the first game, the second game when they blew him out, I seen Asia Wilson come out with headphones and sweatpants on, and she came out like bobbing her head, and I was like, that's confidence. Like she came out like, and I would at the end of the day, I wouldn't call her a dog, but I trust her to win this series. You're the MVP. Do I agree with you being the MVP? No. I feel like Fee got cheated.
I do
but
too.
Yeah, but you're the MVP according to the votes and what people say. I trust you whether you're the MVP or not. I trust you to put this team on the back when your back's against the wall. And you coming out in sweatpants and bobbing your head, like, in my eyes, I looked at it as confidence, like, y'all know what it is.
Would you have interest in the Aces to win the series if they lose tonight?
Maybe I didn't say that. If the Fever win this game, I'm betting the Aces to win the series as soon as the game's over.
That was a great breakdown.
And I'm posting on X.
And BJ's right. You know, we talked about it. Where's the guard play? Even Brizzy talked about it. Where's the guard play for this team? Well, they brought in Aussie T. Sims. Ariel Powers has been awesome when she's come in. And Brizzy called it, man. It's like they had no guard play at that one point. They were still winning. And now they brought in these old retired vets coming in here, and they're doing the job. So
yeah, I couldn't when we
Indiana's on a roll. What do we see tonight? If they get blown out tonight, then we know maybe it was a farce. But I agree with BJ. I think Indiana's to play tonight, and we will see Sunday if the backs are against the wall. And Becky Hammond's been there before, so we know what she can do.
Let's roll on to game 2 here of the 2 games in the WNBA Lynx Mercury. It was quite a performance by the Phoenix Mercury. An enormous comeback, winning in overtime, and obviously getting everybody's attention. Not that they hadn't already got it, but it was a very, very, very impressive performance. Biggest comeback in WNBA playoff history. It was special. Minnesota shot 25% from three. Minnesota was up 48-32 at halftime and fell off. And we know that this has been the year for the Lynx after losing in overtime in the toughest possible way in the WNBA championship last year. And I'm very curious to hear from you guys if it brings out the junkyard dog in them. Let's go to Phoenix and beat them in front of their own fans. This total is a 158.5. It's slightly juiced to the over. And on the point spread here, we have Minnesota opening up -4.5 and now -3.5. And this is going to be a 3 at any minute, it appears, even though I see a ton of books haven't even moved off the 4. Huh. Wow. This is a 3 now, basically, where we used to play poker, but I don't see any other books off the 4. So let's get into the cash flow here for game 2. 54% of the tickets on Phoenix and 50% of the cash. 78% of tickets on the under and 85% of the cash. We have the higher seeds in the same position. We started with Justin last spot. Here we will start with Ron Crawford. Ron, take it away. Lynx, Mercury, Phoenix Arena, Phoenix, Arizona. Series tied up at 1, game 3.
Yeah, they put it at 158.5 the last game, and I had the over. Thank you, Sammy Whitcomb, for hitting a 3 there to make sure it got to overtime. I was hoping the Fisha Collier would win that thing at the buzzer, but she didn't. We went to overtime. Then we had to sweat out. I had the Mercury plus 7.5. Wasn't even a sweat in overtime. But you look at the Minnesota Lynx, they're still the best team in the NBA. Don't even think anything about it. I have a future on Phoenix that I never thought would get this far. And I think Justin took it with me as plus 700 to win this thing. We took it, what was it, in May or June? We took it when Kalia Copper and everybody was coming back for the
I think it was like the end of May.
Mercury. Yeah, it was early in the season. We grabbed it 700. And I do have that future. But, I look at this time, and this is probably the best bet on the board. I will lay it right here. Keep falling. You give me the money line, it's even better. But if you look at Cheryl Reeves after a loss, man, she's 13-1 as a favorite straight up. And that's including 8-2 against the spread. And as a road favorite after a loss, they're 9-2 ATS. This has got to be the Lynx bounce back. They just lost. Probably shouldn't have lost the game, but did get to overtime. So I'm all over the Lynx. Give me, what is it, -3 or 3.5, whatever, Jimmy. I'll take it.
Let's lock that in for you. I can get a 3. I'll just see what the cost is. Justin McKelvey, take it away. Mercury Lynx.
Yeah, when we did this videos, we bumped heads a little bit yesterday, but not completely. Because when I look at this game and you look at the way the last game ended, I look at it like this and how I broke it down and got to my bet. Like, the Mercury was down 20, and they came back and forced overtime, and then I ain't gonna say blew them out, but like, it was a convincing win in overtime. I feel like the momentum, they're gonna carry the momentum from that game and come out here and throw the first punch. One thing that we talk about on the 2-3 zone all year long, anybody who follows, is we don't want the Lynx first half. We never want the Lynx first half. If anything, you want the Lynx third quarter. So you put that together, and then you get the Lynx on the road, which I found this. Y'all know I'm not a trend better, but after I bet this, I did some more digging. Like Jimmy always says, we find things that back our angle, and I did, and noticed that the Minnesota Lynx on the road are 317 with a couple of pushes, ATS first half. So that lands me on with the Mercury tying it up, going to overtime, down by 20, forcing overtime and winning the game. I'm on the Phoenix Mercury first half plus 128. I don't need the points.
Yep. And they're 0-8 is the Lynx on the road after as revenging a loss in the first half. 0-8. They'll blow them out in the third. You watch. Now if they're leading, if they're leading at the half, they'll probably lose the damn game like they did the other night. But if they're losing at the half, watch out.
By no means am I on the Mercury full game, but first half money line plus 128. I love that. That's that's a strong bet. You look at the trends, and then you look at the Lynx. They was blowing them out the first half last game. We ain't never see the Lynx up not never, but we don't see the Lynx up big or even winning in the first half. So the fact that they
lose, Justin, that's the games they lose.
Yeah, if you at the first half, that's the time to sprinkle the other team. Like, and the fact that they was up and they was 3-17 in the first half ATS, and then you look at the motivation. I think motivation is the thing. Like, you went on the road and came back. They feeling like, okay, we was on the road, come back a dub. Now we back at the crib. We're gonna come out and throw this first punch. Plus 128 first half money line for the Mercury. I love it.
And Ron, I was reading things wrong. I just I'm sick and lack of sleep. It's the threes are too expensive. The three.
I was thinking it was, Jimmy. That's why I said if it got down in the money line, take it. But again, like I said, I agree with Justin. I'd be with him on the first half with the Mercury. Give me the plus points, whatever. But if the Lynx are leading and win that first half, they may lose this game. That's the way they play.
And you guys are telling us here that if
we've been watching them all year, that's how they play.
If the Mercury are up at halftime, we live bet the Lynx.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Whatever the second half, minus 7.5, 8.5, whatever the hell it is.
That's why I'm not going to bet the Lynx third quarter pre-flop, because my game script says they're going to be losing. So whatever they're down, I'm live betting the Mercury, or I'm live betting the Lynx third quarter at halftime.
Money line. They're 0-8 as a money line favorite on the road at revenging a loss in the first half. So they should be down at the half, and if they are, we'll bust them in the second half.
Oh, this is great stuff, man. I see why your show on 20's Picks has been such a success. Excellent job, both of you fellas. Ron, what's next for you guys on 20's Picks? When can we see you next?
We're going to be shooting tomorrow for Sundays, and then I do KBO videos every night. You guys know I follow the KBO, and then of course Ramon's moved on. He's got this new show. It's called Night Moves. You can check that out if you're up late, really late. He's doing a 2 a.m. Breakdown, so you can check him out too. And you got Rod over there. You know, Rod's helping us out. So yeah, we're doing fine over there. We got a lot of content you can check out as well.
Oh, it's great, Ron. Thank you for this. I'm gonna pop Ron Crawford's X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy Ron, OG low bagger here, constantly delivering the goods from sport to sport to sport, succeeding, all tracked, and exceptional work. Justin, you guys are very good together. That was a great breakdown. I am excited to see you guys working together, and excited to see everything that you're doing, Justin. And I told you how great it is that you're coaching high school football, man. It's just
hell yeah, bravo. Yeah, he'll be at State College on boots on ground tomorrow.
Yes, Penn State game. Oh my God, look at that, man. That's gonna be bananas.
It's gonna be the last game I'm gonna be able to go to now with this coaching job, but it's a sacrifice. I like challenges. I was telling Ron and Rod yesterday, this all came from my nephew's the quarterback. And being in the audience, and I'm sitting there looking, and I'm like, how you don't see there's no safety back here? Like, your wide receiver is fast. There's no safety. And they're looking at me like, what? So, looking at it like that, and I'm telling them in front of the coach, and then the coach got fired because they don't have no wins. And that's what led to it. Like, Kaplan didn't help me see that, sitting up there like, what? No safety? Damn, no. How you don't see this? Like, I don't. But it's an age difference, like capping and looking at it. And then now being with Ron Crawford and being with Tony's Picks, like it's all come to full circle. I never thought I would be a capper on YouTube. I never thought I'd be a coach, but I embrace it all. And I appreciate all of it. I appreciate Pub Sports. I appreciate Tony. Ron done helped me out. I get to learn how to do these videos. I'll be a little bit better, but I'm working on it.
No,
yeah, I'm going to Penn State tomorrow. I was supposed to leave today, but I got a meeting to go to find out the practice schedule. So we're leaving. It's only 3 hours from where I'm at, so we'll leave in the morning. The game's not till 7:30. So
God,
I look
can't
forward to it.
imagine what that's going to be like in the whiteout, man.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be wild. I'm
Awesome
probably
tomorrow
gonna,
night, man.
I'm
Yep.
probably gonna be hungover, alcohol poison. Like I could just see it all, but I gotta drive up sober, and then I get to sit in the back on the way home. So
That works. That works.
Okay.
Great job, fellas. We have action. Mercury first half plus 128 for Justin. Ron Crawford on the minus 3.5 for the Lynx. We have Kelsey Mitchell over 29 points minus 105. That is for stacks play number 2 in the over 162.5 minus 110. And we have Ron also on the 162.5 at minus 110. I put both their X handles in the chat. Please support our guys leading by example here capping and in the community. Thank you, fellas, so much. Get that cash. I'll be in touch.
Love you guys,
Thanks.
man.
Thanks
Take
for
care.
having me.
Our guys, Justin McKelvey and Ron Crawford. That is our show for today. Let me pull this here off here. That is our show for today. And Gorky will move on the Fever money lineup plus 160 as well. Just got the word here from Gorky that the Patriots defensive coordinator here, Terrell Williams, has been diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's a terrible, awful to hear that. Now, prostate cancer is not pancreas cancer. Pancreatic cancer is the death sentence. Prostate cancer is really bad, but it's not. And you have to imagine that this team is going to fight for him on Sunday and for the rest of the year. Not that you want to think about the capping side of things right away, but it is prostate cancer is not a death sentence. So our thoughts and prayers are with Terrell and his family. He can beat this. It really depends on how early that you found out about it. And often when you are either a professional athlete or you work for a team, you can get ahead of this stuff. You can find it early. And if you find it early enough, you can beat it. So again, Tim Steves and I've had others who have pancreatic cancer. My grandfather died of pancreatic cancer. You get that shit and you got 6 months, but prostate, you can fight and you can beat. And our thoughts are with the family. Thank you for letting us know, Gorky. There's Razor Sharp picks in the house. Let's review all action here. 4:53 p.m. So not a 6.5 hour show this Friday, which is good. Gives me time to get my action in. And look, I go right to the top of the worksheet. And first off, I see stacks play day number 1, Bush over 1.5 bases. We know that cashed. Then the next thing I see is the Cubs run line from the Nuke Worker at plus 105. And we know that cashed. Excellent work. I love seeing cashers right off the hop. We also have Pig Milk play of the day right there. Dean Connors over 1.5 touchdowns at plus 235, as well as Alexia Tainera and Navajo Sterling parlay here. That is from Billy Friedrich. That's a Pig Milk play of the day. I wouldn't mind seeing these crazy bats. Let's get a look at these crazy bats. Sweet, sweet Pig Milk. BJ, I appreciate working with you, my man. And we have Penn State as his best bet. I think I'm going to join you. I just need a little bit more work. And I have the house to myself now. So I'm going to, first I'm going to do the records. Well, I got to get my action out. Then I'm going to do the records for NFL Pub Hub. Then I'm going to do the invites for NFL Pub Hub. And then I got to catch up on college football records. What I need is a professional day. Copied and pasted. We have Gamblers first glance here. Tennessee, Houston under 39.5. Gamblers first glance. Titans, Texans under 39.5. Let's see here. I thought that was just a flat 38, which I imagine then you got in nice and early. here. Is that gone up? Sorry, let me hit this. Oh, sorry, that's the side and to the total. Wow, it's gone up. Wow. Oh, I think your timing is very savvy here. Gambler's first glance, the under 39.5. Oh, that's college football. Sorry, of course, he's at Oregon. Why was I thinking Titans? And it's 47.5. Oh, because I'm looking at prime cut. Okay, I was like, what the hell's going on here? Sorry, I mixed up plays. Man, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. And Osby picking up 5K. Okay, here we go. Sorry, let me do this again. Prime cut is the under 39.5 in Tennessee, Houston. Gambler's first glance is Houston, Oregon State under 47.5. Man, it's been a long day. It's been a long week, man, and sick. And but all I want to do is succeed and fucking win. So my adrenaline's pumping, man. I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to get in more action. Gambler's first glance is the Houston, Oregon State under 47.5. I did not, and I do not really bet golf much. I started betting Kyle Connors on, or Corey Connor, sorry, on all the major championships because I think he's got a major in it. And it's actually paid out pretty well because I take I take him to win, be a first round leader. I split that in one unit, and I put a unit on the first five and top 10, and I'm in the black through about I think 4 majors so far. So there we go. Nuke says I'm a little disappointed to be show only 5 hours today. Hey, gives us some time, gives me a chance to take a breath and get my action in, not force it too fast. Kobe says Survivor pool. Should I take Patriots or Texans? I'd be uncomfortable with both. So that means you've already taken the Broncos. I think the Broncos are a better pick than those. I decided to save the Broncos for week 7, so I am on the Bills. And Giants underrun injury posted. No, but I will copy and paste and look for all of these things. I would take the I'm focusing on fading the Bengals on the road throughout. And look at Osby, man, getting that cash and then blessing our action. What a way to end the week. Osby, man. Look at that. Thank you for sharing your hard-earned winners. A hundo on Bush Suzuki PCA Homer paid $5,000, and he immediately gives back to the community. La Bolsita, Osby, OG low bagger, La Bolsita. Bolsa Jim. I remember Bolsa Jim. Razor Sharp picks also alive in the pick 3, 4, and 5 at Golf Race 9, 3, 6, 7. That's a huge dono, Osby. Thank you so much, man. You're so wonderful. Wonderful to see you cash. I love it. Okay, I will take a look at what you posted, Jermaine. Absolutely. Thank you. But Osby, what a great way to put a bow on the show today. Osby, thank you, my man. Let's go over more action here from Cappers in the chat. Osby, getting us finishing the week in the right way. Sky says Florida State -6.5 is a gift. That's what Sky said. Spooner on the Mets money line, Tigers money line, Orioles first 5+1/2, and Rangers Guardians under 8. Kong's smash play of the week. Mr. Kong's clip smash play of the week is Navajo Sterling money line and Josias Musasa money line plus 123 together for Kong's clips. And Gambler's first glance in MLB is Detroit money line. My plan is to bet that. We do have TJ on the Red Sox, so I need to make sure I have the conviction, but I imagine that will help Razor. Detroit money line plus 105 for Razor. Wine time cashing on the over 9 minus 105. I have 6 asterisks beside the Cubs, but I did not pull the trigger. Wine time on the under 8.5 in White Sox Nationals. Then Jose on the Orioles first 5. I have Blue Jays -1. Again, I put in all this action before so that the market wouldn't get me off these plays. The Astros -1 is, I mean, I would never in my wildest dreams bet that. And I put 2 units on it because I know the Angels are a fade, but this is really, really blowing up in my face, man. Down to what I got on the -1, you can almost get on the money line right now, which is fucking embarrassing. And another interesting thing about that is that when the lines go against me this heavy and I'm embarrassed and I'm sweating it out, my ROI is through the roof. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Ronnie Crawford gave us the Cubs -1, Calgary +5, TCU +3, Indiana Fever +4, and Tampa Bay +3.5. So Tigers, I have the asterisk beside I expect to bet it. TJ's on the Rays and the Red Sox going up against me. I expect to add the Marlins first 5. And if I can become even more bullish fading Sprout here, I might take the first 3 and the first 5. Cleveland -1. I think that's the bet. I really like the Astros bet, but the line's obviously taking the confidence away. I love the Cleveland -1. So we added Texas Rangers team total under 3.5. But I love the Mariners bet too. I'm going to be adding the Brewers -1. Jose's on the under 9 in Astros Angels. And Purdy no injury designation. Perfect. Exactly what I said would happen. But again, you can say shit. Doesn't mean it comes to fruition. The skunt bag play of the day. Marlins money line in Virginia +7. Parlay at +305. I'm going to be on the first 3 under in Arizona, San Diego. And I might double up. I might be on the under 7.5 too. I think I probably do double up. I want to see what the market's done in the last couple hours since we talked about it. And then I'll be on the first 3 under 2 in Dodgers, Mariners. Wine time on the Athletics at +100. In college football, wine time's on Virginia, team total over 26.5. And I'm interested in being on Virginia +7 or 6.5. I got to see exactly what's available. Then wine time is on TCU. Oh, no, sorry. This is Gorky. Is on TCU +105 and team total over 28.5. That team total over 28.5 +125. And wine time is on Arizona State money line -130. And I'm going to be moving on Arizona State. Oregon State +13.5. I think I let that one go. We heard from Razor Sharp Picks. He's on the under in that one. That might be more appealing to me. I think I let that one go. And then on Saturday, Action Wine Time gave us UCLA +6.5. He gave us Mississippi State +8. Remember, Bobano had already given us Mississippi State. So we have the corner of Bobano and Wine Time Boulevard. Bobano also on the over 62.5 there. And then we have Wine Time moving on Arizona, Kansas State, and Kansas. And we have a King Ooh birthday pick. A birthday pick for King Ooh. And it is the Texas Rangers team total under 3.5. Texas Rangers team total under 3.5. They're not going to do squad ass zilch. I like the Mariners a lot too. I think there's no way that the Rangers get to 4 tonight. Not with everything on the line. Not with Cleveland in playoff mode. So yeah, the Texas Rangers team total under 3.5. For Kingu, happy birthday, Kingu. Respect. Thank you to Osby for blessing our action to put a bow on the proceedings. Gorky is on the Fever +160. Justin is on Kelsey Mitchell over 20.5 points and the over 162.5. Ron's also on the over 162.5. And then Ron is also gave us the 162.5, but he also gave us the +4 on the Fever. And Ron on the -3.5 with the Lynx. Mercury first half money line for Justin. And the main thing that they told us was if the Mercury are ahead at halftime, we live bet the Lynx. That's the key thing there. And then my Canadian football I'm about to put in. Bobano on Montreal, Saskatchewan money line parlay. Ron on Calgary +5. I'm going to be on Calgary here. And Gorky on the Stampeders. Team total over 25.5 at +125. Ron on the under 57. On the under 57 in Toronto, BC. Bobano on the over 56. Lions team total over 32.5. Argos team total over 22.5. Gorky on Lions +13. And I'm going to be on the first half under, full game under, and Lions double result. I haven't bet that yet. Then Bobano, this is the Bombers Tiger-Cats. I might not bet that tonight. I might want to just sit with all this. And look at that. Osby, wow. Good God. Look at that. That's your hard-earned money that you made today. And sharing it like that with us is unbelievable. Thank you, Osby, says Leche. What a guy. I'm so happy that you cashed $5K that you earned. And it's special. It's special. Thank you for sharing your hard-earned winnings with us. Look at Osby getting that cash to close out a week. It's very special, Oz. Osby, look at that. $100 in donos for us, for the community, for us, for Pub Sports Radio. Thank you, Osby. You're a class act. Class act. Ron gave us the over 51.5 in Hamilton, Winnipeg. The Bombers. Also, Bobano on the over. Bobano on the over, and Ron on the Gorky on the under 52, and the Bombers. Ron on the over 51.5, and Bobano on the over 51.5. Osby, you're the man. You are the absolute man. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. It means a ton to us. It's a great way to just bless our actions, to give us confidence and hope into the future. It's just very, very special. JR Swish in the house, just got off work. Show still going on. You're damn right. We're putting a bow in it right now. And we've had Osby bless us. Picked up $5K today and giving back to us, and it means a ton. So, and yes, Swiggy, it's going to be so much easier. My life is going to be so much easier without full baseball cards. The show is not going to be 6 hours either. I've got to figure out what to do with the Roughriders game too. So, you know what? I think Gorky moved on the Elks money line. Ron is on the under 54.5 and the minus 3.5. I think I might not move on Saturday's action yet. I think I might sit with it tonight. I think when I get my action, it'll be focused on Friday. Thank you guys. And what a way to close it all up with Osby. Thank you, Oz. Truly, truly thank you. We have nothing without you guys. Happy birthday, Kingu, Swiggy, JR Swish, Lucky Power, the Godfather in the house, BJ, Justin McKelvey, Kobe Z4, Kayla McBride, first field goal, it's plus 750. Old E, Jermaine, Will Johnson. Thank you guys. Truly, truly, truly thank you guys. Giants at home, 16-1. That's what Jermaine was talking about. Sorry, I missed that. 16-1 to the under from September. In September, October, since 2019. That's crazy. That's wild. Treek B just took Kelsey Mitchell points 20 or more. Parlay with the Lynx money line plus 190. Thank you guys. Ron Crawford cashing with the Cubs. We got Sweaty Butchers, Prime Cut, Razor Sharp Picks, Lucky Power. Thank you guys so much for the support. Truly means the world. And now it's time for us to get that cash, man. We've done all the work. We've done all the planning. We've done the capping. I have not got all my bets in, but I will here shortly. Now it's time to get the money. Also, the roller coaster ride that is about to commence. Thank you guys from all of us at Pub Sports Radio. To Jose, who is now traveling to a wedding. Jose, travel safe. On behalf of all of us at Pub Sports Radio, thank you. And Osby, what a wonderful gesture. We love you, man. Keep getting that cash, Osby, my man. We love you guys. Roll that shit, like that shit. Smoke a leche. Hey, los bookmakers. Let's get my man LJ to take us home. Get that cash. You guys have a monster weekend. Thankful to cap with you guys.
From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From Yo.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate from down south where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a sparkly. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit Trot Wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit Nut Plus, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, Moose Money Bets. From bookies to West, cash and checks what we do. Cause I'm who banging with Boss and the OG Ragu. If we need it under, I gotta hit Noli Knowles. If I land on my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish Tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew or buy his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Briz. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son, and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.